Hello, everyone. Welcome to another video for History by Podcast. Today I'm live with James Valliant and Professor Bart Ehrman. Well, welcome back to the show, Bart. It's been a little while since we last
Yeah.
did a video, and the last one we did was on was on your latest book on the what was it? And now
I
I'm
can't even
embarrassed.
remember. It's
Yeah,
the
the
latest
one we
one is
did
called
before, yeah,
Armageddon.
Armageddon. I
Yeah.
just remembered it. Yep,
Yeah.
right
Well,
there.
it means the end's coming soon, and maybe it came already.
But today we're going to be talking about Forged, and I really wanted to talk about this book with you for a while. And you really get into the meat of it in Forged because it's this very super complicated topic about how do scholars tell the difference between what is supposed to be authentic to somebody that lived 2,000 years ago and what wasn't, and sorting out the language and differences and different traditions about those texts and said people. Like scholars think that 7 letters were written by Paul, but there's 13 of them. Well, some say 14 if you include Hebrews, but Hebrews never claims to have been written by Paul. But basically, 13 letters attributed to Paul in the New Testament. 7 of them are deemed authentic by the majority of scholars, and 6 of them are not. And you have First and Second Peter, which many scholars think are fake, and etc. etc. So, Bart, I guess my first question is methodology. How do scholars sort out this mess of what is pseudoepigrapha and what is not?
Yeah. So, thanks, and it's a really important question, and one of the
Mm.
reasons it's tricky is because people tend to mean different things by the term forgery. And when scholars use it in this context, they mean something pretty specific, which is what you were talking about, which is if you, it has to do with who the author really was. This is what we mean by forgery. If somebody writes a book claiming to be a famous person, knowing full well that he's someone else, that's what we're calling a forgery. So we're not talking about like when somebody makes up stories about Jesus or somebody fabricates something or somebody like changes what someone else wrote, or those are all very important issues, but they're not what we're talking about when we talk about forgery. Forgery is somebody claiming to be someone they're not when they write. It's a phenomenon still today, of course, and there are experts today who tried to decide, is this really a book written by Charles Dickens or not, or Mark Twain or whatever. When we're dealing with antiquity, it's a very big issue and a problematic issue, but it's a big issue because there were a lot more people writing forgeries in the ancient world than there are today, in part because it was easier to get away with. Um, they didn't have the data retrieval systems and the computer capacities we have today to check handwriting style and grammatical differences and things like that, and so it wasn't as hard to get away with it. But so scholars who study the ancient world use pretty much the criteria that scholars use today to decide if you've got, suppose you've got a handful of books written by a person and there's another book that claims to be written by the same person. Well, you compare them. Is the writing style similar or really different? The vocabulary, is it completely different or basically the same? Are the ideas the same? Are there ideas that are actually conflicting with the other one? Are there things that are presupposed that show that this person wasn't living in the right time frame for that person? And so you look at a range of things like that, and then you have to make a determination on a case by case basis.
So, for example, with the so-called pastoral epistles of Paul,
Mm-hmm.
letters that claim to be written by Paul to
Mm-hmm.
Titus or to Timothy, or
Mm-hmm.
in those, there's a general scholarly consensus because they seem to be bringing up whole new issues that
Mm-hmm.
hadn't been raised in the earlier Pauline letters, such as church organization,
Mm-hmm.
officials in the church, organizing the church in Crete or something. And those seem to be at a later stage. Most scholars put the authentic Pauline letters at the earliest stage,
Yeah.
mid-first century. And these letters seem to be discussing organizational issues, for example.
Yeah.
And so this leads many scholars, most scholars, to believe that the pastorals, for example, are pseudoepigrapha. Uh, Now, it's that part that says by Paul that's the pseudo part, right?
That's
Uh,
right.
and it's the content, though, that tells us, hey, whole new
Mm-hmm.
ideas have been introduced to these letters that were not present in these presumably earlier letters. That's the gist of it.
Yeah, and that's right. That's exactly right. And the important qualifying point is that these discussions of church organization and things, they are different from Paul's letters, but it's not, and it's not just that they're different, but they're contrary, because we know how Paul's churches were organized based on his authentic letters. You read 1 Corinthians, 1 Corinthians, the Corinthian church is a mess. If you read through Corinthians, he goes problem by problem. I mean, they're at each other's throats.
Right. Yeah.
They're all, they're taking each other to court over like disagreements. You have these gross immoral things going on. You have men visiting prostitutes and bragging about it in church. You've got people who coming to the Lord's Supper, which is a shared meal, and getting drunk, and and so you got a guy sleeping with his stepmother. You have this. These are the people that Paul begins the letter by saying he's writing to the saints who are in Corinth. Just, wow, what do the sinners look like? Wow, that's quite amazing. But but when Paul writes to deal with these problems, he doesn't write the church leaders and say, look, get your people in order. You're supposed to have control of these people. You're the shepherd of the sheep. And, and he doesn't write to the leaders. And the reason he doesn't write the leaders is because there weren't any leaders yet. In Paul's churches, it was understood that the Holy Spirit was guiding people in how they were to live and to behave and perform. And when you get to the pastoral epistles, there's none of that. The pastoral epistles says you've got bishops and you've got deacons, and you've got these orders of people and that are running the show, and not in Paul's. So it's a difference. So it's things Paul doesn't talk about that in fact run contrary to what he does talk about.
In a lot of the, if I may, just one more.
Yeah, sure.
In a lot of the content issues, people will often put forth the idea of what they so-called pious fraud, where they sincerely believed it, or they had a vision, or there's some interpretation or some experience they had that informed them that Jesus must have said this or something. Is that distinguishable from these attributions of the letters to Paul? I mean, could someone have said, I had the Holy Spirit visited me, I had an ecstatic vision and told me that Paul wrote this letter? Contents. Paul communicated the contents of this to me through a vision or something.
Yeah. So a lot, as you know, most scholars of the New Testament tend to be Christian, and they revere the Bible, even when they recognize that the historical scholars recognize that, Paul didn't really write these letters. Of course, fundamentalists and conservative evangelicals, most evangelicals will say, oh, yes, he did. And so you could have that debate. But if you genuinely, on historical grounds, think, look, Paul just didn't write these letters, and you have reasons for thinking so, but you have an attachment to the Bible as a source of reverence for your Christian tradition, then you have to have some other explanation other than, well, somebody's lying about it. They're forging this. And so that's why people started coming up with these ideas that try to excuse the practice. It's a pious fraud, or the person was inspired by the Spirit to claim they were Paul. It was the Spirit, and this is the Spirit speaking what Paul would have said if he were in this context. And you come up with explanations like that. So I've got two books on this, as you know, Jim and Jacob. That the book Forged, Jacob, that you were referring to it's a book for a general audience, a broader audience, where I lay out a lot of this stuff. But for the really kind of hardcore stuff, where I really go for it for scholars, is my other book called Forgery and Counter-Forgery. And Jim, as you know, that's where I really go after this question. Is it true that there are such things as pious frauds in the ancient world? Is it true that people thought that they could be inspired by the Spirit in order to claim to be somebody that they're not? What kind of evidence is there? Let's look at the evidence. Let's evaluate it. And in almost every instance, it's pretty clear these categories of pious fraud and stuff are just things people are making up. They're just modern people are just making stuff up because they don't like the idea that like somebody would lie about who their identity is, because obviously that's troubling, especially in the Bible. And so I get it, but I don't think there's any evidence for that kind of thing.
Thank you.
I think the super chat question. Mark Morledge, thank you for your super chat. What are the best conservative arguments for defending the traditional view for Pauline authorship of the pastoral letters 1, 2 Timothy, and Titus?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I need to point out that, as Jim and I are saying, that this is it's a broad consensus among critical scholars that Paul did not write it, but a consensus doesn't mean absolute uniformity. There are very fine scholars who think maybe Paul did write them. My own teacher, Bruce Metzger, thought that Paul probably wrote them. One of the major commentaries on 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus is by Luke Timothy Johnson, who had been a professor at Yale and Emory, and he argues that Paul probably wrote them. And so there are people who think that. They're very much in the minority, but they're smart people. One argument is that, look, the letters claim to be written by Paul, and you give the benefit of the doubt to the claim, which I agree with that. If you have a book that somebody claims to write, you give them the benefit of the doubt, unless you have really strong arguments against it. The main argument that Paul may have written these things is that if they're situated at the very end of his life, that things may have developed enough by that time for him to have changed his views on things, for him to start using a different kind of Christian vocabulary, for him, since they're written to individuals who are heading churches, that he might have a different writing style in these situations. And so you take seriously the possibility that, of course, people write different styles all the time, and everybody realizes that. But so some people just the basic conservative argument, the best conservative argument is that they think that the counter argument is not convincing enough.
So the tradition about, say, Paul's execution under Nero is just that, a tradition, and we hear about it rather late. So if we question the fact of when Paul died, let's say that the letters were written from between the 50s all the way to the 90s, which is within a human lifespan, wouldn't that make it conceivable that Paul could be responsible both for the early letters like 1st and 2nd Corinthians, 1st Thessalonians, Galatians, and then also be responsible for the pastorals and later material, say, in the 80s or 90s?
It's possible. I mean, I think what you would probably want to do is date the pastorals. The thing is, sorry, I keep breaking up my sentences here, but the reality is that people who want to say Paul wrote these letters are pretty convinced Paul died in 64. But there's no, as you say, there's no real compelling reason for that. The first time Paul's death is actually mentioned is in the book of 1st Clement, and that's almost always dated to the year 95. The author of this it's kind of a community project. It claims to be written by the church in Rome, and it mentions Paul and Peter having been martyred. And the tradition emerges, of course, that it was during the reign of Nero. The book of Acts in the New Testament seems to know that Paul's going to get martyred soon after his sojourn in Rome. And so people tend to date it in the mid-60s, but there's no reason that you have to. You could argue it's not, but then you bear the burden of proof for that, I would say. So what people tend to do is to say that, okay, Paul writes 1 Corinthians in the year 55 or something. Well, 8 or 9 years later, I mean, the whole situation's different, and he's writing a different thing and so it's possible, and it absolutely is possible. It's possible that, Luke wrote the pastoral epistles. It's possible that Silas wrote the pastoral epistles. Anything's possible. Anything. I mean, it's not possible I wrote them. I'm old, but I'm not that old. And so that's possible. But it's not, that's not, but so the issue with this kind of thing is how you establish probabilities. And there are some arguments that are just so good for I'll give you one. I'll give you one for the pastorals, is that sometimes the pastoral epistles will use a word that's very common in Paul. That's like it's a major word for Paul. And he'll use it in a sense that Paul absolutely does not use it in, the word faith. Faith is an important word for Paul, and faith in the pastorals does not mean what Paul means by the term faith. For Paul, faith means it's a relational term. It means trust in what God has done. You're trusting God to provide salvation through Christ. It's a relationship of trust with God. And in the pastorals, it's not that at all. Faith is the content of what you believe. It's the propositional truths. So keeping the faith means that you agree with these ideas. And that's just not what Paul meant. So the thing is, you pile up arguments, and after a while, you start getting argument after argument after argument. In my book, Forgery and Counter Forgery, man, I have page after page after page of arguments on this one. And it's like at the end of the day, you just say, yeah, okay, probably Paul didn't write them.
Does this include the author attribution to the Gospels? Do you think that's for the matter of forgery? I mean, there are pious Christians who believe the disciple and apostle Matthew wrote Matthew, or that the apostle John wrote the Gospel of John.
Right.
Do you think those are forged attributions?
So this is where definitions get really even more sticky than I mentioned earlier, because Matthew, of course, circulates under the name Matthew, but the author himself doesn't call himself Matthew. So the reason people started calling Matthew sometime in the 2nd century after the book had been in circulation for a long time. The author never says, I'm Matthew. He doesn't ever talk in the first person. He gives an account of how Matthew became Jesus' disciple. The call of Matthew is in Matthew chapter 9 of the Gospel of Matthew. And there's nothing. People need to read this. Just read Matthew 9. I think it's like verses 9 to 13 or something, that where Jesus calls Matthew, the tax collector, to be his followers. And just ask yourself, if you're reading this, is there any hint that the author's talking about himself? The answer is no. And so the author doesn't claim this. The gospel that we have in our early manuscripts has a title on it, kata Matthian, which means according to Matthew. Well, that's not a title that an author puts on a book. In other words, when I wrote my book Armageddon, I did not entitle the book according to Bart Ehrman. That's not the title of the book. That's when somebody's telling you who wrote the book, right? And so you got this anonymous book of Matthew floating around, and people want to know who wrote that. And people came up with the idea, I think it was Matthew, the tax collector. And so then they put kata Matthian, according to Matthew, to differentiate it from according to Mark and according to Luke and according to John. So in this case, it's not forgery by my definition, because the author is not claiming to be someone other than who he is. It's somebody else saying that it's that person. And so
whereas the letters ascribed to Peter just simply appear to be written in a totally different context than the historical Peter.
Yeah.
And therefore, our Peter, who it claims to be written by, simply cannot be the author.
That's right, especially 2 Peter. I mean, even my mentor, Bruce Metzger, agreed 2 Peter was not written by Peter. I mean, the evidence on that one is so overwhelming that unless somebody's a very, very conservative evangelical or a fundamentalist, most people say, 2 Peter, I don't think so.
It was almost like a cottage industry as time wore on of certain kinds of frauds. For example, Jerome mentions that there is a correspondence between the Stoic philosopher Seneca, who was a tutor and advisor to the Emperor Nero, and Paul. And there's actually a correspondence. We actually have a text of correspondence between, allegedly, Paul and Nero that Jerome, by 400 is aware of. So it's a relatively early thing, and it appears to be totally forged in content.
It's absolutely forged. Everybody, these letters, so there, 13 or 14 letters back and forth between Seneca and Paul. And there's no one who knows anything about anything, the early Christian church or can read Latin, they're in Latin, thinks that they're actually kind of funny, because Seneca gives Paul a hard time for not having very good, not being very good at Latin.
But how to put this nicely? There appear to be multiple instances where we have documents. I mean, and of course, with the Nag Hammadi discoveries, we discovered all these Gnostic documents, which also have attributions that appear to be dubious on their face. There appears to be a whole cottage industry of this kind of forgery during the Roman period of Christianity.
That's true. And it's the thing is, nobody doubts it. Everybody agrees. With Paul, you've got 3 Corinthians. You got the letter to the Laodiceans. We know that there used to be a letter to the Alexandrians. We know that, we've got this correspondence of Paul and Seneca. Nobody thinks any of that's authentic, which means that a number of somebodies, these are all different authors, are claiming to be Paul, knowing full well that they're not. And so it's not a question of whether would a Christian do that. Yes, Christians did that. The only question that most people have is it possible that anyone who did that had a book that made it into the New Testament? Because people are nervous when you talk about the New Testament, that happening in the New Testament, even though they agree it happened all over the place after the New Testament. And so what scholars do is they apply the same criteria to the New Testament books that they apply to the other books to make a decision. And it's not that they're out to, to prove or disprove anything. They just want to know. If Paul didn't write First Timothy, that's important. Or if he didn't write Ephesians, which, a lot of people don't think he wrote Ephesians either, that'd be really important because Ephesians gets used a lot by people who want to know what Paul really thought. Well, if it's written 20 or 30 years after Paul by somebody who was just claiming to be Paul, it doesn't represent necessarily what Paul thought.
Ephesians is a great example because it's got a lot of meaty Pauline substance in it, and yet it appears to have been composed after the war and the destruction of the temple. So that creates in the mind of many scholars this problem that, wait a minute, we want it to be Paul because it's got all this wonderful Pauline material, but on the other hand, it was probably written after Paul's time.
Yeah. Well, there have been scholars who have argued that Ephesians is the central Pauline letter. F.F. Bruce, who is this British scholar who wrote a book called Apostle of the Heart Set Free, which is an account of Paul, uses Ephesians as the core of Paul's writings. And it's understandable why, because whoever wrote Ephesians is bringing in all sorts of Paul's vocabulary and images and ideas and putting them together into this 6-chapter book. And but when you actually look at specifically what it says, what Paul allegedly says in this book, at almost every point there's something that's not at all like what Paul would have said. And so in my book, I might even do this in my book Forged for the general audience. I take a passage, I think it's chapter 2 verses 1 through 10, and show that even though this sounds like Paul, man, this is not Paul. When Ephesians says that you're saved by faith, not by works, he's talking about you're not saved by being a good person. You're saved by having faith. And that sounds Pauline until you actually read what Paul says. Paul says you're saved by faith, not by doing works of the law. Paul's not interested in whether you're saved by being a good person. He's interested in whether you have to be Jewish. Are you saved by the works of the law? And so you get these little things that end up being, whoa, that really is different, that you don't notice at first because it sounds like Paul.
Wow.
You mentioned in the book that there's a hypothesis about that some scholars go about with, and it's the idea that, well, we can explain the inconsistent theological views and grammar by the involvement of scribes. But in several of the letters of Paul, he frequently mentions that he wrote this letter with somebody else, like Paul and Timothy to the Corinthians, or Paul and Sosthenes to the Corinthians, or Paul, Silas, and Timothy in 1 Thessalonians and 2 Thessalonians. Do you think co-authorship is a possible explanation for some of these differences?
No, it's a good question, and it's really hard to answer. Some scholars tout this as being kind of the obvious answer as well. Some of these books are co-written, and others aren't. And so the ones that are implementing somebody else's writing style and theology and such. I looked into this at considerable length when I was doing research on my books, and I looked around to try and find any evidence of any kind of what co-authored works look like in the ancient world, because the assumption is that they'll be different from the single-authored books. And I couldn't find any evidence at all. I mean, we don't have, there's nothing to compare it to. In other words, it's not like you have writings, just take Seneca. I've been reading a lot of Seneca lately. And so take Seneca, if you got Seneca writing a letter, and suppose you had a book that's like co-authored, Seneca and someone else, and you knew that it was co-authored, and you knew that you had some of Seneca's work that was not co-authored, then you could compare them, right? And see, is it the same style, different style, same vocabulary? You could do that. You don't have a database, though, you don't have a database for any of these. You don't have that. You don't have that phenomenon that you can actually work it out. How different is it? And so in my book, I try to go into it a little bit further and ask, well, why in these books that claim to be written by Paul and Sosthenes or Paul and whoever, why is it that in the middle of the once you get past the greeting, it's always the first person singular pronoun, I? In 1 Corinthians, it's Paul talking about himself. I. He starts off by saying he's co-authored, but then it's all I. It looks to me like what he's saying is that he's writing this and he's with these other people and they're kind of looking on, or they're maybe talking, but he's the one doing the writing. And these books that are allegedly co-authored, even in like 1 Corinthians and things, they're perfectly consistent in terms of the writing style and such with the ones that Paul wrote by himself. So I don't think it's a very strong argument. And if it were to be a strong argument, you'd have to find some kind of evidence that shows that this is that people's style and thinking and vocabulary changes when they have a co-authored book. I've never seen any evidence for that.
What about in 1 Corinthians, I think it's in 1 Corinthians 15, compared to what Paul says in Galatians, I think it's in chapter 1 or 2, in which he states in Galatians that he'd learned his theology from no man. He received it from revelation. But in 1 Corinthians, he learns it from men. So what do you think is going on there?
Yeah.
The big deal in the opening of Galatians, I got no
Huge.
man. I got this from my own revelation.
Huge.
But then elsewhere he says, I received this tradition. How do we square that?
Yeah. The question is, what is the antecedent of this? I got this. Well, these are two different books talking about, dealing with different issues, obviously. And so you have to ask, what's he talking about? In 1 Corinthians 15, he tells you what he's talking about. He's referring to the creed that shows up in 1 Corinthians 15, verses 3 and 4, where he's learned this from others, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures and was buried. Christ was raised from the dead on the third day according to the Scriptures, and he appeared to Cephas and to the 12. He's heard that from other people. When he's talking in Galatians, what is he referring to? He's not referring to that. He's referring to what he calls his gospel, which in Galatians is the good news that salvation comes not just to Jews, but also to Gentiles without keeping the law. That's his distinctive spin on the salvation story, that Gentiles don't have to convert to Judaism. It's what the entire book of Galatians is about. And he says that if anybody teaches differently from this, everybody tells you have to be circumcised, they will be cursed by God. So here the issue is not whether Jesus died and was raised from the dead. Here the question is the gospel message that Paul preaches, that Gentiles can be saved without converting to Judaism.
But what a radical...
He's talking about different things.
He's
very
arguing,
radical. And
he's arguing with James and Cephas, confronting Cephas to his face, and James is spying out his freedom in Christ. So he appears to be condemning the previous followers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he says that they agree with him, but they're not really being very consistent. And but he goes after them. And apparently he says he and Peter had a falling out in public. It's interesting. He doesn't report who won the argument, or but he thought he won the argument. He doesn't report like everybody sided with him, and so it may be that they didn't. But it's a very different context. And so what he's saying is that when he had his vision of Jesus is when he realized that Christ told him this applies to everybody. In 1 Corinthians 15, he's not talking necessarily about when he converted. He's just saying, I heard this. I think he surely heard about Christians saying that Christ died and was raised from the dead before he became a follower of Jesus himself. I mean, that's why he's persecuting these people.
And so by inference, we can say that previous Christians had visions of the risen Christ, but they were probably Torah orthodox, and Paul was the one who injected an element of Torah criticism into the movement.
I think so. I mean, I think, and I think that what Paul's doing is Paul's the one. I think Paul's the one who realizes that in fact being Jewish isn't the key. It's hard to know whether Paul objects to Jews maintaining the Jewishness. I don't think so. I think he thinks it's fine. You got these customs, keep your customs. It's fine. But to say the Gentiles have to follow them, that's wrong. And if you say that, you're cursed by God. So that part gets serious. But and he does, of course, he doesn't think that the law can provide salvation. The problem for Paul is that the law tells you how to behave. It just doesn't enable you to do it. You need the Spirit of God to do it. And for that, you got to believe in Christ.
I would like to circle back to the bishops and deacons and the pastoral epistles, but just before I do that, Clark Morledge is back with another super chat. Thanks again, Clark. When evangelical egalitarians say 1 Timothy 2:12 is about Ephesian women influenced by the Artemis cult, is this failed attempt to rescue Pauline authorship?
Whoa, I have to admit I don't have 1 Timothy 2:12 memorized, so I'm going to look it up here. I think it will sound familiar to all of us. Right. Is this the right verse? 1 Timothy 2:12, I permit no woman to teach or to have authority over men. She's to keep silent. Is this a failed attempt to rescue Pauline? Ephesian women. Okay. So, no, I don't think that there's necessarily, well, 1 Timothy 2 doesn't mention anything about Ephesus. It doesn't mention anything about Artemis, and it doesn't mention anything about Pauline authorship. So I think the answer is probably no. That's not what this is about. My sense is that this is this passage. This is that notorious passage that I should have known if he'd given the whole thing. 1 Timothy 2, verses 12 through 15, is this notorious passage where where the author, claiming to be Paul, tells women that they have to be silent in the churches. They're not to exercise any authority over a man because Adam was created first, not Eve. And Adam wasn't deceived. The woman was deceived, and then she misled the man. And so women can be saved if they bear children, but otherwise they have to be quiet in church. And so this author's dealing with an internal Christian situation where women are recognizing that that Paul had said that in Christ there's no male or female, that women are equal with men in the church, and they're behaving like it. And this author, along with other men, didn't like that, and he points out that men cannot be instructed by women, because when women instruct men, it's always bad news. Going back to Adam and Eve, where Eve was deceived by the devil, not Adam, and she then misled the man. So what happens if you let women teach in the church? They'll be misled by the devil and they'll mislead the men. And so women can't teach in the church. So I don't think it has anything to do with the Artemis cult or necessarily Ephesus or anything like that.
Might it point to something earlier in Paul's circle where he mentions that he has women colleagues, and as you pointed out in Galatians, he says there's no free or slave, there's no male or female, and so maybe Paul had the original authentic Paul had a slightly different view about women, and the later pseudo Pauline author wants to correct that impression.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there may be a correction in one of Paul's own letters as well. In 1 Corinthians, back to 1 Corinthians, in chapter 14, verses 33 and 34, you have a very similar line about how women are not supposed to be talking in church. They're getting problems, they let them ask their husbands at home kind of thing. And those two verses are thought by many scholars to be inserted into 1 Corinthians, but they're not things that Paul wrote. So the deal is that this would be what we call an interpolation rather than a textual change. By interpolation, scholars mean a verse that's found in all the manuscripts, but it looks like the author didn't write it. We have instances of that in a few places in the New Testament, and this looks like it's probably one of those. The arguments are a lot harder to make for an instance like this than they are for saying, like for example, lots and lots of places. You've got like one manuscript says one thing, one says another thing, and you got to figure out which thing is the original thing. Well, there you got manuscripts saying different things, and so somebody's changed it. In this case, the burden of proof is a lot higher. If all the manuscripts have it, then you have to say, well, it got changed before any of our manuscripts got produced. Well, I mean, our first manuscripts of this passage are hundreds of years after the thing was written, but even so, it'd be pretty early. So you have to have a really high burden of proof. But this is one of, I think, maybe two places in the entire New Testament where I think probably it's right that this was interpolated, because the verses are really problematic.
Doesn't that verse in 1 Corinthians 14 that you just mentioned appear in different places in the same manuscripts of 1 Corinthians 14?
This is the very slim textual argument, is that they are in every manuscript, but in one part of the manuscript tradition, a small part of the manuscript tradition, they occur after verse 40 rather than where they normally occur. And so Gordon Fee, who is a very fine textual critic and was not a liberal scholar at all, he was actually Pentecostal. And he'd go from a very serious, hardcore, scholarly, academic meeting on the New Testament to go off and do a tent revival. Literally, he would. He was in both worlds. He wrote a commentary in 1 Corinthians where he argued that because these verses are relocated in a couple of the manuscripts, that shows that originally they may have been a marginal note by a scribe saying women are not supposed to teach in church, based in part on this thing in 1 Timothy, and that most scribes stuck it in one place and other scribes stuck it in a different place, and that would be used as kind of textual evidence that it might have not have been original. So for me, it was always really interesting because Gordon, who is a friend of mine, he passed away last year. He he was a very conservative Christian who argued that this passage against women in the church was not original. And there's another very fine scholar who argued, a feminist scholar who argued that in fact these verses were original. The feminist arguing. So I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. It's women prophetesses in Corinth. What's Bernadette Bruton. Bernadette Bruton argued that, who's also a fine scholar, argued they were original. You think it'd be the other way around, right? The feminists would say, yeah, they aren't original, but no, it's just the other way around. So,
it's the confirmation biases.
Maybe it shows that there's hope for scholarship, like
Fascinating.
Got another super chat. Welsh Backgammon, thank you for your super chat. To all of you, which non-extant New Testament era book would you most love to be really discovered? I think letters to Paul would tell a fascinating story.
I'll start. I get asked this a lot, and I have so many options. It's like, what's your favorite movie? I mean, it's like, what's your favorite Beatles song? Oh my God, I've got 12 of them. So I would love to have Q. If it existed, I would love to have that.
Professor Goodacre would argue with us and say it didn't even exist.
I know. Me and Mark, and I could go over to Mark's house and say, "Hey, Mark, look at this."
Here's
Mark, as you know, Mark's my colleague at Duke, and so we're friends. And so I'd love to have that. I would love to have Marcion's antitheses. I would love to. I mean, there are a whole range of things I'd love to have. But the thing about letters, I would love to have letters to Paul. That would be great. But the other thing to point out that people haven't thought about very much is Paul must have written masses of letters that we don't have. I mean, just think about it. If Paul was converted, say he's converted around 33 or so, his ministry would have lasted about 30 years. He started right off the bat. And he had a lot of churches. I don't know how many churches he had, but he at least had 20 churches that he founded, probably more than that. And judging from how many times he appears to have written to Corinth and Philippi, and it appears that probably. So how many letters did he write? Suppose he just wrote two letters a year to each of his churches for 30 years. Well, if there are, say, 20 churches, 2 a year, it'd be 40 times 30. That's 1,200 letters. We have 7.
But even if there are only a quarter of those, there are hundreds of letters that are missing.
Oh, I think there must have been more than 20 churches. And there are hundreds and hundreds of letters missing. And, people didn't save them. They just thought they were letters. And so whoa, I'd like to find some of those.
Yeah. There are surely many, many more Pauline letters than we have.
Oh, gotta be.
And to Paul. Or how about an original first edition of Josephus's Antiquities?
Yeah, well, yeah. No, first editions would be nice of most of these things. I'd like to find a first edition of the Gospel of Luke. I don't think it had the first 2 chapters. So,
The
yeah,
logo stuff seems pretty advanced philosophically, but
yeah, yeah.
right.
It's a lot of stuff that's there that doesn't seem like it fits. So, but that's another story. So,
But I like to circle back to the bishop
oh,
and
yeah.
deacons in the pastorals. Doesn't the beginning of doesn't the beginning of the epistle to the Philippians? I know
Mhm.
that scholars think it's probably a composite letter. It's probably like 3 different letters that's been spliced into one.
Yeah.
Uh, but doesn't the beginning of it say something about deacons? And some
Yeah.
translations even go as far as saying bishops. Like,
It
what do
says
you think
both.
of that?
So
Yeah.
it's Paul's writing to the church in Philippi, and everybody thinks this is probably an authentic letter. And some people think Philippians is just one letter. It looks like it's got to be at least 2 and maybe 3 for complicated reasons. But um, but he starts off by saying that he's addressing it to the church in Philippi, and it's overseers and deacons, as it's translated sometimes, bishops and deacons. It's episkopoi and diakonoi. Uh, Episkopoi is where we get episcopal from. Episcopacy means one who looks over, and so the leader of the church is one who's looking over the church. So it becomes the word bishop. Um, it's clear that Philippi had people that are called bishops and deacons. That's completely right. There's nothing to indicate that they have authority to solve the church's problems, or that they're given, that they're controlling the church or in charge of the church. So it's not clear what they're doing or who they are. When you get to the pastoral epistles, it's very different, because there the bishops are making the decisions in the church. There are regulations about who can be the bishop, who can't be bishops. Same with deacons. You got regulations. These are the people calling the shots. And so there's nothing like that in Philippians. But it's clear that there's something like, developed, kind of maybe a nucleus, something starting already by the time Paul writes Philippians.
Could this put Philippians at the later end of the dates of the authentic letters?
Yeah, might think so. Yeah, the thing with Philippians is that one reason for thinking that it's 2 letters is that it's part of the letter. Well, the tone changes rather radically in the middle of it, from being a letter of kind of joyful happiness with these people to being really kind of ticked off at them, and there's this. He talks about this companion of his named Epaphroditus that they were worried about, and that now that who got very sick and almost died. Word got back to them, and then Paul found out they had gotten word, so he writes them to get back. And in part of this letter, it looks like there's been a lot of back and forths, and it doesn't really tie in well with the first part of the letter. So it looks like you got 2 letters, one earlier and one later. Yeah. So, but it's hard to know. It's hard to know how to date these things, really. Yeah. I have friends. I have friends who, like Mark Goodacre's friend over his colleague over at Duke. Richard. Sorry, it's been a long day already. Has written a book on Pauline chronology. So you have these people who write these Pauline chronologies, where they basically tell you where Paul was on April, 53, year 53, where he was in April. I mean, not quite that detailed, but they're very. Douglas Campbell is my longtime friend and colleague, but Douglas Campbell. And so I'm not a chronology guy, but I can tell you that the chronology stuff is really complicated when it comes to figuring out when Paul wrote what when.
Super chat. Evangelicals never lie. Thank you for your super chat. I don't have a question at the moment without going Old Testament. Just buying you guys a pizza. 3 great scholars unafraid to dissect all the biblical claims and contradictions. Well, thank you for your super chat.
Okay, well, for another 20 quid, throw in the Old Testament for us. We can do that.
Well, I'm deeply flattered that you would even say great scholars in the presence of Bart Ehrman and myself. I happen to admire Professor Ehrman very, very highly, and
Same here.
I wouldn't say that I was in his same category. at all. As I was telling him before the interview, if you're a layperson not familiar with the details of these arguments, he's written some of the best introductions, probably the best introductions for someone to who wants to understand these arguments and doesn't have the background, say, that professor at the Princeton Theological Seminary might have. Jesus Interrupted and this book Forged would be two books that I would highly recommend to people who are just getting into the subject and want to be introduced to the basic issues here. But I'm no Bart Ehrman, but thank you.
And you can be glad.
Nice
If you knew the rest of my life.
But thanks again for that super chat. Yeah, I want to circle back to Philippians again, because I know that there's a minority group of scholars, very few scholars, that are questioning the authenticity of Philippians. And I think it's because the beginning of it is one of the reasons, but I think there are other reasons that they are. I don't remember what they are precisely, but there are other reasons that they claim that they're having a little bit of issue with Philippians. Could you talk about that?
I'm not familiar with that. I mean, there are scholars who question everything. I have a former PhD student of mine named Ben White, who teaches at Clemson, has for a long time been working on a book that challenges the kind of criteria that are used to establish what's authentic and inauthentic in Paul. And he thinks that you can direct some of these arguments that are used, say, to show why First Timothy wasn't written by Paul, to show why some accepted letter wasn't written by Paul, and so it's never a done deal with scholarship. If there was a done deal with scholarship, nobody'd have anything to write about. And so one problem with that is that it means that any kind of thing that basically everybody agrees on, the way you make a name for yourself is to disagree with it. And then, get people on your side. And that's okay. I mean, it does mean, though, like if you hang around the industry long enough, you just see the pendulum swinging back and forth, First they think this, then they think this. So when I was in graduate school, I mean, not so much with the Pauline letters, but when I was in graduate school, for example, just the common orthodoxy was that Matthew, Mark, and Luke were not used by John. Just that's the common view. Everybody had that, and now, like, everybody's changing that view. So, okay, change the view.
Between Mark and John and Matthew and John is now right.
Yeah, that's right. And and the orthodoxy was always that the book of Acts was written in 80 or 85. And now there are a lot of scholars arguing, no, it was written in the year 120. And so, things change within scholarship, even when you're dealing with things 2,000 years old. That can be a healthy thing. It can also mean that you can just, now on the internet, you can just make up some crazy thing and write it out there, and you'll have 1,000 people who agree with you, just on principle.
But the truth is, though, that each one of these, although we were talking about a consensus, and with the pseudo-epigrapha, there is a pretty widespread consensus. But, once you dig into this, you can find that each one of these Pauline letters has proponents and opponents on each side.
That's right. Yeah. So we call the 7 the undisputed Pauline letters, but it's a misnomer because what is undisputed in our world, and nothing's undisputed about Paul. So, I mean, I had a debate. Actually, Jacob, you may have heard this debate. I don't know, Jim, if you did, but I did this debate with Robert Price.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, and we had this debate about whether Jesus existed, and I was using one of the standard arguments that Paul knew his brother, and it's kind of hard to imagine Jesus not existing and his brother not knowing about it. You would think that's something his brother would know, and it's found in the book of Galatians. And Robert, on stage said, "Well, I don't think Paul wrote Galatians." And I just started laughing. I couldn't stop. I mean, it was very I shouldn't have done that. And I had to apologize to him later. I just thought, wow, okay, that's one way to deal with an argument. It's not that you reinterpret it to explain how Paul could mean brother, but not really mean like physical brother, but to say, well, Paul didn't write Galatians. That, that would take a lot of arguing. If you don't think Paul wrote Galatians. Well,
right.
But, people think, people have ideas.
Well, it just seems to me, if I can just make a parenthetical comment here, it seems to me that the much stronger case for historical Jesus is we have a crucifixion under Pilate, and unless I have a causal explanation for why someone would make up that fact,
Yeah.
he was crucified under Pilate, or Paul surely believes in an earthly, he was born of a woman of the seed of David. I mean, stressing that he was an earthly person. And then you have Josephus confirming that there was this James figure talked about in Galatians who appears to be the brother of Jesus. When you put that together, it just seems to me that historicism has the much stronger argument.
I didn't even start hearing the word historicism until recently. It's like, historicism. There's a name for this? It's like, say, what? There's a name for what everybody thinks? Wait. It's like people who believe that there's an atmosphere. Is there a name for people who believe in an atmosphere? Oh, you're an atmospherist.
Who read books like
I'm a
yours,
what?
but you have convinced many of my friends to whom I've recommended your books that there's a great deal of mythologizing going on in the New Testament as well. They've learned that from your books.
No, there's no doubt. No, but the mythicists are saying that Jesus, they say that Jesus himself is a myth. I mean, we have a lot of made up stories about Abraham Lincoln. Doesn't mean he didn't exist. I mean, man, we have made up stories about Barack Obama. They were made up while he was still in the White House and stuff made up. And it's like, well, so the fact that you have made up stories doesn't mean he didn't exist. I mean, to their discomfort, he did exist. So I think you have to differentiate between the questions of whether you have lots of legendary material versus did the guy exist or not? Yeah, he existed.
I want to get into Simon Magus because in Forged, you mentioned that in the Clementine homilies, the Clementine romances, it seemed to you that Simon Magus is basically a repurposing of Paul, because Simon Magus is mirroring Paul's argument with Peter, and the name Simon Magus is a double of Simon Peter. So do you think that the Clementine tradition is taking the Simon Magus from Acts and then rewriting the character to mirror Paul?
Yeah, there's this dude who's arguing with Simon Peter, and could it be that Simon Magus is becoming the alter ego of Paul and being the heavy in that argument in the Clementine recognitions?
Yeah, it's a good question, and there are a lot of debates about. I mean, there are not a lot of debates about the pseudo Clementines because there's not a lot of people study them, but there are debates about the Simon Magus figure in the pseudo Clementines. For people who don't know. You've mentioned the recognitions and the homilies. These are two long books, narratives, that are focused on Clement of Rome. This figure I mentioned earlier, the book of First Clement, was allegedly written by this person, and so Clement of Rome was one of the early bishops of Rome, depending on how you count, the third or the fourth bishop of Rome. Bishops of Rome, of course, later came to be known as the Pope, and so this would be one of the early popes, living at the end of the first century. And after his death, there started circulating stories about him that he had been converted by the Apostle Peter, and that he had accompanied Peter on many of his trips. And so the pseudo Clementines are the homilies and the recognitions, as they're called, are two versions of an older story about the relationship of Peter and Clement. And it's a lot of it is about Peter's life and ministry as Clement observes it, traveling with him. And they one of the figures in these adventures is Simon Magus, this figure named in the book of Acts. The word Magus, people are familiar with the word Magi, the wise men. Magus is the singular of that. And it's related to our word magician. They're usually understood to be people who are astrologers, for example, people who kind of study magic. And so Simon Magus in the book of Acts wants to acquire the power of the apostles and is willing to pay them for it. And they're offended by this, as if you can get the Spirit of God by shelling out. And so he's portrayed as kind of an opponent of the apostles. After the New Testament period, he becomes a figure who's thought of as an apostolic opponent, especially an opponent of Peter. And so in the pseudo Clementines, he is an opponent. And in other Petrine books, such as the Acts of Peter, which is not related to the Pseudo-Clementines. The question in the Pseudo-Clementines has been, the thing that's debated is whether Simon Magus is being portrayed as a Paul figure, whether he's using it as a nickname for Paul, or attributing Paul's ideas and views to Simon Magus. And that it may be right. I occasionally think so. Apparently, when I wrote my book, I thought so. I don't remember just now. But the thing is that Peter's enemy in the Pseudo-Clementines, in another place, clearly is Paul. It's not in the recognitions or the homilies. There's a letter, again, allegedly written by Peter, so it's a forgery. Nobody thinks this one's authentic either. So in addition to 1st and 2nd Peter in the New Testament, you get one in the Pseudo-Clementines, the beginning of the homilies, which is sent to James, the brother of Jesus, the head of the church in Jerusalem. And in this letter, Peter says that he wants James to protect his teachings because people are going to change them and corrupt them, and he wants to make sure that he protects them, and he only gives his writings to people that he can trust because he doesn't want people to manipulate these things. And then he speaks about people who are his enemies, and he names one in particular. Doesn't name him. He says that some people are saying that he, Peter, preaches a lawless gospel to the Gentiles. So a Christian preaching to the Gentiles that does not involve the law. That sounds like Paul. And Peter says, the person who does this man is my enemy. Whoa. And so there it's pretty clearly that Paul's the enemy, but he's not named. And so this was a book written by somebody who had the idea that Christianity is to remain a Jewish phenomenon, that followers of Jesus are to keep the Jewish law, and you get aspects of that throughout these long books of the Pseudo-Clementines. And so the question is whether Simon Magus is to be the Pauline figure or not. Some people think so. Other people think that, in fact, Simon Magus is just the cipher for anybody who's an enemy of the truth, and not particularly Paul.
When you look at these different traditions, like the correspondence between the brief correspondence between Peter and James and the Clementine tradition, or the Apocalypse of Peter, the Acts of Peter, the Acts of Paul and Thecla, all these fake biographies, fake letters that are going around, are these different Christian communities that are trying to backdate their specific theology to these New Testament figures?
That's a good question. So in terms of these particular books, some of them are forgeries where they're claiming to be, someone they're not. The Apocalypse of Peter. We actually have 3 Apocalypses of Peter, as it turns out. One of them nobody reads because it's in Arabic and it's much later. But there's one that's in Greek and there's one that's in Coptic, and the Greek one almost made it into the New Testament. There were debates about it into the 4th century about whether it should be included in Scripture by people who thought Peter really wrote it, and it claims to be written by Peter. Peter absolutely did not write it. It had to be written about 70 years or so, 80 years after Peter had died. We have reasons for knowing that. But then we also have a Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. Jim, you mentioned the Nag Hammadi Library. This is this Gnostic Apocalypse of Peter that's really, really interesting and really weird, well, okay, we can talk about it later if we want to. Anyway, so you have these books claim to be written by Peter, but other ones like the Acts of Peter the Acts of Peter does not claim to be written by Peter. So it would be like a fabrication of stories, but it wouldn't be what I'm calling a forgery. Okay. In both cases, you are having authors who are trying to show that the views that they hold were views that were held back in the apostolic times, specifically by Peter. And so what you have is, I like the term you use, backdating. A part of it is they are backdating the tradition, their views back into the earliest period. And they're also using apostolic authority so that Peter stands behind these views. That's why you have so many books connected with Peter, is because he was Jesus' right-hand man. And so naturally, if you've got some view that you want to authorize, you claim Peter wrote the book. And so there's a very close relationship between author and authority. The author provides authority to the book, and so that's why they want to make these claims.
What do you make of the infancy narrative of James?
Oh, I think it's great. I love it. And so it goes by different titles. The earliest title is just called the Book of James, as it turns out. But eventually, it got a lot of titles over the centuries. When it was first published in Latin, I don't know, the 18th century, it was the preface, everything else was in Latin, and it was called, there's the person who did this edition, but he called it the Protoevangelium Jacobi, which is the proto-gospel of James. And it was called a proto-gospel because most of its action takes place before the gospel stories of the New Testament. It's really more about why Mary was chosen to be the one to bear the Son of God. And so it's about Mary's miraculous birth, not by a virgin, but she has a miraculous birth. And and it tells her story about how she ends up getting pregnant, and how, and her and Joseph, and why Joseph gets selected to be her husband as an old man. And it's a terrific, terrific story that includes some very bizarre scenes. My favorite of which is Mary. So in timeout. So in the New Testament, you actually do not have a virgin birth. What you have in the New Testament is a virginal conception. Mary is a virgin when she conceives, but there's nothing about whether she's a virgin at birth. In the ancient world, when a woman gave birth, not just in the ancient world, in the modern world too, a woman's hymen breaks. And in the ancient world, a virgin birth would be if the woman was still intact after giving birth. So she'd be virginally conceived, but also the child would be virginally born. There's nothing in the New Testament about Mary's physical state after Jesus' birth, but there is in the proto-gospel of James. Joseph has gone off to find a midwife. They're getting near Bethlehem on their trip, and Mary goes into labor, and he has to find someplace to, so she could do it in private. And he finds his cave. He takes her into this cave, and he leaves her with one of his adult sons to watch over. And he runs off to find a midwife because he doesn't want to deliver this thing. And so he runs off and gets a midwife, finds a midwife, brings the midwife back, and says, she says, "Is this your wife in this cave?" No, she's Mary, but she got pregnant by the Holy Spirit. What? No, I don't believe that. And he said, "No, really, she got pregnant by the Holy Spirit."
Oh, really?
So trust me. And so they go back. So they go back to the cave, and the cave is shining so brightly they can't even see inside of it. And then the brightness disappears and the cloud dissipates, and they can see into the cave. There's Mary, and there's the baby who walks over to her and takes her breast and starts nursing. And so the midwife says, "Oh my God, it is a miracle." She runs off and finds a friend, and her friend is named Salome. And she finds a friend who's apparently also a midwife. And she says, "Salome, you won't believe this. A virgin has given birth." Salome says, "I'm not going to believe it." "No, really." Salome says, "I won't believe it unless I give her an internal exam." And so, okay. And so they go back to the cave, and the midwife says to Mary, "Okay, brace yourself. There's some controversy here." And Salome gives her an internal exam and realizes, oh my God, she is a virgin. And then, because she's disbelieved the miracle, her hand starts burning, and she prays to God to heal her hand. And God tells her to pick up the child. And she picks up the infant Jesus. And so it's his first miracle. He heals her hand. Man, you wish this one made it into the New Testament. But it is definitely, so the text as we have it claims to be written by James, which would be James, the brother of Jesus. And it absolutely was not written by James, the brother of Jesus. So, yeah. So if that claim goes back to the original version of this, then it would be another forgery.
Does it seem to you that this proto-evangelion of James is trying to build on the virginal conception of Jesus that we see in the New Testament, as basically elaborating on it further?
Yeah, what happens is that it gets elaborated in a lot of ways. The idea that Jesus was conceived of a virgin. In the account of the virginal conception is found only in Matthew and Luke in the New Testament. So it's not mentioned in the other two Gospels, and it's not mentioned in Paul or anywhere else. And so it obviously wasn't a huge doctrine for the earliest Christians, even though it became a huge doctrine later. But and Matthew and Luke have Jesus conceived of a virgin for two different reasons. In Matthew, it's to fulfill the prophecy of Isaiah 7:14. That's why he has to be conceived of a virgin, because Isaiah predicted it. In Luke, he has to be conceived of a virgin because he really is the Son of God. And so God got her pregnant. And so it's more of a literal. He really is the Son of God because of this. And that's all you hear about anything about virginal conception or birth or anything like that in the New Testament. Eventually, people started expanding this idea. One expansion was what we just saw, is that not only did Mary conceive as a virgin, she gave birth as a virgin. They eventually developed the idea that she was perpetually a virgin. In the New Testament, Jesus is said to have brothers and sisters, but in several passages. But the idea developed that, in fact, Mary never had sex. And so that's why you start having claims that James and the other brothers aren't actual brothers. They're children of Joseph from a previous marriage. That's what you get in the Proto-Evangelium Jacobi, that these are Joseph's adult children. But then also later, by the time you get to Jerome, which I think, Jim, you mentioned earlier, Jerome thought that, Mary, of course, didn't have sex. She was pure her whole life, so she couldn't have sex. But Joseph was a saint too. He couldn't have had sex either. That means these cannot be children of a previous marriage, because Joseph never would have had sex. He's a saint. And so he developed the idea that is still the most popular idea in Catholic circles, that these brothers are actually cousins, that they're not brothers, they're cousins. But one other thing I have to say, because everybody gets this one wrong, which is that the other concept related to this is the Immaculate Conception.
Well, that's Mary, right?
That's Mary. This is when Protestants get wrong. Protestants think that's just the virgin birth, right? No, it ain't the virgin birth. And it's not, the Immaculate Conception is not found in the Proto-Evangelium. It develops later. But the idea with the Immaculate Conception is not that her mother was a virgin. Her mother, Anna, was not a virgin. She's been having sex for a long time and trying to have a baby. What happens in the Immaculate Conception is that God works a miracle, that when Anna conceives, the child that is born of her does not inherit her sin nature. So Mary is not born with a sin nature. That's important, because even if Joseph isn't the father, if Mary's the mother, she'll pass on the sin nature to Jesus. But Jesus can't have a sin nature, so Mary can't have one. So she's immaculately conceived. It's through sex, but she's not given the sin nature. And so these are four different things: the virginal conception, the virgin birth, the perpetual virginity, and the Immaculate Conception. And Protestants have a heck of a time with that.
These ideas seem to have taken time to have developed.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't really, known to Paul or his generation. These developed slowly over the next couple of 4 centuries, these ideas.
Yeah. Well, Paul doesn't even seem to know about a virginal conception. I mean, he says, the only time Paul mentions Jesus' birth is this strange passage. One of you mentioned it. I think, Jim, maybe you mentioned it a second ago, Galatians 4 forward. Paul says that Jesus was born of a woman. Like, born of a woman. What option does he have exactly? What do you mean, born of a woman? What? Why are you saying this? So that's an interesting question. But he doesn't say born of a virgin, for example, or anything. So it's not clear at all that Paul knew anything about a virgin birth. And you're right, Jim. I mean, these ideas develop over time as theology develops.
Well, similarly, Paul says Jesus was buried, but he doesn't make any hoopla about an empty tomb. Whereas as the Gospels develop, it appears that the resurrection stories get more and more and more complex and advanced, and they're more and more and more stressing the physical resurrection in the empty tomb.
That's right, and so Paul, you're right. Paul mentions visions that people saw Jesus, according to Paul. He himself did, but nothing about an empty tomb. We get to the Gospels. The interesting thing is the earliest Gospel has an empty tomb, but no appearances of Jesus. Now, Mark in Mark, Jesus is raised from the dead, but nobody sees him.
They
And
just went away afraid at the end of the.
and I know the women for right, don't tell anybody.
Just don't tell, right?
That's helpful.
Helpful.
Thanks.
It's as if
You
they're
could-
explaining why it wasn't widely known at first.
Yeah, probably so. And it's, it's too bad because look, you could have started Christianity if you just tell somebody.
Good
What are they
point.
thinking?
What do you make of the other forgery, the Gospel of Peter in particular? I know that some scholars, not many, but mainly John Dominic Crossan tries to suggest that the Gospel of Peter goes back, not the Gospel itself, but a source, the cross Gospel, he calls it.
Yeah.
And I did a video with him about that last year. And he thinks that this cross Gospel is a source for the Synoptic Gospels and also the Gospel of John, and that it provided information to all four of them, including to Peter's Gospel. What do you make of that?
So Dom Crossan is a really, really smart guy and very interesting, and he knows everything. He's great. And so I used to like it when I would be interviewed for a television program and they would also interview Dom, because then when they show me saying something, Dom saying something, I seem so conservative. Like, I'm not radical at all. Listen to that guy. So Dom has this very, very large book, The Cross That Spoke, that makes this argument. And you're right, he does not argue that the Gospel of Peter is prior to the other Gospels, but he thinks that Peter and the others are all based on something that he calls the Cross Gospel, and that Peter represents it better than the others, so that in effect, if you want the earliest source, you have to analyze the source of the Gospel of Peter. When Dom has made a career out of arguing that sources that most scholars date later are earlier. He early dates sources that most scholars think are later, and he kind of needs to do that because his portrayal of Jesus is a portrayal of Jesus not found in our earliest sources. And so one way around that is to predate other sources. And so, for example, you might predate what's going on in the Gospel of Thomas before what you find in the Gospel of Mark. And if you say, well, Thomas was written before, or the basic stuff was before, then, okay, you solve the problem. Part of the problem is that our earliest sources, if you divide up the sources of the synoptics, you have Mark and you have this Q source that if it existed, that most people still think existed, that was used by Matthew and Luke. And Matthew had his own sources; they call him L, and Luke has his own sources, call him L. M and L. So you have Mark, Q, M, and L, and then you got Matthew, Mark, and Luke. You got all these things. So what is that? 7. You got 7 of these things that are, interrelated in various ways, but also independent in various ways. And all of them, if you want to know whether Jesus was preaching an apocalyptic message, all of these sources say so. So if you don't think Jesus was an apocalypticist, you better redate some sources because otherwise you're burned. And so I don't think that so the cross gospel is kind of different though, because it's not the preaching of Jesus. It's an account of the trial and death and resurrection of Jesus. It is a very clever argument that he makes, and I've never found it convincing. And there really aren't very many scholars that I know of who have. I know that Paul Morecki found it convincing, and I'm sure there are others, but I just don't know of them. It takes a whole lot, because the Gospel of Peter is in most people's opinion knows Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and seems to cite each one of them, and the elements in the distinctive elements of the Gospel of Peter are it's heightened anti-Judaism, which is much more stressed even than Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which is saying something. So the 2 points are it's heightened anti-Judaism and it's heightened Jesus. Jesus, remember, this is the one where Jesus comes out of the tomb as tall as a mountain, right? And the cross comes behind him, and a voice asks, have you preached to those who are asleep? And the cross says, yes. That's clearly, I mean, of course, the Gospels have legendary stuff, but this is beyond anything you get in the resurrection narratives in the Gospels. That's usually thought to be an indication that it's later, as is the heightened Judaism, as the apparent use of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So I don't find that part convincing.
How do you respond when you point out that much of this early Christian literature does appear on the face of it to be forged, to be claiming to be written by someone it almost certainly was not written by? People have responded to me, well, that sounds conspiracy theory like, oh, you're claiming that this person made this all up, this person made that all up. How would you respond to the conspiracy theory response to claiming that much of this literature is forged?
Well, that's interesting. I have never in my life, I know I've been accused of being a conspiracist. I am so somebody
Like intentional fraud.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, I have a rabbi between just this afternoon. I got a cartoon from a rabbi friend of mine that was a minister preaching at a funeral service, and the fellow's laid out in the casket in front of him, and he's up in his pulpit preaching. He says, "So now we have, now brothers and sisters, we have one less conspiracy theorist in the world." Then he says, "Or do we?"
Or do we?
So I tell you, I am not a conspiracy theory guy. Conspiracy theories drive me
Would
crazy.
you distinguish and say an overt intentional fraud from a wahaha conspiracy in the smoke
Well,
filled?
what I'd say is that I try to be a historian, and I don't try to go with whatever view seems like sexy and weird and able to get big following, and that requires belief without evidence. So I'm very much into evidence, and I think that wherever the evidence goes, I'm willing to go. With the New Testament, I mean, in particular, I'm not a Christian. I don't have any personal vested interest in whether Paul wrote Second Timothy or not. I mean, that'd be, if he did, that'd be great. It'd mean we'd have to reconsider like what Paul really thought. But it's not, so I don't have any really ulterior motives in terms of trying to disprove or prove anything. And the kind of things that I talk about in my book Forged, virtually all of that is stuff that I could have heard at Princeton Theological Seminary, training to be a Presbyterian minister. People certainly thought that there were only 7 letters that Paul wrote. When I took my introduction to the New Testament class, taught by a New Testament theologian, when he gave, I was an evangelical Christian at the time. When he gave his lecture on Ephesians, he spent the entire time talking about how Ephesians had completely corrupted Paul's theology. And so it wasn't just that it wasn't written by Paul. It was like it was a travesty of the Christian tradition. This was a New Testament theologian. So this is just, and he wasn't a conspiracy theorist. I think it's pretty easy just to label that chart. I think what you do is you just ask people, look at the evidence. And if you don't think so, that's fine. But you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist when you realize that there are lots of forgeries in early Christianity that nobody doubts. And so to say that, First Peter's one of them isn't particularly crazy. I mean, you have to look to see if it is.
Right. And the evidence, if we're scientific historians, the evidence is what should lead us there.
You look at evidence. You don't just, make wild claims that have no basis so that somebody will believe you.
Yes, sir.
I want to shift to the Epistle of James. And there are different scholars that take different positions on how to look at that. The letter of James does not outright claim it was written by Jesus' brother, but it just says it was written by somebody called James. Now, some interpret it as saying, well, it's kind of hinting that it was written by Jesus' brother without outright saying it. Others will say, well, it's just a different James. And others will say, it's a forgery because it's claiming to be written by James. And then others will say, it is partly authentic, but it's also partly forged.
Well, part of the argument is based, if I could just add a little to the question.
Sure.
In Paul's argument in Galatians with James and Cephas, it does seem to be over the role of the law, And in the epistle ascribed to James, it seems to stress that we can't vary from the law at all. And so there seem to be thematic reasons to associate it with the James of Galatians, although James was a really common name uh, among, especially in this period, if our sources are any indication, among Jews in the Roman period. So it's an extremely common name. We have multiple Jameses associated with Christianity. It's just that there's this thematic association. Now, I know there's a lot of criticism about the include. I mean, Martin Luther thought that the Epistle of James shouldn't even be included. So there's been a bunch of controversy about that. But what's your take on that?
These are all really good and I think very, very serious and important points. The issue with so both of the points you just raised, Jim, about the name and the clear kind of Pauline, anti-Pauline allusions are important, I think. The first thing to say is that James, you're right, James was a very common name. And this is what makes it suspicious in this case. Because normally, if you have a common name, you identify which one you are. So which James are you? You give some kind of indication, unless the audience knows perfectly well who you are, but he's not writing to a local church. He's writing to the 12 tribes of Israel, he says, and which means that he's writing to people dispersed throughout the world. And so he's not writing a specific letter to a specific group, but he doesn't indicate why. He just calls himself James. And that's
Right.
normally taken to mean that he means he's that James, that he wants you to think he's that James. And that sounds plausible to me. Nobody would think he's James, the disciple of Jesus, for example, because that person, in the tradition at least, was martyred early. And so
Right.
he wouldn't be alive. And
Right.
so there aren't any other Jameses who were kind of, so I think he's probably claiming to be that James. But then the question is, well, but it does sound like maybe it's kind of related to this controversy in Galatia. And I would say that it absolutely is related to it, because I think this is an author who wants to take on the views of the Pauline tradition, and that in fact he appears to be familiar with Galatians. There are passages where it's quite clear, if he's not familiar with Galatians, he's familiar with the argument of Galatians, whether it comes from Galatians or not. But they both use. So Paul wants to say that a person is justified by faith without doing any works of the law. James wants to argue that a person is justified by faith, by works, not by faith alone. That sounds like the opposite. Martin Luther thought it was the opposite. Martin Luther said that, if somebody can reconcile these two, he'll eat his hat. He'll take off his hat and eat it. So there seem to be, and so they argue the opposite, but they both use Abraham as the example to prove their view, and they both quote Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, to prove whether it's faith or works. And so this author knows something about either Galatians or about how Paul was arguing. But this is the curveball that I threw in when I wrote my books, which is that as I had studied this, I wasn't sure going in when I started doing serious research on this stuff back in the mid 2007 or something. I wasn't sure about the book of James. I thought maybe, I didn't think it was written by the brother of Jesus, but I thought that maybe it's just some guy named James. I had a fairly open mind about it, but then I looked into it. And one thing that really struck me as interesting is that I hadn't realized before. When James and Paul talk about whether a person's saved by faith or works, James means something very different by both faith and works from what Paul means. And this, for me, was a key. When Paul uses the word faith, he's referring to a relationship of trust. I've said this earlier, that you trust Christ's death for your salvation. You trust that God will fulfill his promises. It's a trust. In James, faith isn't trust. Faith is what you know. And you can see this in the passage in chapter 2 where James says that, faith isn't enough. Even the demons believe.
Believe.
It's the same word as the faith. It's the pistis word, the pistuo. Even the demons believe and shudder. And so they believe. It doesn't mean they trust God. It means they have the knowledge. They know there's only one God, but it doesn't do them any good. And so that's what faith means for him. It means an intellectual assent to a proposition. which is what many people say today. Yeah, I don't believe that. It means you don't agree with the proposition. Let me clarify for people who don't understand this. The word faith in English and the word believe and belief in English are both translating the same Greek word. In Greek, pistis is faith and pistuo is believe. It just comes into English as different words because we have a noun for faith, but we don't have a verb for faith. You can't faith something. And so they have to use believe and faith, but it's the same word. So faith is different in James and Paul, but also the more interesting thing, this is the one I really didn't realize before, is that when James is talking about works, he's talking about being a good person, doing good things.
Not the law of Moses letter.
Not the law of Moses.
Okay.
Not the works of the law.
Got it.
Paul attacks the works of the law, thinking the works of the law matter for salvation. James attacks doing good things, not doing good things for salvation. Well, if he's really talking about Paul, he's talking about a straw man, because Paul would never deny you're going to do good things.
Yeah, he lists vices and virtues. He wants us to.
Oh my God. A third, in each of his letters, somewhere between a half and a third are all about how you have to behave ethically. So, but this is not contrary to Paul.
Right.
But it is contrary to the letter to the Ephesians. Because in the letter to the Ephesians, I said there are things that are different in Ephesians from Paul. This works business, I think I mentioned this. In Paul, it's doing the works of the Jewish law. In Ephesians, it's being a good person won't save you. James is arguing against the view of Ephesians. And so that's why in my book, I call James a counter forgery. And I mean something technical by that. It's a forgery that's directed against a forgery. So Ephesians is a forgery, which I try to show, and James is countering this forgery of Ephesians.
A battle of the forgeries.
Yeah, right.
Fascinating.
I like to shift to the 3 epistles of John. And I know that some scholars will put them in a different order because some think that 2nd John or even 3rd John is earlier than 1st John. What do you make about these 3 letters of John? Were any of them written by the same person that wrote the Gospel of John or different author? Or were the 3 letters of John written by the same person or different persons?
Let me tell you what I've thought for the last 20 years and then tell you what my colleague is trying to convince me of because it's relevant to the forgery issue. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John are arranged in the New Testament according to length. They are usually thought to have been written in that sequence, but there's no reason they had to be. They're just lined up by length. It has, my view for a long time was that whoever wrote 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John was part of the community of the author who wrote the Gospel of John, but a different person who was influenced by that theology, a very similar theology, but confronting a different situation that accrued later in the history of the church, the Johannine community. So that my view was that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John written by the same person, but somebody who has similarities to the author of John, but not the same person. And I had reason for thinking that's been a standard view for a long time. There are lots of views, as you pointed out. You could say they're all 3 written by different. You could say 2 of them are written by the same. One's different. All views are possible. So I have a colleague at UNC Chapel Hill named Hugo Mendez, who is a New Testament scholar. He's a very erudite and wide-ranging scholar. He's early in his career. He's just published his first book with Oxford, which is not on the New Testament. It's on the development of the cult of Stephen in Jerusalem in the 4th and 5th centuries. So Stephen cult, and Stephen became the kind of the local, the patron saint, the patron martyr of Jerusalem. And he traces that. And so he wasn't even dealing, and his PhD, by the way, is in linguistics, having nothing to do with the New Testament. And so his PhD in linguistics, he writes this book on Stephen in the 5th century. And now he's writing this book on the Johannine literature. And he has a startling argument. He argues, I just interviewed him on my podcast, by the way. I have a podcast called the Misquoting Jesus podcast. I just interviewed Hugo because this is so interesting. My interview with him was on whether the Gospel of John is a forgery. I've always said no. Gospel of John doesn't claim to be written by John. It's not a forgery. You can't forge something if you don't say what your name is. Hugo argues it's a forgery. He means by that whoever wrote John is claiming, in his judgment, by his interpretation, is claiming to be Jesus' close disciple, the beloved disciple. That he's claiming that, and he wasn't the close disciple, wasn't the beloved disciple, and so it's a forgery. But he goes beyond that. He thinks that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John were written by 2 or 3 authors, and that 1st John is a forgery by somebody who wants you to think that he's the author of the Gospel of John, and that 2nd John is forgery wanting you to think that he's the author of 1st John, and 3rd John is a forgery claiming he wants you to be the author of 1st and 2nd John, and it's a string of forgeries, and that it's a forging tradition. And man, he's got evidence for this. It's like, whoa, I like for the first 3 or 4 years we're talking about this. Yeah, no, it just ain't right. Come on, Hugo, get over it. And boy, the more I think about it, I think he might be onto something here. And so that's his next book.
Can't wait.
Yeah,
sounds like a brilliant guy too.
He's brilliant. Yeah, he's great.
Oh, can't wait for it.
I like to shift to Luke-Acts because you mentioned that. Okay, you have this scholar here that is arguing that John actually is a forgery. Well, what about Luke-Acts? Because in the other half of Acts, it talks about the we document, what is called the we sections of Acts. And you've stated publicly that you think the author of Luke-Acts forged that, or made that up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you used the word forge, but you said
no, I do. Yeah, I think it's a forgery. I mean,
okay.
I call it I have a weird word for it, just to make everybody look askance at me. I call it I think I call it a non-pseudonymous forgery. So non-pseudonymous, by that I mean the author doesn't name himself. So he doesn't put a pseudonym on the work, but he's trying to make you think that he is somebody other than who he is. That would be what Hugo's saying about the Gospel of John. John doesn't claim to be anybody in particular, but he's trying to make you think that so he doesn't put his name on it. So it doesn't have a false name on it. So with Luke, there's nothing in Luke itself to make you think it's that the author's claiming to be anybody in particular, in my view. The book of Acts is making an authorial claim. You have these 4 passages that are the we passages, as you said. They start in chapter 16, where the author is talking about Paul and his companions on their missionary journeys, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, breaks into the first person plural pronoun, we. Then we did this, we did that. So it's Paul and his companions, Paul is doing this, Paul is doing that, Paul and his companions doing that. Then we went to, then all of a sudden the we for a while, and then it breaks off like in the middle of nowhere.
Without any explanation of putting the author into the story. It just goes from
just starts to we.
Objective narrative to a first-person direct narrative without any signaling.
No transition. Nothing like, then I joined up with them and we. No, it's just like we. Just all of a sudden, and it ends that way and then begins again. It does it 4 times. And so what I used to think, and that I taught for many years, is that the author of Acts, who also wrote the Gospel of Luke, had a number of sources at his disposal. When he wrote the Gospel of Luke, he had Mark, he had Q, he had L, he had sources.
Luke tells Theophilus that he refers to earlier sources.
He says that many people have written these accounts and that he wants to write a reliable one, he says. And so, okay. And then it begins Acts a similar way. Theophilus, in my earlier book, I talked about what Jesus said and did. And so he links the 2 together. But in Acts, then all of a sudden, halfway through it, he starts using this we stuff. And it's clear. It's clear. So what I used to argue was that just as he used sources for Luke, he used sources for Acts, and that one of his sources was a travel itinerary, that he had a diary that somebody had kept, on a partial fragmentary diary that he inserted into his account at the appropriate places. And that's still, I think, a possibility, but I don't think so anymore. Again, as I started digging deep into the research, I came to realize that this is a common ploy among forgers, to not to make a big deal of it, not to claim that you are Peter, that like in 2 Peter, where Peter says, his name is Peter, and that he was on the Mount of Transfiguration. He heard the voice, and so he's not making stuff up. He's going on the voice on the Mount of Transfiguration. So he's like really going after it to make you think, oh, yeah, it must be Peter. And Acts isn't like that. It's very subtle. He says we a few times, but it's with Paul. And so he's claiming to be a travel companion of Paul. Well, who better to know about Paul's life and teachings than a travel companion? And so it's a very subtle way to do a forgery. The response that I get all the time from people who don't believe it say, look, if he wanted to be a forger, he wouldn't be that subtle. He'd come out and say it. I mean, you can't be subtle and get away. I mean, how would you? And my response is, are you kidding me? He would be more effective if he did it differently. How effective can you be? For 2,000 years, people have said this was Luke Paul's traveling companion. That's how successful he was. I mean, what more could he do to make somebody think he's a traveling companion? And so it's brilliant. So some people are more subtle than others. But I do think that
it's more persuasive than simply saying from Paul to someone. It's far more effective to say, and then we.
Yeah, because then you just assume it. You don't have to
I see.
Ask, did you just, okay, yeah, so he's with them now. Okay, yeah. So
yeah, way more powerful because you're giving eyewitness substance to your being a companion of Paul, as opposed to simply saying, I am Paul, and this is, from Paul to so-and-so.
And yeah. So anyway, that I don't know if Jacob, that answers your question, but I do think that I think it acts as a
really good answer, Professor Ehrman.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm gonna go back to what you were saying earlier about you think that the first 2 chapters of Luke are absent from the original version, probably were absent from the original version of the gospel. Do we have manuscripts of it where those 2 are missing, or is there more of a language reason why you think those 2 chapters were not there?
No, we absolutely have no manuscripts. No, this is a argument that's on other grounds. I'm not the first to make this argument. Of course, it's been around for a long time. There are lots of reasons for thinking that these 2 chapters did not originally belong to Luke. I didn't really dig into this much until I started writing many, many years ago. I wrote a book called The Orthodox Corruption of Scripture. And I was trying to deal with how scribes had changed their texts when they copied them in places to make their texts more orthodox so that they couldn't be used by heretics. And I wasn't arguing that Luke 1 and 2 were added onto the book, but I was dealing with this passage in chapter 3 where Jesus is baptized and the voice comes from heaven. And I was arguing that there's a manuscript divide there. And I was arguing that the oldest reading, probably the original reading, was the word that's the reading that said, the voice comes from heaven and says, "You are my son. Today I have begotten you." Okay, so Jesus becomes God's son at his baptism. But then I thought, well, how's that work in a book that has the virgin birth?
Which told about his birth.
2 chapters earlier. And so I started thinking, and I started reading around. I realized there's a dispute about this. And I realized, there's some really interesting things about these first 2 chapters. So I'll list some of the interesting things. One thing is, if you just start with chapter 3, verse 1, you start there, ignore the first 2, just start with 3:1. It sure sounds like the beginning of a book. The author begins by saying, this took place in the days of Herod during the reign of Caesar Augustus, and he gives a dating, which normally that's how you begin a book. You date, when the events are going to happen, but it happens in 3:1. Not only that, but when in chapter 3, when Luke gives a genealogy of Jesus. So Matthew has a genealogy, Luke has a genealogy. Matthew has it where you'd expect a genealogy when Jesus is born, right? The book begins with, these are the generations, and it gives Jesus genealogy. Luke gives Jesus genealogy after the baptism. What? Why would you give a genealogy after the baptism? And it's right after the verse said, "You're my son, today I have begotten you." And the genealogy in Luke doesn't go back to Abraham like in Matthew. And it goes all the way back to Adam, who's the son of God. And so Jesus is the son of God by genealogy and by baptism. And so, but why would you put a genealogy after the baptism? Well, because that's where the gospel started. It starts. So you have those two things, but then you have the fact that the first two chapters are written in a very different writing style that people have long noticed. That the writing style, if you just look at the writing style of chapters 1 and 2, is very much like the Septuagint. It's like the Greek Old Testament, and the rest of Luke is not. Not only that, you don't have a reference to the major events in chapters 1 and 2 anywhere else in either Luke or Acts. The virgin birth, the birth of John the Baptist, the Annunciation, kind of go down the list of what's in chapters 1 and 2. It's never mentioned anywhere else. Even in Acts, written by the same person who's summarizing what happened earlier in the book of Luke. You start adding all this stuff up, and there are other arguments. You start adding it up, you think, man, I don't think this thing originally had 1 and 2. And then you have to figure out, well, why would somebody add 1 and 2? And that's where it gets interesting. I've already gone too long about this. I don't think it originally had chapters 1 and 2.
Another fascinating answer, because of course the first two chapters there are full of so much interesting material.
Boy, are they? Yeah. Yeah.
In light of that, what do you think of the idea that the gospel, the Lord, something that's supposed to be Marcion's gospel, is the earlier version of Luke, which is missing
It
the
sure
virgin birth
tracks a
and
lot of
genealogy?
Yeah.
And the beginning of it kind of sounds like a little bit, but Jesus ascending from heaven down to Capernaum. It's not completely the same, but it sounds a little like what you were saying might be the beginning of Luke.
Yeah, this is all part of the issue. So for those who don't know, Marcion is a 2nd century Christian thinker, kind of a philosopher, author, influential theological figure who maintained that the God of Jesus is a different God from the God of the Old Testament. That the God of the Old Testament is a God of wrath and justice, and the God of Jesus is God of love and mercy and forgiveness, and that they're literally different gods, and that Paul recognized that, and that Paul was the one who got it, that the law has nothing to do with Jesus. This is Marcion's view that he developed, and he was in Rome probably around 140 or so, and he has a couple of books that he relies upon for his views. We unfortunately don't have any of his writings that survive intact. We have some quotations, and we don't have his canon of scripture, which the church fathers indicated, starting with Tertullian especially, that it contained one gospel that was very much like our Luke, and 10 of Paul's letters, interestingly, without the pastorals. And so this would be very early in the 140s or so. But Tertullian also says that Marcion shortened these books. He changed these books that he had, the Gospel and Letters of Paul, because later scribes had inserted references to the Jewish God that Marcion had to get rid of because, Paul and the Gospel didn't talk about the Jewish God in connection with Jesus. So he got rid of those parts. And so the assumption is then that Marcion took out chapters 1 and 2, where you have Jesus being born of a virgin. And in Marcion's view, Jesus couldn't be born in this world because then he'd belong to the God of this world, which is the God that Jesus is opposed to. So Jesus didn't get born of a virgin or any other way. He descended from heaven as a full-grown adult in the appearance of a human. And so he didn't have chapters 1 and 2. But then all of a sudden, wait a second, this is one of our earliest references to what appears to be the Gospel of Luke, and it doesn't have chapters 1 and 2. Some scholars think that Marcion didn't change the text that he just had a different text, which is completely plausible.
Site, thank you for your super chat. What's your view on the Gospel of Mary Magdalene? Could it indicate that women held a higher role in the early church?
It's a great gospel. It's one of the Gnostic Gospels. It was not found at Nag Hammadi. It was discovered in the 19th century. It turned up in the 1890s, and because of a series of really unfortunate calamities and circumstances, including world wars and such, it was in Germany. It was in Germany. It wasn't published till 1955. It's a Gnostic account that is fragmentary. We don't have the whole thing. it begins sort of in the middle of the episode where Jesus is telling his disciples, giving them an instruction that's this kind of mystical instruction about whether matter exists and whether sin exists, and then Jesus leaves them, and then Peter asks Mary, says, we know that Jesus loved you more than all other women. What did he reveal to you? And Mary starts giving a revelation to reveal what Jesus has revealed to her. And right when she starts, we're missing several pages. It's like, but then, right. But then it picks up where she's describing how the soul is ascending from the earthly realm up into the heavenly realm and is having to bypass the powers that are trying to keep people trapped down here, trying to keep their souls trapped down here, the powers of desire and ignorance and darkness, and the soul is escaping these to return to its heavenly realm. So this is an account of a Gnostic account of the soul returning to where it came from. When she finishes this revelation, the men disciples start looking at each other and saying, I don't think Jesus told her this. Andrew says, Jesus, I don't believe that Jesus told a woman that. And Peter said, why would he tell a woman and not tell us? No. And then Levi stands up and says, look, Peter, you're always a hothead. Just, she said he probably revealed it. He loved her more than us. And then Mary kind of blesses them, sends them out. They all go out to preach, and that's the end of it. So it's very interesting because you have a conflict between Mary and Peter, as you do in other books, including in the Gospel of John, Mary is the first to discover the tomb. This is Mary Magdalene, right? According to Paul, Peter's the first to see the resurrected Jesus. In John, it's Mary. So it's like this kind of conflict that exists throughout Christianity and kind of goes on in various other sources. So I think that the Gospel of Mary probably does show that you have people who are insisting, look, women are at least as reliable as men, as revealers of the truth. They probably have some kinds of roles in teaching, and it's showing the conflict that was happening in the early centuries. This is probably second century, about conflicts between whether women are legitimately spiritual leaders or not. Gospel of Mary, absolutely yes.
That sounds like it was a real hot issue among early Christians, the role of women.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, First Timothy's opposing it, and you get passages like you get this thing in Mary, and you get the Acts of Thecla with Paul, which are supporting the roles of women, and it appears to have been a much bigger controversy than we see in the regular proto-Orthodox sources.
Even when you're going out of your way to say women shut up, you wouldn't have to say that unless it were a controversy, right? Unless there were places where women were speaking.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Elias Almadi, thank you for your super chat. I'm trying to find Fee's book on the text of the Gospels and the early Fathers, but can't find it. Is there another which deals with the New Testament as found in the early patristics and manuscripts for the Fathers?
Fee's book on the text of the Gospels is one that he co-authored with me. As it turns out, it's called Origen's Text of the Fourth Gospel. The text of the Fourth Gospel in the writings of Origen. It's found in a series called the Society of Biblical Literature, New Testament and the Greek Fathers. This area of the Church Fathers quoting the New Testament and using these patristic quotations to help reconstruct what the original New Testament said. That was what my PhD dissertation was on, and it was my field of early scholarship. When I wrote my PhD dissertation, it was on the title was Didymus the Blind and the Text of the Gospels. Didymus was a 4th century church father whose writings had been discovered in the Second World War in Egypt. They were commentaries on the Old Testament, but he frequently quoted the New Testament. And for my dissertation, directed by Bruce Metzger, I isolated all of the quotations of the Gospels in this many volumes of Greek, which had never been translated into English. There were a couple of commentaries that were in French and a couple in German, but so you have to work with that. So I collected every quotation of the Gospels, and then I compared them to about 24 surviving Greek and Latin manuscripts to see where Didymus's text agreed and disagreed with these manuscripts in order to reconstruct what Didymus's text of the Gospels looked like in the 4th century. He lived in 4th century Alexandria. So one of my inspirations for this kind of work was Gordon Fee, whom I mentioned earlier as this scholar who wrote this 1 Corinthians commentary, but also was a textual critic and a Pentecostal preacher. And I almost went to Boston University to do a dissertation with him, but I stayed at Princeton to do it with Metzger. But when I was finishing the dissertation, Gordon Fee had said, what we really need, he'd written this someplace, what we really need is a series where different scholars would take a different church father and show what their text of the New Testament looked like. That way, you know where the church fathers lived, you know when they lived, and so then you could isolate what the text looked like in that time and place. And so I wrote Gordon Fee. I was still a graduate student, and he was kind of a big shot in the field. I said, Dr. Fee, I think this is a great idea, and I think you could use my dissertation as the first volume. He wrote back and said, let me see it. Sent it to him and said, oh my God, yeah, this is the first volume. So it started the series.
Wonderful.
And then Gordon, he and Mike Holmes and I wrote the one on origin. And after that, I took over the series. I was the editor for the series for a number of years. And so if you look up that series, the New Testament and the Greek Fathers, New Testament. Yeah, I think it's just called the New Testament and the Greek Fathers is what the series is called. And you'll see a number of volumes that deal with the issue. And in my book, the Didymus volume, I actually explain what the complications are of doing this use of these patristic sources, because it's not easy. And look, textual criticism generally, working with the manuscripts, is something most New Testament scholars don't want to go anywhere near. It is a really complicated, technical, and most people think completely boring enterprise. And working with the patristic evidence is one of the worst in terms of hard, but it's really important. And so that's why I devoted a lot of time to it.
Well, sounds like a worthy task to know what, we fortunately do have other Christian writers as sources in the 3rd and 4th century. And it seems to me a worthwhile thing to compare their quotations from our New Testament to what's actually in the New Testament that we have, our manuscripts of the New Testament.
Yeah. And so what you do is you figure out, so what I did, I picked a couple dozen that represent different kinds of textual traditions, and to see which ones, and you do a kind of a statistical analysis to figure out which ones it most aligns with. And it ended up meaning that I could show that the way the text developed in Alexandria, Egypt, was different from what people had earlier said. And so, but you got to do the technical work to get to that kind of conclusion.
Really technical work. Roll up your sleeves. And this is not for amateurs, folks. Right?
Oh God, it wasn't fun. Now we have computers that can do a lot of this stuff. I was calculating all these things by hand. It was really gruesome.
Back in the old days before the internet and everything.
I think I'll write a book for popular audiences without any footnotes. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh man, this is too hard.
Elias Almudi again, thank you for another super chat. You've done so many debates on the resurrection, but would you be open to debating an expert on the historicity of the crucifixion?
I guess. You mean people who doubt that Jesus was crucified? Apart from mythicists, I've never met somebody who would doubt that. But
I think he's referring to Islamic scholars.
Oh, who doubt that whether Jesus died or not, because they think he got crucified. He didn't die there, right? That'd be interesting. You wonder what kind of evidence they have. I don't even know. I mean, what evidence is there? He didn't die, apart from the fact Quran says so. I mean, what?
One central fact that all the literature agrees on is that there was this dude named Jesus who was crucified under Pilate. Yeah, so if you deny that fact, it's the one central fact that everyone seems to agree on. So
in the Quran, it says he didn't die. I mean, there's a major point, but I mean, it's not. I don't know what a historian would say about it, because as Jim says, I mean, it's like, if you look at sources, I mean, we're just not talking about gospel traditions. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, Tacitus and Josephus, and it's like everyone knows everybody knows he got crucified. So what do you? I'm not sure. It might be a short debate, but yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm open to it, but I don't think that I can't think of a good historical argument for Jesus not being crucified and and dying. I mean, and dying on the cross.
La Salmodi, another super chat. Thanks again. I also want to get William L. Peterson's collected essays on ETTC, but I don't want to sell my kidney. Any tips?
Sell yourself into slavery? I don't know.
Well,
no,
some of
these
them are expensive.
They're very expensive because it's by. So some of these European publishers, Brill, et cetera, are expensive. The best thing you can do is try, if you can get an interlibrary loan, if you're near a major library, or I don't really know. But the thing is, I think most of his collected essays can be found in journals. And if you are in a library that does any kind of interlibrary loan, they can probably get copies of the journal articles, or you could probably find them online if you're connected with the library. I'm spoiled in this respect because the UNC libraries, I can get most articles. It's harder to get articles that are in collected volumes as opposed to a journal. A journal article isn't that hard to get online.
But if you're I'm a friend member of the University of California, and I live here in San Diego. So just about anything, if you have a good university library nearby, through interlibrary loan can be acquired a lot cheaper than buying them.
Yeah.
So check out your university, local university library. They should probably have it.
John D., thank you for your super chat. Read your interview with Megan today. Apparently, the Vatican claims Paul's tomb was found in Rome. Can you comment on this?
So you're referring to my podcast, Misquoting Jesus. And look, that for a long time, of course, it's believed that Peter's tomb was found. And what do you say? How does one go about demonstrating that a tradition that you can trace back, even if you suppose you could trace a tradition back to the year 200, that this is so-and-so's tomb? There were reasons why Christians in various cities claimed to have connections with apostles, and claimed that the apostles founded the churches there, claimed that the apostles ministered there, claims the apostles died there, claims they have relics of the apostles, because within Christianity, this gave you a sort of cachet as a church. It gave you more authority. And in almost every instance, there's no historical verification of it. There's no historical verification that Thomas went to India or that Mark founded the church in Alexandria. And there's surprisingly little evidence that Peter went to Rome, for example. We know that Paul wanted to go to Rome because in his letter to the Romans, he talks about wanting to use the Roman church as his base of operation for his mission to the West, as he wants to go to Spain. And he does go to Rome in the book of Acts, but the book of Acts is not overly reliable when it describes Paul's itinerary. In places where we can check against Paul, it's often wrong.
Can I stop you there? Does his letter to the Philippians not mention the Praetorian Guard and Caesar's household?
Yeah, the Praetorian Guard simply doesn't necessarily refer to the being in Rome. And so maybe it does. Maybe the Praetorian Guard does. But Caesar's household doesn't refer to Rome. So I'll look at that passage in Philippians. It's been a long time since I don't think I read Philippians in 50 years. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. I need to look at the Praetorian Guard thing. That might be an argument, but I've never heard that. I'll have to look at that. In any event, suppose you've got some church that says this we've known for 100 years this is where Paul was buried. How do you verify it? You can't take DNA. I mean, you don't know what Paul's DNA looked like. And you can show that somebody was buried. It's kind of like the Shroud of Turin. Even if you can show that if somebody was crucified, okay, well, that's nice. You show like somebody crucified in the first century. Okay, so among the 100,000 people crucified in the first century, which one is this? So the question is verification. And I don't think that Vatican claiming something is evidence. And I don't think even a third century source is evidence.
Oh, darn.
Sorry. So
No, but it's well known.
how would you know? I mean,
Yeah,
what do? You do you take out the tomb and find out whether he's decapitated or not? I mean, what do you do to demonstrate? Lots of people are decapitated in Rome as well. Plus, I don't think Paul was decapitated. Frankly, the idea that Paul was decapitated. Do y'all know the story about this? We're going overtime, but we're going. The Acts of Paul describes the martyrdom of Paul. And Nero's all ticked off because Paul's convincing people to follow Jesus instead of following Nero. Jesus is Lord instead of Nero being Lord. And so he decides to execute Paul. And Paul says, well, you can execute me, but you can't kill me because I'm going to come back and see you afterwards. And so Nero sends him off to the executioner. The executioner chops off his head with a sword. That was reserved for Roman citizens. Okay, so apart from legendary accounts, Roman citizens, if they suffered capital punishment, were to be decapitated, beheaded, because it was seen to be kind of the least painful of the bad options. And so, Paul's decapitated because in the Acts of Paul, he's a Roman citizen. But in the Acts of Paul, his head gets lopped off and milk starts pouring out of his neck, not blood. What? Milk? And the author doesn't explain it, but I think it's because milk is what you feed newborns. And Paul now has been born again to his new life. And so he hasn't died. He's been brought back to life through his death. So that's the Acts of Paul. That's the first account we have of it. The other thing I'll say, though, is that in the book of Acts, Paul is also said to be a Roman citizen. And I don't think there's any evidence Paul was a Roman citizen. He doesn't say anything about it. I think it's highly unlikely that Paul was a Roman citizen. He's a lower class. I mean, he works with his hands. He's not connected. Jews could be Roman citizens, but I don't think there's anything to suggest Paul was.
Isn't that about the same time that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just gonna say, isn't that about the same time that we first hear that Paul died under Nero? Because you were mentioning earlier, the earliest account of his death is mentioned by First Clement, but even that text doesn't specifically claim to happen under Nero.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. And there are pretty good reasons for thinking Paul probably died in the 60s. I mean, he must have been in his 60s at that point. I mean, I think he was an adult when he converted. I don't think he was a teenager. If he converted around the year 33, then in the mid 60s, he'd be fairly well along. I mean, Seneca, who's living at the same time, when he's around, in his about mid 60s, he's talked about what an old man he is now, and he expects to die soon. And that's kind of typical that you don't have long expectancies. I don't think Paul could have lived much beyond the 60s. I don't think there's good evidence that he was martyred by Nero, but this is the martyrdom of Paul which is probably part of the legendary Acts of Paul. It's circulated separately, but it probably is the first time that Nero's mentioned.
Seneca was certainly forced into suicide by Nero. I mean, Seneca was a victim of Nero, even though he had been a close associate of Nero's. And
he had been his tutor and his advisor, and for many years, Seneca actually ran the empire apparently. But Nero didn't like his stoic ways. He didn't like his strict ethics, and so finally, when he got older, he just got rid of him.
He dies in 65. That got us any idea about Paul. But Paul is a literate fellow. I mean, Paul does.
He's literate. He's got an education. Yes.
So he's not, he does. The tradition again says he's, works with his hands, but do we really know much about Paul?
We don't know a lot. He himself indicates that he works with his hands. It's not just Acts, which says that he's works with leather, but
Right.
he talks about working with his hands day and night. And so it looks like he goes into places and sets up shop of some kind and is some kind of manual labor. And so he may be that he's what sociologists might call mixed status. So some people like Seneca have a very high status.
Right.
He's an equestrian. He's not a senator, but I guess he does end up joining the Senate. But he's not from the senatorial class originally, and he's one of the wealthiest human beings on the planet. Seneca is, and he's extremely high educated. Everything is a high level class status symbol. With Paul, it looks like it's a mixed bag because he's highly literate, which would make him at a higher status. And so he's educated. That's a high status thing, but he's also poor, which is low status, and works with his hands, which is low status. And so you have people like that are kind of mixed status. I mean, some people became highly educated because they were slaves.
Slavery couldn't hire Greek slaves to be their tutors for Roman aristocrats.
Yeah.
So
I've sometimes kind of casually wondered if one could make the argument that Paul started out as a slave. He certainly loves calling himself the slave of Christ. And it would explain his high literacy. I don't know. I just played with the idea. I'm not going to.
That's not too much.
Let's take a couple more super chats before we close. Patrick Henry, thank you for your super chat. Is the idea of a zealot Jesus similar to saying that there was a historical Robin Hood, but he stole from the poor and gave to the rich? Can such an individual really be called the historical Jesus?
There. Y'all blanked out on me there for about 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll repeat what the super chat says. Patrick Henry says, is the idea of a zealot Jesus similar to saying that there was a historical Robin Hood, but he stole from the poor and gave to the rich? Can such an individual really be called the historical Jesus?
I'm not sure I'm getting the Robin Hood connection. How would he rob from the poor and give to? I don't quite get that. If Jesus were several things. One is
now Dr. Ehrman froze.
Yeah, he froze again.
Let's see if we can get him back. In the Gospels, Jesus tells the rich young man to sell his property and give it to the poor. The poor are the ones we're supposed to be helping. Oh, I think we got Dr. Ehrman back.
You got me back. I'm sorry. It looks like our internet's going crazy here. So
That's okay.
zealot is a term used by Josephus to refer to rebels during the Jewish uprising in 66 to 73. And so it wouldn't be applicable. The technical term wouldn't apply to Jesus. The question is he like one of those who wants to overthrow the Romans through military force? That, of course, is the argument of Reza Aslan in his book Zealot. Reza didn't come up with that idea. It is the oldest idea of the historical Jesus in critical scholarship. It was first pronounced by Hermann Samuel Reimarus in his posthumous work published in the 1770s. And so Reza doesn't acknowledge that, but it's a view that's been around for a long time. And so the question is, did Jesus believe in a violent overthrow of the Roman government? If he did, then it wouldn't be robbing from the poor to give to the rich. It would be taking back what is theirs, taking back the land from the Romans. I don't think it's at all likely that that's what Jesus was up to. I think, in fact, it's contrary to Jesus' message. I think that Jesus did think there'd be a massive destruction and that the Romans would be wiped out, but it was because God's going to do it. It's not going to be because of a Jewish army. And so I think Jesus was opposed to taking up the sword against the Romans. And I think he really said things like the one who lives by the sword dies by the sword. And I think that I don't think he supported violent opposition.
What makes you think that? What makes you think, for example, that element was not later, like the Torah criticism element in Paul was introduced later? I mean, I think we get the definite impression that he's an apocalyptic preacher for sure, but surely apocalypse was more the genre of these rebels before the war.
Well, you had it could have been. We don't know really what the religious ideology of the zealots were, apart from they wanted the land back. They
The
thought the land
Romans
was
seem to have thought him a real threat, a threat big enough to crucify.
sometimes, depending on what they were doing. But they weren't crucified for. They weren't. Okay, so let me explain it like this. There are two kinds of Jewish apocalypticists. There are more than two. It's like saying there are two kinds of Protestant. There are two kinds of Jewish apocalypticists. Some think that God is going to intervene soon, and there's going to be a major war, and they're going to be involved in it. You get that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. In the War Scroll, there's going to be a 40-year war where they take up the sword and they're on the side of God. And it takes them 40 years. I don't know why God's war takes 40 years, but it takes them 40 years, and they win the war. There are other Jewish apocalypticists that were not interested in violence. They thought that God himself was going to overthrow the enemy, and that there was no need to interfere. And so you get both of those things kind of now today, I guess, even still, with people believing the end of the world's coming soon, whether they're going to kind of facilitate it or not. I do think that Jesus was the latter type. I think that he was nonviolent. Part of the reason is because the nonviolence is scattered throughout so many of the sources that it's independently attested all over the place, and it coincides with other teachings of Jesus that seem to be contrary to what the early Christians said. For example, love your enemies. Most Christians are not interested in loving their enemies. So when Jesus says things like love your neighbors yourself, and he defines it as somebody who's a Samaritan, who's the enemy. I don't think so. I'm of the persuasion that Jesus was a proponent of nonviolence, and that he thought that, in fact, taking up the sword was a show of distrust. God's going to do this. That's how I work it out. So I've written a bit about this, trying to show why I think that these sword sayings and stuff, what goes back to Jesus and what doesn't. But it's a judgment. It's a judgment call.
I mean, we're specifically told one of his disciples is called a zealot.
Yeah, but that can't be historical because there weren't zealots yet.
Right. Well, certainly true, but we were also told the disciples are supposed to all have swords. I'm going to try and give the best argument I can here.
Yeah, we're told Jesus walked on the water, and so there are things that some of the early Christians definitely believed in violence, and so I think the way it happened was, I mean, I'll tell you, it's really hard to make these connections, but my view is that what happened was Jesus really said something like, don't take up the sword. You take up the sword, you'll die by the sword. In other words, you're going to get crushed. That ain't the way to go, because he really thought God was going to do it. These sayings about the Son of Man coming, the Son of Man's the one who destroys everything. Right. And so there's nothing about an army or anything like that. So I think Jesus really said, don't take up the sword. Take up the sword, you'll die by the sword. I think what ends up happening is that what often happens, it looks like, is that you have a saying that turns into a story to provide the context for the saying. See what I mean? It'd be like, and so I've seen this happen all the time in my own life, where there'll be some like, we had stories about Bruce Metzger, my teacher, and you have these one-liners, and then all of a sudden some stories would crop up that would kind of show the context for these one-liners. And it's like, whoa. And I saw it happen. So I think stuff like that did happen. And scholars since the 1920s have said that happened with Jesus. I think Jesus said, take up the sword, die by the sword. And the narrative that got invented around that is that Jesus came to be arrested, and his disciples pulled out a sword to defend him. And then he says, well, you take out the sword, you die by the sword. And so, so I don't think his followers are armed, probably. And I don't think that he was encouraging violence or anything like that.
Let's look at the next super chat. Shawnee Torres, thank you for your super chat. What the heck is the Holy Spirit in the New Testament? Gospels, Paul. My fundy background says part of the Trinity. What is the academic view?
So the Spirit of God is a figure that goes back to the Old Testament. You find it in Genesis 1. The Spirit of God is brooding over the water when God creates the heavens and the earth. The Spirit of God shows up throughout the Hebrew Bible. It seems to be a kind of a divine presence of God on earth in spiritual form, in non-bodily form at times. It becomes a major figure in the New Testament, where the Spirit impregnates Mary and Luke, and the Spirit comes upon Jesus in all the Gospels, and the Spirit empowers Jesus in the Gospel of Luke to do his miracles, and the Spirit of God comes upon the disciples on Pentecost. And so the God's Spirit is just part of the Jewish tradition that Christians take up. What ends up happening is that the Christians, after Jesus' death, believe that he gets raised from the dead, and they come to think that he's been made a divine being, that he's been exalted to divinity. He is a divine being. They start calling Jesus God. But in one of the Gospels, the Gospel of John, Jesus indicates that when he leaves, the Spirit will come, the Spirit of comfort, who will direct the disciples. And it sounds like he says another comforter or another advocate, another paraclete will come. And so it sounds like this is like somebody who's on Jesus' level, who's going to take over when Jesus physically leaves. What ends up happening in Christianity is they start thinking that there are these three divine figures. There's God, the Father, and his Son, Jesus, and then the Spirit that came after Jesus. And already in the 2nd century, all three are being called divine. The doctrine of the Trinity is not worked out for a long time. The term Trinity appears already in the writings of Tertullian. Tertullian considers all three to be God, but he doesn't have the doctrine of the Trinity. The doctrine of the Trinity is a specific formulation about how Father, Spirit, and Son relate to each other. And in the specific formulation that develops in the clearest form at the end of the 4th century, the formulation is that there are three persons, Father, Son, and Spirit. These are distinct persons. They're not the same person. They're three distinct persons. All three of them are God, and in fact, they're all equally God. They're all made of the same substance. And so you've got three persons, all made of the same substance, equally God, distinct from one another, but there's only one God. That's the doctrine of the Trinity. You don't get that in the New Testament. Matthew doesn't say it when he says, baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You got the three people there, but you don't have the doctrine of the Trinity. You don't have the three are equally God, made of the same substance, and yet there's only one God. That's the doctrine of the Trinity. Don't get that till the end of the 4th century.
Gary Picro, hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Thank you for your super chat. Thanks for the fascinating show. Well, thank you, Gary. Really appreciate it.
Well, I want to just thank Professor Ehrman for this interview as well. I find conversations with you, sir, always enlightening. And again, I really want to recommend to all of our viewers that they check out your work. Your work is always mind expanding. And if you want to be introduced to this, there are a lot of people out there who really aren't familiar and want to be introduced. Your works are my go-to place, Professor Ehrman, to send them. They really are the best introduction to this material. And as I say, thank you very, very much for this conversation. I always learn something, really.
Well, thank you. And the only suggestion I'd make about using my books as an entree to this is do not start with Didymus the Blind and the text of the Gospels.
Well, Russell, thank you for your super chat. And yes, I second everything that James said. And I really love your book, Forged, Bart.
Oh,
I think it's probably my favorite one. I just can't stop looking at it. It's like I got to get you back on my show. We got to do 2 hours on this.
Yeah, no, it's great. Well, I'll tell you, my favorite book is always the one I just wrote. So right now, Armageddon is my favorite book, and it's the best I've written by a long shot. And so
your next one comes out.
What a complex subject that is. Talk about related to apocalypse and the meaning of Revelation. I mean, talk about a fascinating.
There's a lot there. It's a lot there, and it's really. I actually didn't know how interesting it was until I got seriously into the book. And man, yeah, it's interesting stuff. So, yeah. So, well, look, thank you too, because this has been a very wide-ranging conversation, and I enjoy that kind of thing a lot because it keeps one on one's toes. So,
And I would like,
appreciate it.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to another live stream on the History Valley podcast. And today I'm joined by Professor Bart Ehrman. And today's topic is based on his book titled Forged, Writing in the Name of God, Why the Bible's Authors Are Not Who We Think They Are. It's good to have you back on the show, Bart.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And thank you for joining me once again. So before I get to the main questions, I just want to ask, how does one tell the difference between an ancient document that is a forgery and one that is not?
Well, you know, they this was a problem actually in the ancient world as well. The people knew full well that sometimes people would write documents claiming to be an author when they weren't that person. And so when I use the term forged, that's what I mean. It's specifically a claim about an author. And so I'm not talking about somebody like making up a story or fabricating an event or telling a fiction. I'm talking about somebody who writes a book claiming to be someone famous, knowing full well they're not that person. And in the ancient world, that happened a good bit. And ancient authors talk about it. And they say, you know, ancient authors will try and show you that this particular work was forged or this particular work was forged. And the criteria they used back then are pretty much the criteria we use now. You look to see whether this book actually is in the same writing style as the alleged author, whether it presupposes the correct historical situation, whether it uses vocabulary and as the author typically does, whether it has the same themes and the same views, theological or religious or political as the alleged author. And if there are discrepancies in any of these things, then you start suspecting, well, maybe the author says that he's so-and-so, but he's not really that person. And so we do that today, only we have more sophisticated ways of analysis because we have better ways of accessing data than they did in antiquity. And so we can uncover things a little bit more easily now than they could in the ancient world.
Can you tell us about the Apostolic Constitutions, why it is a forgery, and when it was composed?
Well, it's a 4th century document. It's a book that claims to be written by the apostles, and in places in the Apostolic Constitutions, it will the author who's claiming to be, you know, the apostles of Jesus will sometimes break into the first person. I, James, say to you this. I, Bartholomew, say this. I, Peter, say that, and so it's clearly somebody who's actually claiming to be the 12 apostles. And it's a 4th century document. There's not much debate about this one because the kinds of theological investments that it has, the kind of theological issues that it's addressing, the kinds of practical liturgical issues it's addressing are all 4th century issues. It wasn't really known until the 4th century. And so it's pretty clearly somebody who wants the readers to think that it is the apostles. And there were a number of readers that believed it. They thought it probably was. This is not one of those books that there's really any debate about anymore in terms of whether the apostles wrote it. Just everybody agrees that it's a later forgery.
Are the canonical Gospels themselves forgeries?
So it's important to remember how I'm defining the term, which is that a forgery, the way I'm using it, and the way that kind of experts in ancient literary analysis use it, is that it's referring to a book that claims to be written by somebody who did not write it. And so, for example, if I wrote a novel today, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, and then I signed I send it to the publisher, to a publisher, saying that I'm Stephen King, and they published it as a novel by Stephen King, but in fact it wasn't by Stephen King. That'd be a forgery. And so that kind of thing does happen with Gospels in the ancient world. For example, we have a Gospel of Peter that claims to be written by Peter, but Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John do not claim to be written by people named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They are all anonymous books. And by definition, a book that's anonymous cannot be a forgery unless the author claims within the book to be a particular, like a kind of person. Like if somebody wrote the Gospel of Mark and said, oh yes, I was a follower of Jesus and this is what, but he didn't give his name, it would still be a forgery because he's claiming to be a disciple of Jesus or a follower of Jesus during his lifetime when it's clear he was not. So you don't get that, especially in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And some people think you get it with John. Some people think that John is actually claiming to be an eyewitness, but I don't think so. So I don't think any of these four could be called a forgery. What they are anonymous books that were later attributed to people who did not write them. Now, when somebody later says, oh, yes, this was Luke, or somebody says, oh, that's Matthew, the tax collector, it's not the author's fault. And so forgery has to do with what an author is claiming, not about what somebody claims about the author.
Can you expand a little more on the Gospel of John and what exactly is it claiming when it talks about these are the things testified by the witness or the beloved disciple at the end of the gospel?
So there are two passages that are of relevance. One is in chapter 19, when Jesus is crucified. There's this figure, as background, there is this figure that you just mentioned called, in the gospel, it's the disciple whom Jesus loved. He shows up on several occasions in the gospel, especially in the near the end. He's not named, and so he's just called by, people just call him the beloved disciple. And there are two passages that some people have taken to indicate that the author is claiming to be this person, one of the closest disciple of Jesus. One passage is in chapter 19, verse 35, where the author says that at the foot of the cross is the beloved disciple and Mary's mother. There's people there, and he's the only disciple there. And the author in chapter 19, verse 35 says that when the soldier put the spear in the side of Jesus, and out of his wound came water and blood. The author says that the one who saw these things has told the truth, and he knows that he's told the truth. Then later in chapter 21, there's another comment about this beloved disciple. And this time the author says, the one who testifies these things has told the truth, and we know that he's telling the truth. Okay, so those are the two passages that traditionally have been used and still are used by some people today to say that the author's claiming to be the beloved disciple. And I think that's precisely wrong. In chapter 19, when he says, the one who saw these things has testified, he knows that his testimony is true, he's not talking about himself, he's talking about the guy who's testifying. And when he says in chapter 21 that this is the disciple Jesus loved, that figure, that his testimony is true, and we know that it's true, that's differentiating between what the disciples saw and said and what the author is. It's a difference between him and we. It'd be like if you Jacob, suppose I'm talking to somebody and I say, yeah, Jacob got in a car accident, and we know it really happened. Well, I wouldn't be talking about myself. And so chapter 21 says this is the disciple, and we know that this testimony is true. So he's not talking about himself. So I don't think that this author is claiming to be that eyewitness.
Speaking of that, the Gospel of Luke, who's supposedly the same person that wrote the book of Acts, is claiming to have been a traveling companion of Paul. Can you tell us the problems with that claim? And does that fit? Does that sort of fit the definition of forgery, or would you say that's something different?
Right. So whoever wrote the Gospel of Luke, almost everybody agrees the same person wrote the book of Acts. The Gospel of Luke gives no indication of who this person is, but the book of Acts does. In 4 passages, the author of Acts talks about Paul's journeys and includes himself among Paul's group at the time. He moves from talking about what Paul and his fellow travelers were doing to say what we were doing. And so he starts talking about we. This happens in 4 places in the book of Acts. And in those passages, one would assume that the author then is one of Paul's companions. This is what ultimately led to the identification of this person as Luke. It's a complicated thing we can talk about in a minute about whether it's right or not. But my point now is that you have these 4 passages in Acts where the author claims to be one of Paul's companions. There are reasons for doubting that he actually was one of Paul's companions. That, in my book, would make Acts a forgery, because Acts is written by somebody claiming to be someone he was not, if he wasn't one of Paul's companions. That would not make the Gospel of Luke a forgery, though, because the Gospel of Luke doesn't make any of those claims. And so if you're just talking about, is this book forged, the book of Gospel of Luke, I'd say no. The book of Acts, I'd say, well, yes, because he's claiming to be somebody he's not. He's claiming to be a follower of Paul, and I think he certainly was not a follower of Paul.
Could you expand on Luke and whether that really constitutes a forgery or not? And could you also talk a little bit about Theophilus and what his role in the situation is?
Yeah. Well, I'll begin with Theophilus. Both the Gospel of Luke and the book of Acts are dedicated by the unknown author to somebody named Theophilus. He begins the account in Luke by saying that many people have written account of what Jesus said and did, and the author says, I followed all these things closely, and now I'm going to provide for you, O most excellent Theophilus, an accurate account of what happened, apparently with the implication that the people who preceded Luke were not as accurate as they should have been. And so he's dedicating to somebody named Theophilus. And then in the book of Acts, the author begins by saying, in the first book that I wrote for you, Theophilus, I talked about the things that Jesus said and did. And now I'm going to, and so he goes from there. And so it's the author of these 2 books is dedicating both of them to somebody named Theophilus. The name Theophilus is a fairly common word in the ancient world. It is a word that's made up of it's a compound word made up of the word God and the word loved. And so it either means beloved of God or lover of God. And so, but we don't know, we don't know which Theophilus this might have been of the many, many people named Theophilus. The big debate among scholars is whether it's an actual person or not. Many people have thought over the years, have assumed that this in fact is an actual person, that he is a non-Christian, and that he's some kind of Roman administrator, because he's called most excellent Theophilus, which is a term in the book of Acts, most excellent, that it gets applied to a Roman administrative authority in the book of Acts. And so it's assumed that if this person, Theophilus, has the same title, it must mean that he's also a Roman administrative officer. And then the implication then is that this author, Luke, whatever you call him, was writing these 2 books in order to explain the life of Jesus and the history of early Christianity to this Roman administrator, presumably because he wanted the Roman administrator to understand the truth behind Christianity rather than the rumors that he may have heard. So that's one theory, that it's an actual person. The other theory, which I prefer, and it's a common theory, is that the name Theophilus actually is meant to be a symbolic name for lover of God or beloved of God, and that Luke, whoever's writing this, is writing this for his fellow Christians. He's writing this for people who are in the Christian community who are beloved of God and who love God. one reason for thinking that is that it is completely implausible, I think, for somebody to write these extremely large books. These are two of the largest books in the New Testament altogether. These two books take up about a fourth of the New Testament. They take a long time to read. One of them is 24 chapters, one of them is 28 chapters, and these are long books. What's the deal with that? Well, what the deal is that this author probably is not handing these over to some Roman official. Some pagan Roman official isn't going to read these books. And so I think, surely the author knew that. I think he's writing this for his internal community. So that's who Theophilus was. So I don't think he gives us much of an indication of who the author might have been.
I'm going to take the super chat real quick from iFishnatai. Thank you for your super chat. A new theory is James, brother of Jesus, is a beloved disciple and contributed to John. Thoughts?
Well, I'd say there's absolutely no evidence of it. And in fact, there's good evidence against it. Because in the book of John, the Gospel of John, the brothers of Jesus in chapter 7 don't believe in him. And so James, the brother of Jesus, is not the beloved disciple, and in no tradition is the brother of Jesus one of the disciples. This person, the beloved disciple, is at the Last Supper. He's one of the 12. We have several lists of who the 12 are in the Gospels, and James is never one of them. In the Gospel of John, it says he didn't believe in him. And in Gospel of Mark, it implies that James, the brother of Jesus, didn't believe in him. It appears that James, the brother of Jesus, became a believer in Jesus after Jesus died. That he claimed that he saw Jesus alive afterwards. So I don't think there's any reason at all to think that, in my opinion, that James would be the beloved disciple.
I'd like to circle back to Acts. Some people think that the we sections of Acts, the we passages, reflect an earlier text that was incorporated into the larger framework of canonical Acts by the author of Acts that actually goes back to an actual traveling companion of Paul. What's your thoughts on that?
Let me say two things about that, and this might take a minute because I never did get around to answering your question. What about it? Was he a traveling companion of Paul? There are good reasons for thinking that the author of Acts, whatever you think about these four passages, that the author of Acts was not one of Paul's traveling companions. The strongest argument against that is that whenever the book of Acts talks about something that happened in the life of Paul, or talks about what Paul preached as his gospel message, whenever that happens, and it's something that Paul himself also talks about, both in the minor details and often in big issues, they differ from each other. Sometimes in tiny ways, but sometimes in major ways, such as like, what was Paul's gospel message? It depends. If you read the book of Acts, where he preaches one thing, and in his own accounts, he has a completely different message, not just a different message, but like a contrary message. But there are all sorts of details. When the author of Acts says that Paul went here and did this, you compare that with what Paul himself says. Paul says something contrary, like contradictory. I'll give you one example. When in the writings of Paul, when Paul has his vision of Jesus and stops persecuting the church to become a preacher of Jesus, when he has his conversion experience, he emphatically states that when that happened, he did not go to Jerusalem in order to confer with the apostles, but he went off and went off to Arabia, and he was there for 3 years. And only then, after 3 years, did he go. When you read the book of Acts, Paul converts, he has a vision of Jesus, and he goes into the city of Damascus where he was heading. And as soon as he leaves Damascus, the first place he goes, the first thing he does is he makes a beeline to Jerusalem to consult with the apostles. Paul insists, and Paul actually includes an oath. He says, I swear by God, I'm telling you the truth, that he did not go to Jerusalem to consult with the apostles. And that's exactly what it is in Acts. Well, so that kind of thing happens a lot. And so it looks like this person was not a traveling companion of Paul, but you do have these 4 passages where the author starts speaking in the first person. And so one venerable solution to this among scholars is the one that I used to teach for years before I looked into it even more carefully and thought about it a bit more, which says that what these we passages are they represent as you said, Jacob, they represent like an itinerary that one of Paul's companions kept during his journeys, that this author somehow had access to fragments of this itinerary and inserted it in 4 places in his thing, so that in 4 places you have this kind of travel log by this person who was with Paul at the time.
Can you tell us about forgeries in the name of Peter?
Yeah, I can. There are lots of them. And so in the New Testament, we have 2 books that explicitly claim to be written by Peter, Jesus' closest disciple, 1 Peter and 2 Peter. I will say that almost every critical scholar, even a lot of evangelical scholars will agree that whoever wrote 2 Peter could not have been the author of 1 Peter. Their writing styles are so drastically different that it looks like it can't be the same author. And I can explain how that works further if you'd like. But there are other books outside of the New Testament that also claim to be written by Jesus' disciple, Peter. We have a Gospel of Peter that I mentioned earlier, one of our earliest Gospels. We don't have the entire thing. We have a portion of it, but in that portion of it, the author, who has been speaking in the first person throughout, himself by saying, "I, Simon Peter." So he's claiming to be the author of this fragmentary account, was claiming to be Peter. We have several letters allegedly by Peter that claim to be by Peter outside the New Testament. A letter that he allegedly wrote to James, the brother of Jesus, the leader of the Church of Jerusalem, where Peter blasts another person who is teaching a lawless gospel to the Gentiles. So it's a gospel where you can be saved without the law to the Gentiles. Well, that's Paul. And in this letter, allegedly Peter, calls this person the man who is my enemy. Whoa, that's good. Paul is Peter's enemy. We have 3 books that are apocalypses that claim to be by Peter. They're very different from each other. The 2 that are available in English translation are one that's in Greek, which is the first account we have of somebody being given a guided tour of heaven and hell. And Peter, the author, writes about it in the first person as Peter. And we have another account, which is in the Coptic language, the Egyptian language, which is a Gnostic account of Peter allegedly watching the crucifixion and being confused because Jesus appears in multiple forms, and the person the person being crucified is not the real Christ. It's the humanoid version of Christ, but not really Christ. And so it's a very, really interesting but rather confusing account. So my point is, we have lots of books that claim to be written by Peter, and I think it's pretty clear. Everybody agrees he didn't write these ones outside the New Testament. I don't think he wrote the ones inside the New Testament either.
Can you go into why the author of 1 Peter is not the author of 2 Peter?
Yeah. One way that you evaluate whether somebody wrote something is by looking at the writing style. This is what, as I said, was common in the ancient world. We have a very kind of a humorous story told by one of the most prolific authors of antiquity, Galen, who was a physician in the 2nd century and was a medical writer. But he wrote a lot of different things. He was a major figure in Rome. He was actually the personal doctor to Marcus Aurelius, the emperor. And so he was very famous in his day, wrote lots of books. And he tells an account in which he was walking down a street in Rome and was passing by a bookseller shop. And there were two people having an argument. One of them had just bought a book by Galen. And the other one, Galen's overhearing this. He's having this argument. The one guy has bought this book, and the other guy's looking and said, Galen didn't write this. He started reading. He said, this is not at all his writing style. This is not by Galen. And so they're having this dispute. Did Galen write it or not? It turned out Galen had not written it, but he overheard this conversation. And so he went home and he wrote an account that's called On My Books, which is something could be entitled How to Recognize Books Written by Galen, because he explains which books are his and which ones are not. And in this case, it's just the writing style. You have something very similar with 1 Peter and 2 Peter. 1 Peter is written in rather elevated Greek with using a lot of rhetorical devices in Greek. It is well written and well structured, and is it's not like reading one of the top elite Greek authors in the classical world, but it's very good Greek. 2 Peter is written in a very different writing style that is unmistakably different in the way he uses language, the way he constructs his sentences and his paragraphs, the vocabulary he uses, the concerns that he has. And so it is widely recognized as not being from Peter. And that was recognized actually in the early church. Into the 4th century, there was a famous teacher of Jerome. This guy's name was Didymus. They call him he's known by as Didymus the Blind. He actually comes out and says that 2 Peter is a forgery. Because he knew it couldn't have been written by Peter. So scholars today do that kind of analysis, not just with 2 Peter, but with all the books of the New Testament, where we have multiple authors of other books, and you see whether it's in the correct writing style or not. It's not that people can't change their writing style. Of course, everybody changes their writing style, and depending on the occasion and how old they are and when they're writing and why they're writing and what their concerns are. And so all that's taken into account. But even with that, it's quite clear this person is not the same author.
And what about the non-canonical epistle of Peter?
So we have a couple of them. One of them is in the group sometimes loosely called the Gnostic Gospels, a letter that Peter wrote to Philip. The more well-known one is the one I was mentioning earlier, where Peter writes to James, and he's writing to James because he allegedly Peter is allegedly writing to James, and Peter's writing to the leader of the Jerusalem church, James, and he tells him that he has to be careful. James has to be careful to whom he gives Peter's writings, because Peter's afraid, and this alleged Peter is afraid that somebody will change his wording to make him say something that he doesn't really believe. And he is especially wants to be emphatic that he is somebody who describes the importance of following the Jewish law, and that you have to follow the law if you're going to be a follower of Jesus. And that's why he attacks the man who is my enemy. He doesn't name him as Paul, but he's the apostle who takes the gospel without the law to the Gentiles. And so it's clearly talking about Paul. This book is a kind of a preliminary text in a group of another set of forgeries called the Pseudo-Clementines. There are writings allegedly written by one of the early bishops of Rome, one of the first popes, who allegedly was appointed by Peter. There are these books allegedly written by him that were very popular through the Middle Ages. And one of these sets of books has this letter at the very beginning of it. And so it's usually just called the Epistula Petri, the letter of Peter. But it's a book that is clearly taking an attack on Paul, but also clearly is not something that's original.
And what about the forgeries perpetrated by Marcion?
So Marcion is a 2nd century church father who founded a form of Christianity that was very, very popular in the 2nd and 3rd centuries and continued on for centuries after that. They're usually called the Marcionites because they followed the teachings of Marcion. Marcion was living about the middle of the 2nd century. The tradition is that he went to the city of Rome and that he stayed in Rome for a number of years, right at the end of the first half of the 2nd century. And he wanted to convince people that Paul, the Apostle Paul, was the one who truly understood what Christianity was all about. The other apostles did not understand because the other apostles, who were Jews, even though Jesus preached something contrary to Judaism, according to Marcion, his Jewish disciples never got it. And so that's why Jesus had to appear to Paul a couple years later, because the original disciples didn't understand Jesus' message, but Jesus converted Paul, and Paul did understand his message, that the God of the Old Testament, the God of the Jews, is not the true God, that Jesus comes from a different God and has come into the world to save people from the God of the Jews. And so Marcion's gospel is that the Old Testament is not a Christian book. The Old Testament God is not a Christian God. Christ is not the son of the Old Testament God. Jesus comes from a stranger God, a God who's a stranger, a foreigner. He's not been known to the world until Jesus came into the world, and Jesus came to save people from the clutches of the wrathful God of the Old Testament, who gave people a harsh law that nobody can follow. And since people can't follow it, he sends them all to hell. Jesus came to save people from that God. So that's Marcion's his basic view of things. He had some books that he used in order to prove his point that he claimed were scripture. One thing he did is he collected books that were in circulation among Christians and said this is the canon of scripture. It was it consisted of 10 of Paul's letters and some form of the book of Luke, the Gospel of Luke. And he said these are the only scriptures. He allegedly doctored those books by cutting out parts that affirmed the God of the Old Testament and saying, and quotations of the Old Testament, because he didn't think that Jesus or Paul would quote the Old Testament because they were against the God of the Old Testament. The other book that Marcion created was a book called the Antitheses. An antithesis is a contrary statement. And what Marcion's book, apparently, we don't have this book anymore. We only have references to it by later church fathers who were against it. This book, Marcion would take passages from the Jewish Bible, what Christians came to call the Old Testament, and passages from the life of Jesus or from Paul to show that they stood at odds with each other in ways that could not be reconciled, as a demonstration that Jesus did not represent the Jewish God. And so, for example, according to the Old Testament, when God sent in the Israelites to take the promised land, he began by sending them to Jericho, where they were to march around the city 6 times, once a day for 6 days. Then the 7th day, march around 7 times. And on the 7th time, to shout and blow their trumpets, and the walls will come a-tumbling down. And they did it. The walls came a-tumbling down. And then they were told to go into the city and murder every man, woman, child in the city, plus every animal. Kill everything. And Marcion said, Jesus said, love your enemy. Turn the other cheek. Pray for those who persecute you. Is this the same God? No, it's not the same God. Of course, it's not the same God. One says to slaughter your enemies. The other says to love your enemies. And so Marcion had things like that in his book, The Antitheses, to show that the God of Jesus was not the God of the Old Testament. Now, as to your question, those are the 2 books we know of from Marcion. And if our information about those books is correct, then neither one of them is a forgery, because neither one of them claims to be written by somebody who did not write them. One of them was a collection of previously written books, a canon of scripture, and the other was one that Marcion wrote in his own name. So it may be false, it may be fabricated, it may contain bad information, or it may contain good information, but it's not an author claiming to be someone other than who he is.
What are your thoughts on the third epistle of Corinthians?
Well, one thought is that most people have never heard of it. And so in the New Testament, we have two books that Paul wrote to the Corinthians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians. Outside the New Testament, there's a book called 3rd Corinthians. It is again a letter, allegedly written to the Corinthians by Paul. The first two, the ones in the New Testament, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, are books that just about everyone I've ever met, including the most radical skeptic, believes that Paul actually wrote the letters. Whether they agree what's in the letters is another thing, but everybody agrees Paul wrote them. 3rd Corinthians, no. So 3rd Corinthians comes down to us as part of a larger collection that is put together called the Acts of Paul. In the New Testament, we have the Acts of the Apostles, which is about the spread of Christianity after the death of Jesus throughout the world. Peter is the main character in the first 12 chapters, and Paul's the main character in the final 2/3 of the book, up to chapter 28. And so there you have accounts of Paul's missionary activities and his preaching and miracles and such. The Acts of Paul is a late 2nd century production based on legends about Paul that also deal with his missionary journeys, and by and large tell stories not found in the Acts of the Apostles in the New Testament. Included in this narrative account of Paul's activities are some of his writings. You have these apocryphal acts, by the way. We have 5 of them altogether. We've got apocryphal accounts of the legendary accounts in books of John, of Peter, of Andrew, of Thomas, and of Paul. So those are 5 apocryphal acts. And we get many of our legendary accounts that people know today about the apostles from there. They're legendary, but including, for example, that Thomas went to India, or that Peter got crucified upside down. These are things that you find in the apocryphal acts, and they're just legendary materials. Paul has these legendary materials in his, including a very interesting story of Paul baptizing a talking lion in the wilderness. A lion who talks with Paul and gets baptized. And then later, when Paul is being put to death in the arena, they let the wild animals on him. And the lion who comes out happens to be the lion that he baptized. They have a nice chat, and and they both escape. So it's that kind of legendary account. Within it is an account of the Corinthians being upset because some heretics have come among them and convinced a number of them, or tried to convince a number of them, and having some success, that Jesus was not really a human being. Claiming that this is the truth of the gospel, that the apostles would agree with this, that Jesus was a divine being, but he wasn't a human being. If he was a human being, then he couldn't be God. And he's got to be God, so he's not a human being. And so that's what these false apostles are teaching. And the Corinthians, some of the Corinthian leaders, write Paul and say, you got to help us here, because, they're convincing people, and it's really leading to chaos because they don't think Jesus was a real flesh and blood human being. And so Paul writes his letter in return to them to explain that Jesus was fully human. He was born of the flesh. He was born of the Virgin Mary, but he was fully flesh, and he died in the flesh. And you have to believe in the flesh of Christ, or you can't really be a Christian. And so 3rd Corinthians, I guess technically it'd be this response of Paul, but they usually group it together with the account of the letter from the Corinthians to Paul. There's a little paragraph in between the two explaining that Paul got it and read it, and then this reply that he made. There's no way this was something that Paul actually wrote. Again, the writing style is not like Paul's, but even more importantly, this idea of a heresy sprouting up saying that Jesus was not a flesh and blood human being are well after the day of Paul. There's nothing like that in Paul's time. And so there's really no dispute about this one as well, although it did get included in some Bibles. In the Armenian Bibles, it was included as part of Scripture.
All right, I'm going to take a few super chat questions before we get to more questions on Paul. Jonathan Munch, thank you for your super chat. Lena Einhorn thinks that the Mount of Olive arrestation is modeled on the Egyptian character from Josephus. What do you think of this theory? Thanks.
I don't think it works temporally very well. I think, for one thing, Josephus's account is many years later. The account of Jesus' arrest in Gethsemane occurs already in the Gospel of Mark, and the account of the Egyptian that Josephus talks about, Josephus, so the first century Jewish historian Josephus, our principal source of information about Judaism in Israel during the first century, does talk about apocalyptic preachers other than Jesus of Nazareth. He mentioned John the Baptist, but he has these two others in particular one is named Theudas and the other is named the Egyptian. And they both are making apocalyptic proclamations at different times about how God is going to enter into judgment with Jerusalem. And that these apocalyptic preachers are gathering large followers, and in both cases, they are the Romans don't want anything to do with them, and so they attack their followers. There's nothing in the account that Josephus has of the Egyptians that is particularly close at all to Mark's account of Jesus being arrested in Gethsemane, or John's account of Jesus being arrested, or any of the. So. There aren't literary links to make you think that these are connected accounts. The only thing that's comparable is that they raise the ire of the Romans who come out and get them, and leads to bloodshed. So you get that in those three accounts, but you get those in a lot of accounts. And so I don't think that there's any, including in Josephus. So I don't think that there's anything in particular about the Egyptian account to make you think that somehow the gospel story is modeled on it.
Hard work. Thank you for your super chat. Bart, on your podcast, would you consider interviewing Nina E. Livesey for her new book, The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context?
Well, I do interview people on my podcast who have written books recently, and I haven't read Nina's book, so I'm not familiar with it, and I don't know really. Usually what I do is I interview people who have like a kind of a bold new thesis, or they're advancing the field in some way. I don't know her book, so I don't know what her thesis is, or and I don't know. I actually haven't read her other works, so I don't know what she's like as a scholar. So I'm open to interviewing people, absolutely, especially if they've got work that I think is newsworthy for people in the podcast audience. For people who don't know, my podcast is just called Misquoting Jesus. It's a weekly podcast, and it's mainly me being interviewed by Megan Lewis, but I do on occasion interview people who've written recent and compelling books.
By the way, Nina's book is actually it's releasing in a few days. It's about reassessing apostolic authorship, questioning if anything attributed to Paul at all in the New Testament can be considered Pauline.
Yeah, good. No, I mean it's an important issue, and I've got I have a former student named Benjamin White who teaches at Clemson. And he's a very, very fine Pauline scholar. He's going to be speaking on this issue at the conference I'm doing in September. I'm doing this conference in September called the New Insights into the New Testament, that will focus on the life and letters of Paul. And Ben White called in a book that he's writing, calls into question a lot of the criteria people use for assessing which books Paul wrote. I don't think that he takes a completely skeptical point of view. That he didn't write anything. I'll be happy to look at Nina's book, because I think it's very very difficult to demonstrate that somebody didn't write didn't write any of the books, that Paul didn't write any of the books. I could see, you can certainly show that he didn't write some of the books attributed to him, but to show he didn't write anything would take a lot of argumentation and evidence that at least I wouldn't be aware of having. But I'm happy to see what she says. There have been people who have argued this, and I'm sure she probably refers to this, but there were some very skeptical scholars, especially in the early 19th century, who maintained that Paul didn't write anything. So I'll be interested in seeing her book.
That does raise a question for me, though. How does can one actually achieve certainty about what Paul's supposed genuine writing style is?
So my view is that when it comes to the ancient world, there's almost nothing that we have certainty about, if you mean by 100% absolute certainty. Did Julius Caesar cross the Rubicon? Well, almost certainly. Did whatever? I mean, pick something. Did Nero commit suicide? Well, almost certainly. Did Caligula get assassinated? Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, so there are levels of probability, and so when it comes to authorship issues, you have to take a lot of things into account. One thing is, if you've got a book that claims to be written by somebody, the natural inclination is to say innocent unless proven guilty. And so, the natural inclination is if you're reading a book that says it's by Stephen King, I mean, you just assume it was written by Stephen King, unless you got some very good reasons for thinking otherwise. And so that's true with antiquity as well. And so with Paul's books, I think, with all of the books that we've mentioned so far, I mean, you got the 13 in the New Testament, 6 of which are widely disputed among scholars. Then you've got books outside the New Testament, such as 3 Corinthians, which I just talked about, or the letter to the Laodiceans, or the correspondence with Seneca. These are things we might talk about later. But, you have all these books. And so the issue is, how do you decide? So the first step is usually to figure out if there's any books that you're pretty sure he wrote and why. In the case of Paul, it's pretty clear that none of the things outside the New Testament could be a contender for a variety of reasons I can explain in detail. Within the New Testament, you've got the 13, and the question is, did he write any of those? Several points to be made. First of all, if people are writing books in the first century claiming to be Paul, a very good reason for thinking they would be doing that is because they're aware that Paul wrote letters. In other words, writing books in his name, writing letters as if by Paul makes best sense if Paul was writing letters. If they're ancient, I mean, if you've got some from the 6th century, it doesn't mean much. But I mean, within decades later, so that's one thing. Another thing, if you take Paul's letters and you just read them, you try to figure out, is there something that is kind of distinctive about any set of these letters? Like, are there characteristic phrases that you find scattered throughout them, characteristic theological claims, characteristic comments, characteristic points of view, characteristic attitudes? Are there things that tie these together, like the theology, the writing style, the vocabulary, the thinking, the assumptions, the opposition? Those things, are there things that bind any of these together or not? And the general consensus has been for a very long time, including among people who are very critical generally, and who, even people who wouldn't give a toss whether Paul wrote any of these or not. But there's a general consensus among people who just kind of look at this stuff and want to know that there are 7 letters that do seem to cohere well together. And so those are Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, 1st, 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, 1st Thessalonians, and Philemon. Those all hold together in these various ways. There are differences among them, but nothing hugely different the way there are between, say, the book of Ephesians and these other letters, or the book of 1 Timothy and these letters. So the other thing about these 7 letters is they seem to be clearly situated in a context that would have been in place around the early decades of Christianity. The kinds of issues that are addressed are not issues that were arising much later. They were not issues that were arising much earlier. They seem to be kinds of issues in the 50s and the 60s. And so, it's not certain that Paul wrote them, but the preponderance of evidence points that way. He's famous as a writer. Maybe he was a writer. He's famous early on as a writer, not later. And you have these coherencies that fit into the time that we're pretty sure he was alive. And so we have later authors, not long afterwards, who talk about Paul as a writer. From the early 2nd century, we have, for example, Ignatius, who talks about Paul. He writes a letter to the Ephesians and talks about Paul writing a letter to them. And so you have other indications of this. And so it's, you start having people quote Paul early on, the letters of Paul early on. So on the whole, I would say that when it comes to these 7 letters, if somebody wants to say Paul didn't write anything, I think, it's perfectly welcome. We certainly have to look at that and look very carefully. I have real difficulty imagining that there's evidence that we haven't noticed before, frankly. As you probably know, Jacob, there are people, I'm 68. I've spent 50 years studying Paul, but about 40 of those seriously, and reading scholarship on Paul. And there are people who's like, they've done that full time for 50 years. And it's like, it's hard for me to imagine what evidence somebody else is finding, but we're always open to whatever evidence is out there. And I have no personal stake in this at all, because I don't believe in the New Testament or anything. So I'm happy to see the evidence, but it'd be hard for me to imagine what it could be. Do you know, Jacob? Do you know what her argument is?
Nina's argument?
Yeah.
Well, her book's not out yet, so I haven't read it yet. But what I did read, what I read about it, like in the Amazon description, for instance, it's about redating the Pauline Epistles to Marcion's era or shortly after, somewhere around there. That none of the Pauline Epistles in the New Testament go back to the historical Paul. It doesn't seem to be making there's no specific claim that I know of so far that the historical Paul didn't write anything, but that the epistles that we have attributed to him are not his writings per se.
Okay. Well, there are other people who've pointed out the similarities of Paul and Marcion, and sometimes they do. There's a good reason for Paul Marcion being similar, is because Marcion saw Paul as his hero, and so he tried to replicate what Paul did, but on the standard reading. Some people have used that to argue that Marcion is actually 1st century, but it sounds like she's trying to argue that in fact Paul's 2nd century. Boy, that's going to be a tough one. So I'll be happy. I'll be looking forward to seeing what she cites as evidence. And you may know the people who listen to this may know that we have difficulty with Marcion reconstructing his teachings and his writings, because we don't have any of his writings. The way we know about him are in references to him mainly by the 2 major sources are Tertullian around the year 200, who wrote a 5-volume book against Marcion, and Epiphanius at the end of the 4th century. And there are some other sources, but it's all references to him by later authors. And so it's very, very difficult to reconstruct parts of Marcion's teachings, and especially his corpus of Paul, because it's just hard. There's some very fine scholarship on these issues by people like Dieter Roth, who teaches at Boston College, and Ulrich Schmidt, who's a German scholar, a very, very fine German scholar, and other people like that. But we're always open to new insights based on people's analyses.
Yeah, this is a book that I have by Nina, Galatians and the Rhetoric of Crisis.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, she's basically.
Like that book is,
she's analyzing Galatians and looking at making comparisons sometimes with Demosthenes and similarities with some rhetoric with Cicero. discussing things like, is Paul anti-Torah or not, and other stuff like that.
But in that book, she thinks Galatians is by Paul.
Yes, if I remember correctly, yes. But it later, like, I'm actually having her on my show soon, and she, like, it formed a basis for her to later question the authenticity of Galatians, as I understand it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because initially, yes, I think she did take it to be genuine, but later, came to believe otherwise.
Okay.
And speaking of, if something is genuine or not, what makes the pastoral epistles 1, 2 Timothy, and Titus obvious forgeries not composed by Paul?
Well, I wouldn't say they're obvious. For many centuries, they were accepted as being authentically Pauline from early times. Obviously, they're in our canon of Scripture. And they weren't really seriously questioned until the 19th century. But scholars started recognizing that there are problems with 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus. And as they started looking at these, they started noting very widespread differences from Paul himself. By the way, I guess we haven't pointed out that you've noted that I've got this book Forged, where I explain what critical scholars say about the early Christian pseudonymous writings. The writings are forgeries in other people's names. That book and it deals not just with the New Testament, but it's mainly the New Testament, that book. If anybody's hardcore, like they really want to see the serious arguments that scholars use for things like the pastoral epistles, or even 3rd Corinthians, or any of the books we're talking about, the book of Acts, I have a much larger book that's called Forgery and Counter-Forgery, which is written at a scholarly level that lays out the arguments and in considerable detail. And so if you don't want the kind of summary statement that, that gives some of the evidence but doesn't really dig deep, you really want to dig deep, that would be the place to go for these, with full bibliography of the major works going back to the earliest scholarship on this stuff. So in any event, with the pastorals, there are a number of concerns that have been raised. One is writing style. There have been sophisticated analyses of the writing style of especially 1 Timothy and Titus that are very different from Paul's writing style. Timothy's a bit different because Timothy is different among the three. One of the things I argue in my book is that there are really good reasons for thinking that whoever wrote 1 Timothy also wrote 2 Timothy, even though it's kind of done differently, but it's got so much in common, and that whoever wrote both of those also wrote Titus. Titus almost reads like a kind of an abbreviated version of 1 Timothy. And so I think you can take the three as a group. And when you take the three as a group, the writing style is very different. The themes are very different. Sometimes the author of 1st, 2nd Timothy and Titus will use a technical word that Paul uses that is used differently from the way Paul uses it, means something different. So just as an example, when Paul talks about faith in his writings, by faith, Paul does not mean something like an intellectual acceptance of a doctrine. I have faith that Jesus died for my sins. That's not like a statement a factual statement you agree with. For Paul, it's a trust. You trust Christ's death for your salvation. It's not like knowing a bit of knowledge. So it's not like saying, my faith is this, and then coming up with the Nicene Creed. This is my faith. This. I agree with all of these statements. It's not like that. For Paul, it's trusting that God has fulfilled his promises and trusting Christ to bring about salvation. It's a matter of trust. And for the author of the pastorals, faith is the central doctrines of the faith. Just different. Now, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm just saying it's not what Paul means by faith. But there are other examples of that. So you can never pick like an example and say, there it is. That's the smoking gun. What you do is you accumulate arguments. The writing style is very different. The vocabulary is very different, like massively different, the pastoral epistles from Paul's, the other 7 letters. The theology is different. The presupposed historical situation is different. The church structure that Paul's addressing in the pastorals is different. The whole point of Paul's communities, just read 1 Corinthians. The way Paul's communities are constructed are as collections of groups of people who have all been baptized, who have each been given a gift by the Spirit that allows them to work together in community so that the church can function well together. Some are administrators, some are teachers, some are prophets, some are healers, some collect funds, some people do various things, right? And they all work together for the functioning of the church. The church in Corinth is highly troubled, in part because these people can't get along. And so the idea of the Spirit unifying people through the gifts is not working too well. And you might wonder, well, why doesn't Paul just write the leaders of this church and say, look, get your people together? And say, look, your congregation's doing this, and that. You got to cut down on this. You got to make them stop. And Paul doesn't ever do that in 1st and 2nd Corinthians. He doesn't write the leaders to tell them what to do. Why? Because there weren't any leaders. There were charismatic communities organized by the gifts, the charismata of the Spirit. They're charismatic communities. 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus are not charismatic communities. These are well-structured hierarchies of churches where you've got a bishop, you've got deacons, you've got these various leaders in the church, and it's a structure. In this case, the author writes the leader and says, "Get your people in order." It's a different church situation that arose later when the chaos created by the charismatic communities fell apart. Almost certainly has to be near the end of the 2nd century, or the 1st century, end of the 1st century. So that's a list of kind of basic reasons, and it would take 3 hours to lay them all out in the detail, but it's the kind of thing that scholars have become really convinced. It's very rare that you'll find a critical scholar who's just trying to find out who wrote what, and it doesn't have any religious thing at stake, just they want to know, who thinks that Paul wrote these letters.
And when do you think the pastoral epistles were written?
Well, I'd say we don't really know. I mean, I think it's got to be after the life of Paul. It has to be after some developments happened after his death. They're usually dated, I suppose, to the end of the 1st century in the 90s sometime, and it's a guess. We don't really know. They're not included in Marcion's canon. It appears from the witness of these church fathers I mentioned that Marcion had 10 of Paul's letters in his canon, and that it did not include 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus. There are several theories about that. One is that Marcion didn't like these books, that he found them to be incommensurate with his own views about things. A second theory is that Marcion simply had never heard of these books, that they weren't in wide circulation yet. I tend to agree with the second, but I don't think there's any way to know for sure.
What do you make of the claim that that I'm not sure if it's called the tomb of Paul, but more like the burial place of Paul, or where he was buried, was found with an inscription regarding the apostle martyr Paul?
Well, we don't have any idea where Paul was buried. I mean, the only, you get later legends about everything. The earliest mention of Paul's death is in a book called First Clement. First Clement was almost certainly written around the year 95. And so before some of the books that made it into the New Testament. It's written by the Church of Rome that's addressing the church in Corinth. And it's just as Paul did. By the way, this book of First Clement, I think the dating is pretty secure, and it is clearly modeled on 1 Corinthians. And so that's one reason for thinking that Paul wasn't writing in the 130s, because the 1 Corinthians was written in the 130s, because First Clement is clearly modeled on it. So it had to be before First Clement, and there are really compelling reasons for thinking First Clement was written in the mid 90s. So Okay, so apart from that, it's a letter that claims to be written by the Church of Rome to the Church of Corinth to deal with a problem that's arisen there, namely that there's been a coup in the church, that a group of the leaders of the church have been booted out of their leadership roles, and other people have taken over the control of the church. We don't know how it happened. We don't know what the mechanism was. We don't really have anything except for what this letter hints at. But the Roman church is upset about this and writes this letter to say that you need to reinstall the original leaders because you're creating chaos here. And, you're claiming to be leaders, but real leaders are willing to sacrifice their own interests to the church. And you're just asserting your own interest by desiring to be leaders when you weren't appointed as leaders. And to demonstrate how these leaders ought to behave, the author, it's a very long book where he gives lots of reasons for saying this. But at one point he says they should consider what Peter and Paul both did, that they both paid the price for their testimony by being martyred. And so this is written by the Roman church, later is attributed to Clement, one of these early bishops of Rome, although it doesn't claim to be written by Clement. But my point is that it talks about this about the death of Paul. It doesn't say he was martyred in Rome, though. Later, the tradition emerges that he got martyred in Rome, and our first account of his martyrdom is in this book I called The Acts of Paul. There's the last section of it, assuming that this is an integrated book. We just have fragments of it that people put together, but there's an account of Paul's martyrdom. And in that account, it's a very interesting account because Paul's martyred by being beheaded. And he's, so this is where you get the idea Paul was beheaded. And when he's beheaded, Paul's a saint of God. And so when he's beheaded, it's not a normal beheading. When the executioner beheads Paul, lops off his head, Paul lops off his head, and out of his neck spurts not blood, as you might expect, but milk. Milk? And so this is one of these texts that people wonder about. What's that all about? My view of it is that Paul has now entered into life. He's been born again. And what do you give to infants who have just been born? You give them milk. And so I think this is indicating that now he is moving on to a new birth, a new life. Anyway, where was he buried? We have no idea. So these are legends. So the tomb of Paul is a later kind of invention, just like so many other burial places, like the tomb of John in Ephesus.
I do want to state one thing real quick. Back to when we were discussing Nina earlier, she's not claiming Paul wrote in the 130s. She is saying that none of the epistles in the New Testament attributed to Paul were written by the historical Paul in the first century.
Well, okay, but I'm saying that 1 Corinthians almost certainly had to be written before 1 Clement, and that 1 Clement was written in 95, so it had to be written in the first century. Whether she wants to say Paul didn't write it, okay, then again, that's great. Then you just need to look and see what would make you think so. And I'm completely open to Paul not having written it.
Can you tell us a little bit about the pseudo-Clementine literature, how they portray Paul, and the connections between Simon Magus and Paul?
Yeah. So this issue, let me begin with Simon Magus. This figure, Simon Magus, is mentioned in the book of Acts as a kind of magician figure who claims to have the power of God, but in fact is a magician and doesn't have the power of God. And he gets converted, and he wants to have the power that the actual apostles have because they have the power of Christ, and he doesn't. And he tries to bribe them to give them the power, and of course they can't. They can't do that, and there's no way they're going to do this because the Spirit has given them this power. And so he's this kind of nefarious figure who tries to be an apostolic impersonator in the book of Acts. The Pseudo-Clementine writings deal with this figure, the Simon Magus, as does this book, as does the book that I mentioned earlier called The Acts of Peter, where Peter goes to Rome and has a miracle-working contest with this Simon Magus, legendary accounts of their miracle contest to see who's the greater apostle. The Pseudo-Clementines are books that claim to be written by this figure, Clement, that I just mentioned. So just some historical information. The church in Rome was founded by we don't know whom. It does not appear to have been founded by Peter. Certainly was not founded by Paul. Our first evidence of the church is by Paul in his letter to the Romans, where he writes the Roman church and explicitly states that he's never been there before. And so Paul didn't found this church. He wants to visit them because he's never met them. Paul greets a ton of people, over 20 people at the end of this book that he knows who happen to be there, and he doesn't mention Peter. So Peter doesn't seem to be there either. So we don't know who founded the church there. Somebody founded it. By the end of the first century, they, like other churches, had leaders. It may be there was a separate leader over separate house churches. Probably the Roman church was a large church meeting in different places. They didn't have church buildings yet. They have to meet in homes or in outdoor places. And each group within Rome, a big place at the time, about 1 million people, each church community probably had a leader, and they may have been called bishop. The word bishop comes from our word bishop translates the Greek word episkopos, which means bishop, but it really literally means overseer, someone who looks out for the congregation. And so there were probably a number of overseers or bishops. But the tradition develops later in the 2nd century that Rome had always had one leader, and it started with Peter. And then there's a guy named Linus, and you kind of go down the line. And Clement, depending on how you count, is the 3rd or the 4th of these bishops. So an early pope of Rome. He then later on, there were lots of stories told about him because it was believed that Peter and Paul both were the ones who made him the bishop, who anointed him as the bishop of the church, and so. Laid hands on him and did a ceremony to make him the bishop. So he became a famous figure, but the accounts of him are legendary. We don't have historical accounts about him. What we do have, this book, First Clement I mentioned, the later claim was that he wrote it, even though he doesn't mention, then his name does not occur in that long book. There's another book called Second Clement that also doesn't mention him, but people said, oh yeah, Clement wrote that one too. And then there are these 2 long narrative accounts that deal with Clement in relationship, this Bishop Clement, in relationship principally with Peter. Peter can, so the way these accounts work, there are 2 of them. One is called the homilies. The other is called the recognitions. These books were written in the 4th or 5th century. The 4th or 5th century, but they're based on earlier accounts that may go back to the 2nd century or something. They appear to be 2 distinct versions of some kind of original story or set of stories, possibly. So there are overlaps between the 2, but they're also very different from one another. They give accounts of this Clement figure being originally a pagan who is converted by Peter and then travels with Peter around and joins him on his missionary endeavors and ends up, and so he's Peter's companion, so that's why he's famous. These accounts tend to be lining up with those Christians in the 2nd century and then later as well, who believed that in order to be a true follower of Jesus, it's important for people to keep the Jewish law. And so this is an idea that runs contrary to what the Apostle Paul historically preached. Paul was opposed to Gentiles having to keep the law. He was opposed to Gentiles having to convert to Judaism to be followers of Jesus. But these books share the idea that that's appropriate for them to that they should. And when Paul shows up in these accounts, he in fact is portrayed as an enemy of the true gospel. And in the letter that I mentioned from Peter to James, that is an introduction to the homilies that I mentioned, the pseudo-Clementine homilies. They're called pseudo-Clementines because everybody agrees Clement did not write them. They're forgeries, so they call them pseudo-Clementines. One thing is Peter lambasting Paul as his enemy. The other is that there's an account in which Paul is responsible for the assassination of James, the brother of Jesus, James, the leader of the church in Jerusalem. And so Paul does not come off well in the pseudo-Clementines.
And now I'd like to ask about the report of Pontius Pilate, and what does Tertullian have to say about that as well?
Right. So Pontius Pilate is a key figure, obviously, in the New Testament Gospels. He doesn't show up much, mainly at the end. At the end, he's the one who's responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus. So massively important to the history of Christianity. The historical Pontius Pilate was a Roman official. He was one of the elite figures in Rome. He wasn't on the senatorial level. He wasn't on the very upper echelon of Roman aristocracy, but he was an equestrian. He was on the next level down, which is still extremely high up. And so he's in the 1%. And so he was a political figure who was appointed to be the governor of Judea in the year 29. So after the death of Herod the Great, there was lots of turmoil in what we think of as Israel. Eventually, the southern part, Judea, was assigned to a governor, and in the year 29, this Pontius Pilate figure became the governor of Judea, and he was the governor of Judea for 10 years, from 29 to 39 of the Common Era. And so it was during his reign that Jesus came to Jerusalem one Passover and was arrested by Jewish authorities, according to the Gospels, and who found him to be a troublemaker and turned him over to Pontius Pilate, who had him crucified for claiming to be the king of the Jews. The historical Pilate would not have been interested in inner Jewish theological disputes or about people having one point of view or another point of view, or somebody violating like some taboo or something, or violating the law. He wouldn't care about that. He was concerned about people violating the peace and causing trouble. And if somebody's claiming to be the king of the Jews, that means the person's claiming to be the ruler of the Jews. Well, the Romans are the rulers of the Jews. And so the only way this person can become the ruler of the Jews is to start an insurrection. And so Jesus was crucified on grounds of insurrection against the state by the Romans. After that, people started wondering about Pontius Pilate. Not pagans. Pontius Pilate almost certainly had Jesus crucified, and he was crucified. Just according to the New Testament, there are two other people that day who were crucified. Probably a week later, Pilate didn't remember either of them. I suppose the next day they crucified a few more people, and a few more after that, and probably a few more the day before. And it's like, it's just like that's what's happening. And so Pilate didn't distinguish Jesus as being anybody. He's just a nobody that, was making a crazy claim. So he crucified him. But later Christians started thinking there had to be more to it. I mean, after all, Jesus was the Son of God. And Pilate must have known what he was doing. And so you end up with a string of legends about Pontius Pilate and a number of apocryphal works about Pontius Pilate. These are among the least known of the early apocrypha by general readers, but they're fascinating and they're short, so they're easy to read. If anybody wants accounts of these other Gospels, including all of these accounts connected with Pilate, I have a book where I collected all of the other Gospels from outside the New Testament. It's just called The Other Gospels. And it's in paperback. You can buy this thing and you can read these accounts. This book that I did was with my colleague, Zlatko Plesha, who is a very good linguist. And what we did is we translated all the Greek, Latin, and Coptic Gospels of the first 400 years, a little bit beyond that in some cases, so that people could have access to them. And they include these Pilate Gospels. We call them the Pilate Gospels. And these Pilate Gospels are very interesting because they involve a Christian view of what Pontius Pilate was up to. One of them is called the Acts of Pilate. That one gives an account of Jesus, an alternative account of Jesus' trial. So it's a narrative account of Jesus' trial. The one you're asking me about is not a narrative account from Pilate's perspective. It's correspondence. Pilate has some correspondence about Jesus that goes back and forth to the emperor. The emperor at the time is Tiberius. Tiberius was the successor of Caesar Augustus and was his son-in-law, and his stepson was his stepson. And he became the emperor after. And Tiberius was the emperor then when Jesus was crucified. And Pilate's the governor, so he's got to report back to the emperor. And so you get these very interesting pieces of correspondence in which Pilate, one of them, Pilate writes to Tiberius and says, basically apologizes and says that he's done a very bad thing. He actually crucified the Son of God. And he now realizes that was a mistake. And he's upset about it. Well, Tiberius is upset now too, because now he knows that the wrath of God is going to come down on Rome, and it's all Pilate's fault. And so he writes a letter and back to Pilate. And the way this ends up happening is Pilate gets summoned back to Rome. And then we have other accounts about Pilate in which we have an account called The Death of Pilate, where Tiberius confronts him and goes all over him because he knew that Jesus was doing all these miracles. He knew he was the Son of God. Why did he kill him? And Pilate makes excuses, blaming the Jews for doing it. He tries to shift the blame onto the Jews, but Tiberius decides to kill him anyway, and he has him executed. But the thing in this account, this is one of the great ones, Pontius Pilate, in this account, converts to be a follower of Jesus. And right before he gets executed, he prays to Christ and asks for forgiveness. And when his head gets lopped off, an angel comes down from heaven and takes his head up into heaven. So Pilate's residing in heaven now. So anyway, sorry, that's kind of a long answer because you're asking about one of these books, but the whole sequence is worth knowing about because they're all forgeries. The Acts of Pilate is not so much a forgery, it's a narrative account based on Pilate's point of view, but the correspondence between Pilate and Tiberius and these books are forgeries because they obviously were not written by these authors.
And are there also Pilate Gospels?
Oh, those are the Pilate Gospels. So there are no Gospels. We don't have any Gospels that tell Jesus' story from beginning and end in Pilate's name. What we have are these accounts that allegedly are these letters written by Pilate. And you had asked about Tertullian, but there's also, even before Tertullian, there's Justin Martyr. Both of them mention these legends about Pilate and Tiberius and how Tiberius actually came to believe Jesus was the Son of God, and about how you have a different account about what really happened according to Justin based on Pilate's account. And so you have references to this as soon as the year 150, but the accounts we have that we currently have were written later, principally in the 4th and 5th centuries, although they may be based on earlier ones.
And what about the Sibylline Oracles?
Right. The Sibylline Oracles are among the more famous of the non-canonical books, and they're kind of a complicated story. I'll say that to begin with. The Sibyl was a legendary mythical figure who was believed to be an ancient Roman prophetess. And according to Roman legend, before Christianity came along, in ancient Roman legend, the Sibyl had made mysterious proclamations about the future of Rome. And these proclamations were kept in Rome in the Temple of Jupiter as kind of prophecy books, that whenever something of moment, something scary, some kind of scary omen or some kind of scary event happened, there were a group of priests in Rome whose special duty was to interpret the Sibylline Oracles, to explain how they predicted what was going to happen so that they would know what was going to be happening next. These were real books, and there were real priests who were interpreting these things, but we don't have them anymore. They were destroyed in a fire. And then they were tried to be recollected, and there's kind of a long history to this. Sometime after these Sibylline Oracles had been like serious items in Roman political and religious policy, there were Jewish authors who wrote books that they claimed to be the Sibylline Oracles, to be written by the Sibyl. And later, there were Christians who took those books and modified them in Christian ways, putting in sections that were the Sibyl predicting the coming of Jesus. And so these were in circulation and were widely believed by Jews, and then especially by Christians, to have been authentic books written by this Roman prophetess who was predicting things that would happen at the end of time, and especially making detailed predictions about the coming of Jesus. And so we still have these Sibylline Oracles today. They were not written by a prophetess of Rome, and they are not the original Jewish version, although you can extract good portions of them, or the Jewish writings, but you can also detect which parts of the Christian writings, which would be Christians claiming to be the Sibyl. These were seen to be very useful because they involved a pagan prophetess predicting the coming of Jesus. And so these forgeries are serving a kind of evangelistic purpose and a kind of apologetic purpose, where Christians can defend themselves saying, look, it's not just the prophets of the Old Testament. We're not just talking about Isaiah and Amos and Micah predicting Jesus. We're talking about a pagan prophetess who was inspired by a divine being to predict the coming of the Savior. So if people want to read these Sibylline Oracles, they are very interesting. They're not in this book I talked about that I did, because they're largely Jewish and they're not Gospels. But there's a translation by John Collins, professor of early Judaism and Hebrew Bible at Yale. The full translation of his is in the 2-volume book called Old Testament Pseudepigrapha and Apocrypha, or Old Testament Apocrypha and Pseudepigrapha. Maybe it's called Old Testament Pseudepigrapha, I think it's called. Old Testament Pseudepigrapha, 2 volumes, which is worth having because it contains all the pseudepigrapha of ancient Judaism. But I think you can probably find a separate copy just of John Collins' The Sibylline Oracles someplace, and you can read them there.
Michael E., thank you for your super chat. What was in the minds of early Christian pseudepigrapher and their audience? Is it always ideological or intended as early Christian fan fiction?
Yeah, it's a very good question. What I deal with in my book, both in my forged book that you mentioned and at a greater length in my forgery and counter-forgery book, is this entire phenomenon of pseudepigraphy. So scholars usually are reluctant or refuse to use the word forgery when it comes to early Christian writings, especially writings in the New Testament. They're reluctant to say, 2 Peter is a forgery. And the reluctance is based on, the understandable fact that these are parts of Scripture, and they think it's an offensive word, and they don't want to be offensive. And they also don't want to denigrate these writings, and so they call them pseudepigraphy. So a single pseudepigraphy is the phenomenon of writing something under a false name. That's what it literally means, written under a false name. A book like that is called a pseudepigraphon. A pseudepigraphon is a book with a false authorial inscription. The word pseudos actually means lie, means false, but a pseudos is a lie. And so it's an author who's lying about his name. And so that's also that also could be an offensive term. The reason it's not offensive is because when a scholar says pseudepigraphon, nobody knows what he's talking about. So they're not offended. Whereas if they say forgery, what? Ah! So I get that and I understand it. The ancient writers used equally bad language about it. Not bad in the sense of swearing, but language that was offensive. So that pseudepigrapha, for what I'm calling forgeries, in Greek, for example, there were a number of names for them and none of them good. The most common names, one was just to call them pseudoi, lies. The other name was the word in Greek that means illegitimate child. It's a nothos, an illegitimate child, but it had the negative connotations that our word bastard has. So bastard's it's an ugly word. It's a very, very ugly word. And so is nothos. But that's the most common word for these. And so when I said earlier that Didymus the blind said that 2 Peter is a forgery, he says it's a nothos with all the negative connotation. It's an illegitimate child because the person claimed as its father is not really its father. The author's not who he's claimed to be. That's why they called it that. That's one key to what people thought about pseudepigraphers in the ancient world. In my books, I go to great length to counter what everybody says who's never studied the issue. I counter what everybody told me when I was in graduate school, what my teacher said, what the book said. And, when I started looking into this, I realized that these teachers and the authors of the books they're reading actually had not looked at the ancient evidence. Because what I learned in graduate school is that people who wrote these kinds of books, these pseudepigrapha, were not meaning to deceive anybody. Nobody was really deceived. It was just this kind of game everybody played along with. Or they would say it was a common practice in the ancient world and nobody condemned it. Or they would say this was commonly found among the philosophical schools of the ancient world. So there are like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or things like this that people would say to justify the practice. So then I decided to look into it, first by reading the massive scholarship on this. Unfortunately, most of the scholarship is in German. A lot of I hardly know anybody who's actually read these German books, among New Testament scholars. They know about their existence. They could read them. They can read German, but they haven't bothered. So there's that. So I read all those, but then I started reading every reference I could find to forgery in the ancient world. I tried to find every reference I could to books like in Greek writings, in Greek and Latin literature, involving Greek writings, Roman writings, Jewish writings, and Christian writings. And I studied every one of these things, read them, took notes on them, and I came away with the conclusion that these other scholars, starting especially if you're a German reader, Wolfgang Speyer, wrote a book called Literary Pseudepigraphy in the Ancient World or something like that. I forget. So you just read that stuff and you'll see, boom, 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 boom. What ancient people said about this was that it was an illicit practice. Nobody appreciated it. The only people who said anything about it that wasn't negative were people who got caught doing it. And when they did get caught, they were punished, either verbally, sometimes physically, sometimes murdered. And when they say nasty things about it, and about the process of doing this, and they talk about how they detected it, and so forth. We do have a couple of instances in which people were discovered to have done it, and they are not treated well. And so what were the people doing it thinking? Well, we don't know. We don't know what's in their head. I've had a lot of people tell me, well, if it's so widely condemned, why was it practiced so much? And it makes me think, you mean like, cheating on your taxes? Or like committing adultery? Or like, you mean people wouldn't do it if it was widely condemned socially? Really? Is that your view? So why did people do it? Well, they wanted to for one reason or another. Did they think they were doing something wrong? Well, probably. Because in our culture, if you probably know it's wrong. You might think it's okay for you to cheat on your taxes or to cheat on your spouse. You might think it's okay because you have reasons. So everybody has reasons. When it comes to pseudepigraphy, it looks to me like, so there are lots of reasons for doing it. And I provide an entire list of reasons and give examples of this from the Greek and Roman worlds and the Christian and Jewish worlds of why people did it. Sometimes in the Greek and Roman world is because you could sell these books and make some money. Sometimes it's in order to forge something in somebody else's name to make an idiot out of it. You publish your thing, and then the Christian makes an idiot out of himself, even though he didn't write it. So there are like this list of reasons for people doing this. But the most common reason, especially in Christian circles, the most common reason in Christian circles is because if you write in the name of somebody famous, you claim to be Peter, you claim to be Paul, somebody will read your book. You've got an important message to convey. And your name is, Anthony Schwartz from wherever. And like nobody's even heard of you. You write your book and publish in your name. Who's going to read it? Okay. So then claim to be the Apostle John. And then people will read it. And so that's what happens. People claim to be John or James or Bartholomew or Philip or, pick your name. Matthew or Thomas or Peter or Paul. Just pick your name. You claim to be that person, and then somebody will read your book so that your points of view get across. So I think that that's what's going on. I think people knew that they probably thought, well, okay, technically this is wrong. It's a lie, but there's a bigger purpose here. I want to tell the world the truth, and I know the truth, and I'm going to tell them, and to get them to read it. So for their own good, I'm going to lie about who I am. And so even in books, like in the New Testament, the book of Ephesians stresses that you need to tell the truth. You need to be a truth teller. And the author who's saying that claimed to be Paul, even though he wasn't. He was lying about it. He knew he was lying about it. And so that's the irony that you get. So I think mainly in Christian circles, they're not playing a game, and they're not like pretending something, knowing that nobody's going to catch them. Or they really want people to read their books, and they think it's important enough to lie about.
I Fish Natalia, thank you for your super chat. Even with the forgeries, you believe Jesus was a historical figure and was crucified, correct?
Well, yeah, absolutely. The forgeries have nothing to do with it. The Gospels weren't forged. Paul's letters were not forged. And so we have abundant evidence. Josephus wasn't forged. It's like some people will often say, "Oh yeah, that bit in Josephus was added later," and I don't think so. I think people would like it to have been added later. But I think there's abundant evidence, and so the sources of the Gospels weren't forged. So yes, I absolutely think Jesus was a historical figure. I have a book on this called "Did Jesus Exist?" where I give the reasons for, it's not that I'm a believer in Jesus. But as a historian, I think it's really, I think the idea he did not exist is quite extreme. And nobody, people find convincing arguments because they want to find them. And if somebody gives them a complicated argument, they'll think it's convincing because it sounds complicated. But yeah, no, I think Jesus really did exist.
Independent thought, thank you for your super chat. How can the canonical Gospels be independent sources for historical Jesus if they used each other as sources?
Excellent question. This is an excellent question. So when we say independent sources, what we mean is that you've got an account that an author has that is not shared in account that he borrowed from. And so, if you have an account of Jesus, for example, if you've got an account of, let's say, in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, let's say that you've got the same parable of Jesus, okay? And it's like, it's word for the word the same in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, okay? We have good reasons for thinking that Matthew and Luke got many of their stories from Mark. And so if they got that story from Mark, you'd have 3 accounts of the story. They might be slightly different or greatly different, but they'd be the same story, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And in that case, you do not have 3 independent sources for that story. You've got one source, Mark. And so in instances of what scholars call the triple tradition, meaning it's a story found in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, in those triple tradition stories, they're not independently attested. Sometimes you'll have stories you'll have sayings of Jesus, for example, that are found only in Matthew and in Luke. For example, our Father in heaven, holy be your name, the Lord's Prayer. Those passages that are in both Matthew and Luke, scholars have long thought came from a common source that Matthew and Luke had, that scholars call Q, a word for Quelle, meaning source in German. The Germans came up with this. They called it the sayings source, the sayings Quelle. And so instead of saying Quelle, now we say Q because it's spelled with a Q, Quelle. Well, if they both got this from Q, then we don't have 2 independent accounts of it. We've got one account. It doesn't exist anymore, Q, so we don't have 2 independent accounts. We have 2 dependent accounts, okay? So you have that. And so whenever you've got dependent accounts, then you don't have multiply independent witnesses. But sometimes you've got stories found in only one of the sources that is in a completely different form in another source, or doesn't exist in the other source. Or you have a saying in one source that has additional material in another source. So when that happens, there are aspects that can be multiply attested, as long as they're not word-for-word agreements or reasons for thinking that this detail comes from that source. So, for example, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a couple of examples. Jesus is, see, how do I put this? Jesus is said to have been baptized in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Many of their stories about the baptism are similar. He associates with John the Baptist and then is baptized. John the Baptist is mentioned in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and we have different stories about John the Baptist in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and we have different stories about John as well in the Gospel of John. So if you've got those 3 that tell the same bit, that John, if they did say Jesus, that John baptized Jesus. Actually, Luke doesn't say that, interesting. But if it did say John baptized Jesus, then you'd say, well, we got that from all 3. But if you got other things about John the Baptist in the context, some of it's in Luke, we didn't get it from, but not in the others, you didn't get from Matthew and Mark. If you got something in John and you think John did not rely on Matthew, Mark, and Luke, which is what I think, then John's also independent. And you start looking at this when it comes to attesting John the Baptist, you have independent information from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So Matthew and Luke almost certainly did get parts of their thing from Mark about John the Baptist, but they didn't get the whole thing because Matthew has a whole episode not found in Mark. So he didn't get that from Mark, which means he's got episodes about John the Baptist baptizing Jesus. See what I'm saying? So the baptism of Jesus by John the Baptist is independently attested, even though 3 of these Gospels are dependent on each other. It's because they're not dependent on each other. 2 of them are dependent on one, and 2 of them are dependent on a common source. But if you've got independent material about the same thing, so like another example, then it's independently attested because it's not all from the same source. Another example, Jesus tells parables about seeds. Well, Matthew and Luke got some of their parables of things about seeds from Mark, but they also have other parables of seeds. And the Gospel of Thomas has parables about seeds. Well, so Jesus telling parables, and specifically parables about seeds, is multiply attested. So Jesus probably told parables about seeds. Where it's not certain he did, but you start looking at that and other evidence, it seems pretty likely he did. And so that's how you do it. You cannot trust verbatim agreement. You cannot trust stories that they lifted from each other, but they have other stories about similar topics or similar figures, and use those kinds of things then to patch together what you have a good reason for thinking go back to Jesus. You're muted, Jacob.
Thank you. Off says, I like baby Jesus best.
Okay, well, fair enough. And, he probably never cried. And so, yeah.
Thank you for your super chat, Oaf. Michael E., thank you for your super chat. Can Marcion's Pauline letters be recreated?
Yes, there have been a number of scholars who've tried to recreate both Marcion's version of Paul and Marcion's version of Luke. Sometimes they differ from it's a it's one of the most complex tasks that somebody can take on, a biblical scholar can take on, because it requires very strong philological skills and a very keen sense of analysis. So people who've done this in recent times, who've actually tried reconstructions, are I mentioned earlier Dieter Roth and Ulrich Schmidt. There's a fellow named Jason Badun. There are scholars who have tried this, and they don't have complete agreement with one another. Part of the problem is that our sources are problematic. Sometimes you cannot trust what Tertullian or Epiphanius says, and sometimes you don't know if you can trust them. But based on very, very careful analysis, that often in these cases, for Ulrich Schmidt and Dieter Roth, I know particularly, took years, and Jason Badun as well, took years to do. It's not easy.
MV, thank you for your super chat. I lost my hair after losing my faith. Should I go back? On a more serious note, can we know how many sources the authors used in the Gospels?
Definitely, you should return to the faith, and because or just go to a televangelist. I'm sure you could get your hair back if you wanted to. I don't, because I don't want to. On the serious note, no, we don't know how many sources. What scholars typically do is when they talk about the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they typically talk in terms of, well, it depends which theory you hold. My theory, I hold the theory that I call the four-document hypothesis, which is that Matthew and Luke both used Mark. Matthew and Luke also had access to another source that I called Q just now. So the stories all three have in common come from Mark. The sayings Matthew and Luke have that are not found in Mark come from Q. Matthew has his own stories found only in Matthew. He didn't get them from Mark or Q. So we call that M for Matthew's source. Matthew's source may be a bunch of sources. It may be a written source. It may be multiple written sources. It might be oral sources, lots of oral sources. We don't know. Is it 1? Is it 20? Somewhere in between. We don't know. Luke has stories found only in Luke. We call Luke's special source L. And so is it one written source, lots of written sources, lots of oral sources, lots of both? We don't know. So the four-source hypothesis that I hold to, which has been the standard view for over a century now among New Testament scholars, is we call them four sources: Mark, Q, M, and L, with the proviso that M and L might be many sources. Some people don't subscribe to that model. There's a new model that it's not a new model. It's been all these models have been around for roughly forever, but a model that my friend and colleague Mark Goodacre supports is a somewhat simpler model where there are fewer sources, where he thinks that Mark was the source for Matthew, and Luke used both Matthew and Mark. So the Luke has some of Mark with Matthew and some of Matthew without Mark, and so that's how you get Luke with his own stuff. And so that's called it's called the Farrer hypothesis, the Farrer named after the person who came up with it. And it's somewhat simpler because it gets rid of Q, but it creates huge problems as well. So huge that most people don't buy it, that I'm not going to get into. But so, okay, I guess I could have just said, we don't know. But I would say it's at least 4 and probably many more.
Hi, Fishstones. Hi, thank you for your super chat. Ariston of Smyrna, an eyewitness of Jesus, noted in manuscript Eshmaidzin 229 has been credited with authorship of the long ending of Mark. Thoughts?
Yeah, this is not an authentic eyewitness of Jesus. This is a later forged idea, a fabricated idea, and there's nothing that would tie anyone named Ariston to the longer ending. I mean, I know you'll hear things like that, but if you actually look into Ariston, you'll see of Smyrna that he's not a historical figure living at the time of Jesus.
King Doe, thank you for your super chat. If Paul was rewritten or produced in later times, then they would not be so certain about the apocalypse.
I'm not sure what he means about not so certain about the apocalypse. Do you know what he means? Is he talking about the apocalypse of Paul, the apocalypse of John? Some people think that the apocalypse of I bet I know what he means, or she means what this person means. Some people have argued, including Elaine Pagels, that the apocalypse of John is directed against the teachings of Paul, and especially with respect to the idea of eating food offered to idols, and that there's some anti-Pauline material in the book of Revelation, which is, I think, again, almost certainly to be dated to the 90s of the Common Era. And that would presuppose, if it's true that it's opposing Paul, it would presuppose that Paul wrote before it. And so that would be right. I am not at all convinced that the book of Revelation is attacking Paul or Pauline thought. I wrote a book. My most recent book is called Armageddon, and it's about the revelation of John. And it tries to provide an interpretation of the revelation of John that makes sense in its own historical context. I show it must have been written in the 90s. And I don't have much on the Paul hypothesis there because I just don't think there's much to it. It's it's the kind of thing that kind of sounds impressive. I think when you dig into it, in my view, it's not a compelling argument.
Constellation Pegasus, thank you for your super chat. Is it possible you could do a course showing how human activity and textual evidence at Noah's flood, according to the Bible, didn't happen?
Yes, I've already done that. So if you go to my courses online, if you don't know, I have online courses that I've produced for a couple of years now. And also, I've started having other people produce courses. This last weekend, Amy Jill Levine, one of the superstars in New Testament studies, did a 4-lecture course for us on the parables. You can find all these, the courses we've done so far at bartehrman.com. And it's a webpage, and just click on courses, and you'll see all of them. I did one, might have been the first course I did. It was on the book of Genesis. And it was an 8-lecture course on the book of Genesis, where I talked about, among many other things, I talked about the historicity of these old stories. I talked about problems with the creation stories and talked about the Adam and Eve story, but I talked about the problem of the flood stories and why there are contradictions in the flood story. There are actually a couple stories that have been combined together. And there are, of course, there are very big problems, including the fact that geologists have shown pretty convincingly there was no worldwide flood. Plus, it couldn't happen. But apart from that, I do talk about that. So it's a book. It's my class on Genesis. It's called In the Beginning, and you can find out about it on my website, bartehrman.com.
I'll take one more super chat before I get back to my questions. Fishnet thank you for your super chat. Just an FYI, I pray for you to return to the faith daily, Dr. Ehrman.
Well, thank you. I very much appreciate it. I am not, I'm not an enemy of the faith, even though some people say I am. I have no difficulty with people of faith. I have difficulty with people who don't apply their intelligence to their faith. But I've known many Christians who are far more intelligent than me. And so it's not a matter of smarts. And if it's something that makes sense to you, and it's something that makes you a better person, and it makes you someone who helps others in our world, then I'm all for it. So thank you. I appreciate your prayers.
What forgeries were in conflict with false teachers?
That's a good question, and I think the answer is most of them. So my book, the big book I called Forgery and Counterforgery. The full title is "The Use of Literary Deceit in Early Christian Polemics," or polemic. And Christian polemic is attacks on people for thinking the wrong things or for doing the wrong things. But a lot of my book is dealing with how there are forgeries directed against various perspectives. There are forgeries that oppose Jews, and there are forgeries that oppose pagans, but there are a lot of forgeries that oppose heretics, people who subscribe to the incorrect set of beliefs. And so, as I said, there are a number of them, and they just like of the ones we've mentioned so far. For example, 3 Corinthians is a classic example of a letter claimed to be by Paul to attack a view that's called Docetism, the view that Jesus wasn't really human, but only appeared to be human. So that's a frontal attack. The book I called The Apocalypse of Peter, the one that I said is the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. It's a Gnostic forgery. It's written by a Gnostic who has Peter allegedly watching the crucifixion of Jesus and not understanding why the person being crucified, the human Jesus, isn't the same as the divine Jesus, the Christ. Peter has the realization that Jesus and Christ are 2 separate beings. And this book is attacking the people who think that Jesus Christ is one being and that Christ died on the cross for your sins. He's attacking that view, and he says that the people who hold it, the bishops, are dry canals. In other words, they're supposed to be filled with living water, but there's nothing there. They got nothing there to argue with. Jesus was not the Christ. Jesus was the man that the divine element, the Christ, temporarily inhabited. Christ can't be crucified. He's God. God can't suffer. God can't die. What's wrong with those Orthodox people? And so the author wouldn't call them Orthodox. He'd say those heretics over there. So he's attacking heresy. So all sides are writing forgeries to attack the other side. The letter of Peter to James that I mentioned and talked about is written by somebody who's a Jewish Christian who thinks that to be a follower of Jesus, you cannot follow the teachings of Paul. You've got to keep the law. And so there are all these, like, I'd say the preponderance of forgeries in the Christian tradition are written against people who believe the wrong things.
Did the early church fathers also have issues with some of the letters attributed to Paul, both in the New Testament and outside the New Testament? Did they dispute some of them at all?
Are you saying the letters of Paul specifically?
Yes.
Yeah. No, there were disputes about a number of the letters. There were disputes about some that made it into the New Testament. For example, the letter of 1st and 2nd Timothy, Titus, they were disputed by some church leaders and suspected by some church leaders. The ones outside the New Testament, there were some that church leaders talked about them, and they would sometimes say, this is a forgery. They sometimes, there were debates, for example, about this letter to the Laodiceans, whether it could be authentic or not. The letter of 3 Corinthians that I've talked about, debate whether it was authentic or not. And so church fathers were aware of the phenomenon of forgery. One interesting phenomenon we have is that in our earliest, probably our earliest list of which books belong in the New Testament, it's called the Muratorian Fragment. It's called the Muratorian Fragment because it's a fragment. It's just a little piece of writing. It's written in Latin. It's a later writing, but it's copying an earlier list that looks like came from the 2nd Christian century, a list of what this anonymous author thought were the books of the New Testament. And the author includes, it begins, it's a fragment, it begins kind of in the middle of a sentence. It begins by saying, it says a couple words and it says, and our 3rd gospel is Luke. And his 4th gospel is John. And then it gives, and so it has It apparently had all 4 of our Gospels, apparently, and it lists letters of Paul, lists Acts, it lists some things. And there are differences from the canon that ended up being the 27-book canon. There are differences between this and that. But one interesting thing is it mentions some letters of Paul that we don't have, including a letter to the Alexandrians. So this apparently was a letter known to this author, presumably in the late 2nd century, that was allegedly written by Paul to the Christian church in the city of Alexandria. Boy, we'd love to have that, love our hands on that one. But so church fathers do comment on Pauline forgeries, and they comment on ones we don't even have.
What is the problem with Colossians and its alleged authenticity to Paul?
So I've been mentioning there's 7 letters that most scholars agree are authentically Pauline. There are 6 that are debated. The 6 are usually divided into 2 groups. 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus, those 3 I said probably have the same author, and they are usually called the pastoral epistles, because Paul is writing to these pastors of churches, telling them how to get their churches in order. So they're pastoral advice to pastors, so it's pastoral epistles. The other 3 are Ephesians, Colossians, and 2 Thessalonians. These are, I would say that there are more scholars who will say that one or the other might be authentic than with the pastorals. And of those, I would say most scholars would agree Ephesians probably is not written by Paul. There's some more doubt about Colossians and some more doubt about 2 Thessalonians. The majority view still is they're not authentic. Colossians and Ephesians have similar problems to one another. Colossians and Ephesians both have a writing style that is very different from Paul's at a very deep level, in a way you wouldn't notice if you're reading it in English translation. So there are scholars who've written entire books on this, especially Colossians. There's a very, very learned book on the authorship of Colossians that deals with stylistic features of Colossians in relationship to Paul's undisputed letters. And it isn't the kind of thing where it just looks at, boy, that sounds different. It's looking at things that you wouldn't, when you write things, a lot of times you're very conscious about how you're writing. You're conscious about how you construct a sentence or how you use a prepositional phrase or something. There are things you think about. There are a lot of things you don't even think about. Like in Greek, there are several words for the word and. So you can say and or but or therefore, and they're different conjunctions that basically mean the same thing. And some people use one more often than the other, and most people use both, but they tend to use one more than the other, and that kind of thing. Or there are lots of ways you can use participles in Greek. It's a complicated thing studying participles, or how infinitives are used in Greek. And these are just like how people use these things. And often this is the kind of thing you don't think about too much. So there are these studies that will go into great detail that which conjunction does Paul use in his letters? And these letters, how much does he use in Colossians? How do prepositional phrases work? How do infinitives work? How do embedded clauses work? In other words, one simple way of putting that is, it's kind of like how long is a sentence? But an embedded clause is when you have a sentence which goes on forever because the author has other clauses connected to them that could be sentences of their own, but in fact are used by the author in order to stick them in the same sentence. And so the sentence goes on for 3 paragraphs. It seems like 3 paragraphs. And in English, they often are 3 paragraphs. But in Greek, it'd be like one sentence. Oh my God, does Paul ever do that? And you look and say, yeah, no. So the thing what you do is you look at every metric you can stylistically and you put it together and it's just like time after time after time after time. It's different. So it's like, it isn't just one thing, it's like all of these things all move in the same direction. And then you look at the theology. Paul, I'll give you just an example that I think is pretty telling. In Paul's letter to the Romans and elsewhere in Paul, in 1 Corinthians 15, for example, Paul is definite that the Christians have not yet been raised from the dead. Christians who have been baptized have died with Christ, but they haven't been resurrected yet. That comes when Jesus returns. So in Romans 6, Paul uses his verb tenses very carefully. You have died with Christ and you will be raised with him. In 1 Corinthians 15, Paul is emphatically arguing against people who think that Christians have already experienced a spiritual resurrection with Jesus. Paul emphatically argues, no, the resurrection is not a spiritual experience that has already happened to believers. It's a physical experience that's going to happen at the end of time, when we will be transformed like Christ's body was transformed. We haven't been transformed yet. The resurrection has not yet happened. That's Paul's argument. And he makes it consistently through these 7 letters. When you get to Colossians, the author of Colossians says, we've died with Christ and we've been raised with him. We've already been raised with Christ. It's just the opposite of what Paul said in the other. So I don't know. You could say Paul changed his mind. Of course. Okay, he changed his mind. Yeah, okay. Except the stylistic things are all different too. And so you pile all of this stuff up and you end up with, Colossians. I don't think it can be written by Paul.
What about Ephesians?
Well, okay. So the same thing with the Ephesians, only Ephesians is like Colossians on steroids when it comes to these things. The same issues I was just talking about, even more so for Ephesians. But there are other things that are even more interesting about Ephesians. One is that you have these passages that sound so much like Paul until you start looking closely at them. So I'm not going to give a full exegesis here, but I give a clear example from Ephesians chapter 2, which talks about how we were dead in our sins and trespasses, but now we've been raised, and how you say by grace, not by grace, not by works, and you consider all these things that he says, and it sounds like Paul on the surface until you see how the words are being used. The words are being just the opposite how Paul uses the words. I'll give you just like one example. When Ephesians says that you're saved by grace alone, not by works. Okay, this is in chapter 2. For by grace you have been saved, not by works. For by works, whatever. So you're not saved by works. Fine. Well, that just sounds like Paul, right? That's what he says in Romans. That's what he says in Galatians. No, it's not. When Ephesians is talking about not being saved by works, he means you're not saved by doing good deeds. You're not saved because you're such a moral person and you help old ladies across the street and you volunteer at the soup kitchen and all that's going to save you. No, it's not for Ephesians. God saved you by his grace. Okay, fine. Well, that's what Paul says, right? No, it's not what Paul says. When Paul talks about being saved by faith, he says, not by works of the law. Paul is not talking about doing good deeds. He's talking about keeping the Jewish law of circumcision and kosher food laws and festivals and Sabbath. He's talking about prescriptions that make Jews Jewish. Jews do not get into the kingdom for keeping the law, even if they keep it pretty well. That's not what saved you. The death of Christ saves you. So it sounds like Paul, but it's not what he's talking about. You add that to these statements that are easy, even Ephesians is even more extreme on the idea that we've been raised with Christ. We're already seated with Christ in the heavenly places for Ephesians. And so this is just not what Paul says at all. So I think that's why Ephesians is more of a problem than Colossians even.
And 2 Thessalonians?
Okay, so 2 Thessalonians is a completely different issue. 2 Thessalonians sounds a lot like Paul in places, so much so that it looks like whoever wrote 2 Thessalonians was copying parts of 1 Thessalonians, like an entire sentence. It's like, man, that's almost exactly alike, and which is interesting because Paul never does that. When you read 1 Corinthians and then you read 2 Corinthians, there's nothing in 2 Corinthians, which is a line taken from 1 Corinthians. How would somebody do that? Did he like memorize this line he wrote? Do you memorize the lines you write when you write a letter? So how does he do that? Well, if he had the letter in front of him and he was trying to imitate Paul, that would make sense. He had the letter. Wants to sound like Paul? He copies Paul. 2 Thessalonians sounds like Paul in lots of places. When it doesn't sound like Paul, the views expressed are contrary to Paul's. so I lay this out in both of my books. Like the best example of this is 1 Thessalonians. The point of 1 Thessalonians, you can find it expressed in every chapter of the 5 chapters. It especially comes to the fore when Paul hits the climax of the book in chapter 4 and 5. The Thessalonians, it turns out, are concerned that people in their congregation have died already before Christ returned. And they thought Jesus was coming back right away. Paul told them that. He's coming back right away. And now they're thinking, wow, these people have died. Have they lost out on their reward? And, oh no, like they're not going to be here when Jesus comes back. So Paul writes the letter to assure them, no, don't worry about it. When Jesus comes back, the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, will join them. It's important to notice how he says, we who are alive at the time. He's including himself as one of those who's going to be alive at the time. He thinks it's coming soon. And that becomes very clear when you get to chapter 5. One problem people have with reading 1 Thessalonians is that the discussion of Jesus returning in glory and people being taken up into the air to meet him is in chapter 4, and then they stop there and they don't keep reading. Stopping there is why people believe in the rapture. The rapture is the idea is that Jesus is coming back to take his people out of the world to save them so that 7 years later when he returns, he'll destroy the world and they won't be there they won't be there for the destruction during the 7-year tribulation, won't be the destruction at the end. They're going to be up there with Jesus. That's what you take away if you stop reading at the end of chapter 4. But when Paul wrote this book, he wasn't writing chapter 4 and then stopping and then putting chapter 5 next topic. He didn't write with chapters and verses. After the last line of chapter 4, he wrote the next line of what's now chapter 5. They go together. And when you go together in chapter 5, you start realizing he's talking about the coming of Jesus not to take people out of the world. He's coming to destroy his enemies. And he says that this is going to happen suddenly. Be on the alert. It could happen at any time. You've got to watch. You've got to be ready because it's going to happen. That's 1 Thessalonians. The end is coming soon. It didn't happen, but it's going to happen right away. You need to be ready. When you get to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, you have the author the point of 2 Thessalonians is that people are so sure the end is coming soon that they're not paying attention to their present life. And this author is writing the letter to explain that the end is not coming right away. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, the author says, don't be put off by a letter allegedly by us saying that the end is coming soon. Look, it's not coming right away. There's a string of events that have to happen first. So you will know when it's ready to come. And he describes one of the things that has to happen is that the enemy of God, the figure that people often will call the Antichrist, first has to go into the temple of God and declare himself God. And then the force that is holding back the powers of evil will be let them go. And so there's this sequence of events that have to happen, including this figure opposed to Christ and God, declaring himself God, and then all hell breaking out. In other words, these things have to happen first, so don't be put off by somebody who's telling you it's going to happen right away. Well, that's what 1 Thessalonians says. You got to be ready. So is it like Paul changed his mind 2 weeks later? I mean, it's like, what? And so, boy, that sure doesn't look like it was written by Paul. So the parts that look like were written by Paul are ones that seem to be they're very, very close to 1 Thessalonians, because an author apparently is like copying bits or imitating bits. The parts that are his own composition are saying the opposite. So you get somebody to read that. And then what people do is they read 2 Thessalonians and they use Paul's second letter, to interpret 1 Thessalonians. And so they're using the forgery to interpret the Pauline and say, oh man, don't do it that way.
What do you make of attempts to try to harmonize all these letters via co-authorship or the secretary hypotheses?
So co-authorship theories are that Paul co-wrote his letters with others, as he says. He'll sometimes start off by saying, Paul and Timothy, to the Christians who are in, to the beloved of the saints, and so on. And so he'll start off by naming himself and another author, such as Timothy. And so some people have argued, look, if they're co-authored, you'd expect them, to be different because the co-authors are going to write differently. I had to look into this pretty seriously when I was doing my work on Paul for my books. And I noted that nobody has ever demonstrated that co-authored letters affect the style of the letter, because I think the reason is because co-authored letters are never co-authored. When Paul says, I and Timothy are writing you, he means I'm writing you and I'm with Timothy and we're both sending this letter to you, but there's one person writing the letter. You don't have people like alternating pens, like here, okay, you write the next sentence. Okay, I'll write the next. These are not committee products. And one evidence of that is that Paul uses the first person singular in these letters. He'll say Paul and Timothy, and then he'll say, I remember you in all my, it's in the first person, and he gives greetings in his own name. And so like Timothy is with him, but he's not co-authoring the letter. So there are two things. One is there's no evidence that co-authored letters ever differed. Like if you have one author with different co-authors, there's nobody that's shown any literary differences among those letters. Secondly, Paul was not actually co-authoring these letters. He has somebody who's with him that he's sending greetings to, and he's saying they're sending this letter with me, but he's actually doing the writing of the letter. So there's that. So to say that since he co-authored one letter, not like it just doesn't. I don't think it works. The secretarial hypothesis is more commonly argued, and I think it's I also used to think it. I used this sort of thing I thought because people told me it was true, and so I assumed it was true. That sometimes in the ancient world, secretaries wrote letters for people, and so that's what happened. And so an example of this is 1 Peter. A lot of people use this argument for 1 Peter that well, okay, maybe Peter, an Aramaic speaking person, he said to be illiterate in the book of Acts, so he couldn't write, and his language is Aramaic, and so and 1 Peter is written this high level Greek, and so it seems unlikely Peter would have written it, but a secretary wrote it for him. There are roughly 2 billion people in the world who believe this. And so I got really serious and started looking into what we know about secretaries in the ancient world. And a lot of what scholars say about it just is not true. If you look at what we know about ancient secretaries, when by secretary in this context, we mean somebody who's taking dictation at what an author says, writing down what the author says. And so a secretary in that sense. There were secretaries in the ancient world. Authors did use secretaries in the world. We know things about these secretaries because we have information about them that comes to us from the ancient world. You're better off trusting what they say in the ancient world than reading what somebody said about it in 1997. Somebody who didn't actually look at all the references in the ancient world. In the ancient world, there are different ways these scribes would operate. They would be taking dictation. They would hear what the author is saying. Sometimes they do it word for word. Sometimes if they were slow, they'd have to maybe go letter by letter. Sometimes they do phrase by phrase. Sometimes the author would look over the thing and correct it. Many times the author would not do it. But the scribe is taking down what the author wrote. We have only a very few, like a couple in Cicero, like a couple of instances where we know that that somebody gave a secretary the job, look, write this letter for me. In those cases, the secretary was writing a form letter, a kind of letter that the author always, look, just tell them I can't come to their dinner party. And so it'd be a short little, with apologies, I will not be able to attend your dinner party. I have other obligations. Be a few lines, and then the secretary would sign the name Cicero. So that did happen for that kind of letter. We have no evidence of a scribe composing an essay. 1 Peter is an essay. It's 5 chapters long. It's not a few lines. It's 5 chapters long that is constructed in a very sophisticated way that uses rhetorical language, or uses rhetorical style, using Greek rhetorical methods, and has common rhetorical tropes in it, that is written by a highly educated Greek-speaking person. The choices are that Peter wrote it himself. He couldn't write in Greek like that. He dictated the letter. He couldn't dictate it in Greek that way. He didn't know Greek like that. He might have had, if he was on the mission field, maybe he had some clumsy Greek he could communicate with, like, somebody who comes to visit our country from another place, might put together a few, some sentences, or maybe can even carry on a conversation, but they can't write First Peter. and my students who have 12 years of education in English, including English composition, could never write First Peter. This is a high level person. So, okay, well, maybe he dictated it in Aramaic, and the secretary then translated it into Greek and put it in fine rhetorical style. Or maybe Peter told the secretary basically what to write, and he wrote it for himself. Okay, those would be two options that would work if they ever happened. What is our evidence that ever happened in the ancient world? Ever? I don't know of a single instance. So if somebody knows of single instances, they need to tell me, because I looked into it. That's what would be required, and so far as I know, it never happened. So you can think it if you want. Peter says that I wrote this letter through Silvanus. So people say, oh, Silvanus was the actual author. He must have been a Greek-speaking person. Well, when people end their books that way, I wrote letters that way. When they say I wrote through this person, what they mean, you can do a word study of this. What it means when you say dia, name a person as the person through whom you write the letter. What it means is this is the letter carrier. This is the person who's bringing you the letter. It's not the guy writing the letter. And so, people can think that Peter wrote it if they want to say that's how he wrote it. But what is more likely to have happened? Something that happens all the time, including with Peter. In other words, somebody claiming to be Peter when he wasn't. That happened a lot. Probably a lot more than we even know about. Is it more likely that happened, that somebody forged a book, which happened a lot apart from Peter, or something that never happened to our knowledge, which is more likely? So it just seems to me more likely the thing that commonly happens is more likely. If you think the other thing's what happened, then I need evidence of it.
What do we know about Gnostic and anti-Gnostic forgeries?
Well, I mentioned Gnostic forgeries because I mentioned the Apocalypse of Peter, which is a Gnostic forgery. We have a Orthodox forgery by an Orthodox Christian who wrote the Greek Apocalypse of Peter, which is all about this journey to heaven and hell. In my book, I argue that in fact one of them is writing against the other one of them, interestingly. But I think the Gnostic one is probably being written against the other one. We have Gnostic forgeries, which are attacks on. They're not always attacks. We have a lot of Gnostic forgeries. The so-called Gnostic Gospels, so the Nag Hammadi library, the Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt in the 1940s, in 1945. Contained a number of books that claim to be by authors who did not write them. They're not all that way, but there are books, for example, the Gospel of Thomas, which claims to be written by Judas Didymus Thomas. Sorry, it's getting late. My brain's going dead. Which is allegedly Jesus' twin brother. Well, he didn't write it. We have a Gospel of Philip, the disciple Philip. Well, he didn't write it. So these are books written by Gnostics claiming to be people who weren't. And you have anti-Gnostic writings, which are written by Orthodox writers who are opposing Gnosticism. And so you could see the book of Third Corinthians that way. That might be opposing a form of Gnosticism. And so you have people on both sides forging books. And the interesting thing is that when you have scholars talking about, or ancient Christians talking about one set of books of forged, you say, well, those are forgeries. Those are spurious. Those are nothoi. Whereas when the Christian book, you say, well, those are, but it was common practice in those days, so it was okay. Yeah.
And what about in regards to the doctrine of Adai, the supposed correspondence between King Abgar of Edessa and the historical Jesus?
Well, this is a very interesting forgery. It's actually two forgeries. That is the only full correspondence that survives from the hand of Jesus. People often ask me, are there any forgeries attributed to Jesus? There are a couple, but this is the only one that is like a full-fledged actual writing of Jesus. The situation is described in two of our ancient sources. And we actually have the thing Jesus wrote and the letter that he's responding to. King Abgar is the king of Edessa in Syria, according to this ancient legend. Abgar, king of Edessa, who is very ill while Jesus is alive, and he has heard. He's not a Christian, he's a pagan, but he's heard that there's this great miracle worker in Israel, Jesus, and he would like Jesus to come heal him. And so he writes Jesus a letter. And we have this letter, and Abgar says, I'm very ill. I understand that you're a wonder worker. Would you please come and heal me of my sickness? Jesus gets the letter, and he writes one back that we have, where Jesus says that he's unable to come to help Abgar because the basic line is, I've got other things on my hands. I have to go get crucified in Jerusalem. And so he's busy. Sorry, I can't come. He has to go face his fate. But he said, I will send one of my followers after my death. And according to the tradition, he sent one of his followers to Abgar. After he died, he commissioned one of his followers to go to Abgar. The follower went to Abgar, healed him of his sickness, and the entire city of Edessa, large city, the entire city converted to Christianity on the spot. And so that's the legend. And but we still have both of those letters. Nobody thinks they're authentic.
What about the letters of Paul and Seneca?
Right. So these are very interesting letters because throughout the Middle Ages they were assumed, and down to modern times, they were assumed to be authentic. Unlike a lot of these other ones that were branded as heretical or, obviously not written by so and so. These letters were thought to be actual letters. So we have a group of letters, 14 letters that are an exchange of letters between the Apostle Paul and the greatest Roman philosopher of his day, Seneca. Seneca, for many people today, is just kind of a name of an ancient person they kind of heard of, but don't really know anything about. He was one of the most important figures of the Roman world in Paul's day. He nearly became the Roman emperor. He's most famous for being an advisor to the Emperor Nero. Nero had Seneca, who was a philosopher, trained philosopher, very, very sophisticated, deep thinker, very sober thinker, a Stoic. He was a Stoic philosopher, one of the Roman Stoic philosophers, one of the very famous Stoic Roman philosophers, who wrote a lot of treatises that we have. We have a number of his Stoic treatises that are really worth reading, very powerful and moving. And we have letters, a number of letters that he wrote. So he was advisor to Nero. So historically, I'm talking about the historical figure Seneca, and was one of the wealthiest human beings in the Roman world. Next to Nero, he was one of the very top wealthiest people, massive land holdings. So he was extremely rich and extremely famous and extremely well known for his very deep philosophy. So we have a set of letters allegedly between him and Paul. And so Paul, so he writes Paul and greets him, and he congratulates him on having such fine thoughts. And Paul writes him back, and they have a back and forth. And at one point, Seneca says that he's shown his letters and Paul's letters to Nero, who really thinks highly of Paul. And so they go, and so these letters go back and forth. Unfortunately, there's very little information in these letters that you'd really like. Like, there's not much meat in these, apart from Seneca praising Paul's great intelligence and great letters, at one point wishing that he wrote Latin better. his Latin skills were kind of minimal, according to Seneca. He needs to improve his Latin, and at one point he does mention the fire in Rome that happened in the year 64 under the reign of Nero. But otherwise, there's very little historical information or gossip. What you really would like are some courtroom gossip from the royal court, but no, you don't get much. And so there's a fairly banal exchange, the point of which seems to be to show that Paul was important enough in the Roman world. He wasn't just a nobody. He wasn't like a tent maker off in the boonies someplace. He was oh my God, he had high connections. He was connected with one of the most wealthy men in the empire. And the greatest philosopher who praises him for his brilliance. So it's meant to elevate Paul, these letters. Nobody today, they were shown to be forgeries in the 18th century, and they are absolutely forgeries. And there are lots of reasons for thinking so. One of which is that Seneca read Greek. Paul didn't have to write in Latin. But apart from that, there's really good reasons for thinking these are forged. But they're forged for a different reason. In this case, they're not forged to combat a heresy or to attack. They're forged to demonstrate Paul's importance.
What is the Epistola Apostolorum, and when was it created?
The Epistola Apostolorum, literally, that it's one of those strange writings from the ancient world that scholars continue to call by its Latin name, even though there's a perfectly good English name. I'm not quite sure why we do that sometimes and not others, but we do. Like we say the Proto-Evangelium Jacobi, when we could just say, the Proto-Gospel of James. The Epistola Apostolorum means the Epistle of the Apostles. It's allegedly written by the 12 apostles. It is a book that is clearly not written by the apostles. And it is a book that is affirming a non-docetic understanding of Christ, where Christ is emphasized as being fully human, and the apostles are stressing this idea that Christ is a full human being. He's not an image. He's not a mirage. He's not God as a ghost. He's actually a human being, in opposition to heretics who might be Gnostic, might be something else, who are saying that Jesus was a phantom.
And when was it created?
It's a 2nd century text, late 2nd century.
Can you tell us the difference between a fabrication and a falsification?
Yes. So in both of my books, I try to stress that it's important to keep our designations clear and straight. Because people confuse things, and it just gets confusing. It's not that one word has to mean one thing or another. I mean, words can mean whatever you want, but if you want to communicate with people, you need to agree on what a word means. And so in my book, I tried to clarify the difference between words. So the words you asked about are fabrication and falsification. Let me first put them in contrast with forgery. Forgery, I said, is when an author claims to be somebody that he's not, when he's claiming to be a famous person knowing full well he's not. Fabrication is when somebody makes up a story and tries to pass it off as something that actually happened. So you make up a story about Jesus. It didn't really happen, but you say it happened. And so the Gospel of Thomas has a story, the Infancy Gospel of Thomas has a story of Jesus making 12 clay sparrows come to life. It didn't happen. Somebody fabricated that story. The story's not a forgery in the way I'm using it. It's not making a false authorial claim for itself. The story's not. The story's a fabrication. So a forgery is a false authorial claim. A fabrication is a fictional story passed off as factual. A falsification is when somebody is taking a text, a written text, and changing it, falsifying what it says, for example, by adding something to it that the author did not write, or taking away something that the author did write, or altering the words of an author as he wrote them. That is falsifying the text. It's not forging the text. It's not fabricating the text. It's falsifying the text. That's what Christian scribes often did. And so in my book, Misquoting Jesus, where I talk about how scribes changed their texts, those are falsifications. Sometimes it's falsified intentionally. A scribe wants to change something. Sometimes it's just falsified. It's not the scribe's fault. He just like he makes a mistake or falls asleep or gets tired or whatever. But those are falsifications.
Can you tell us about the unknown life of Jesus Christ forgery?
Well, I'll tell you about this kind of forgery. So in my book, Forged, I decided to end on a rather fun note. I don't do this in my serious book because it's already too long, and plus it wasn't. But for the last chapter of my book on Forged, I wanted to talk about the fact that this kind of thing continues, where people will write accounts of Jesus' life claiming to be apostles. Or sometimes they won't use a name. Sometimes they'll just claim to be an eyewitness. And so we have a number of these, and most of these appear to have been forged in the 19th century. And they're the kind of things that people still quote today to me. They'll say, well, yeah, but I read that Jesus actually went to India, and there he learned from the Brahmins. And, and they talk about the missing years of Jesus between, the ages of 12 and 30. Where was he? Oh, he went to Egypt, and he learned the magic from the Egyptians, Egyptian magicians. And you have these things, or you have an eyewitness account of Jesus being crucified, and that he's, this person is writing that he saw it happen, and so you have these things. They go by, they're different ones by different titles. They've all been demonstrated to be 19th century forgeries. The people who wrote them often made a lot of money on them because they sold them as authentic accounts, an eyewitness account, or this is what, and they'll have discovery stories that will help people make people believe they're authentic. And so somebody will be on a trip to some monastery in Tibet, and the monks there have this ancient book written in some ancient script, and he'll look at it and he realized that it's an account of somebody who's traveling through back in the first century, and he happened to stay there and broke his leg and had to stay there or something in the monastery, and he writes his book about this man Jesus, and so he's an eyewitness to Jesus' life, and his book just happened to be in this monastery in Tibet. It's like you come up with something, you think, wow, that sounds convincing, and so he writes the book. And so that's the kind of thing that happened, that you get these forgeries. So I don't know what I do, 4 or 5 of them at the end of the book. Yeah. So it's kind of like today when, when I started teaching at Rutgers in the mid 1980s, the Hitler diaries came out. It was a multi-volume work of Hitler's diaries throughout the entire Second World War until the day he died. And people believed them. And they sold for millions of dollars, and they were proved to be forgeries. So same thing with Jesus.
And in my closing question, before I take a couple of more super chats and close, can you tell us about the book of Thomas the Contender and when it was composed?
So Thomas the Contender is one of the books that is found in the so-called Gnostic Gospels, discovered near the village of Nag Hammadi in 1945. So it's one of the Nag Hammadi texts. It claims to be written by this figure Thomas, who is known from the Gospel of Thomas and the Acts of Thomas to have been thought to have been Jesus' twin brother. It's a Gnostic text that is embodying a Gnostic worldview, written by Gnostic for Gnostics with Gnostic points of view. It's often, though, understood to be included in the group of writings that are called Thomasine Gnostic writings. Some scholars are nervous about calling these writings Gnostic because they're very different from other kinds of Gnostic writings that are labeled Sethian Gnostics, connected with Seth, or Valentinian Gnostic texts. Most of the Nag Hammadi library are Valentinian or Sethian texts. This is a Thomasine text. The Thomasine texts tend to emphasize that people have come from a different world, that they need to escape this world by acquiring secret knowledge, and often they stress the use of asceticism in order to attain salvation by escaping their material bodies. And you get those kinds of teachings in Thomas the Contender.
Normative, thank you for your super chat. The criteria historians employ to sift historical material from the Gospels are intuitively plausible, but do they have independent empirical support?
One big problem with New Testament scholars is that they treat historical criteria as if they've been made up for the Gospels. Like people invented these for the Gospels, and then they can show, well, they're kind of problematic for the Gospels. And so like, okay, we can't have them anymore. What they overlook is that these various criteria that scholars have kind of reified, they kind of like define them narrowly. You got the criterion of independent attestation, you got the criterion of dissimilarity, the criterion of coherence. You got these criteria, and people think they're just making stuff up here because they're just coming up with stuff here. Like, who else uses that kind of thing? I never read a biography of Abraham Lincoln that talks about the criterion of independence, or the criterion of dissimilarity, or the criterion of embarrassment. What are you people talking about? And so that's right. New Testament scholars have done that. But even the scholars who use these things fail to realize why they're important and why, in fact, they're just the criteria every historian uses. They just don't call them this. And so if you are trying to find out about Abraham Lincoln, how do you go about doing it? You suppose you want to write a biography. Well, you look for your ancient source. You look for the sources from, his life period. And if you want to talk about the war, you're talking, the sources that come from the 1860s. You look for, you'd like to have eyewitness sources. Suppose you don't have any eyewitnesses. Well, okay, you've got other sources. So you see how many of them you got. And you want to know, did any of them borrow from someone else? Because if you got two sources saying the same thing, like you got two paragraphs of Abraham Lincoln say, well, okay, yeah, he's got it from him. Okay, so those are not independent. So you want as many independent sources as you can get. And if you got a bunch of independent sources that say the same thing, say, okay, well, that probably happened. Or you have sources that say things that are like contrary to the thesis of this biography, to the source itself. Like you have a real fan of Abraham Lincoln that admits that he did something really stupid one time, or he did something like really wrong, and it says, and so he's trying to celebrate Lincoln, but he's got this story in there. Well, so if you've got a story that is doing the opposite of what the author of the story wants to say, is it likely that he made it up? No, probably not. Why is he saying it? Well, because everybody knew the story happened. He's got to say it because everybody knew it happened. And so he said it, even though it's at cross purposes of what he had to say. So you look at that. You look at things like, does it talk about, Abraham Lincoln, like one day had a problem with his microwave oven? Well, if it says that, you got a pretty good idea this source is not authentic because it's an acronym. This is just what historians do. New Testament scholars have fixated on these things so much so that now everybody's saying, oh, the criteria don't work anymore. Then you ask them, well, okay, how are you going to establish history? Oh, I don't know. They have no idea. It's because they don't read enough history. Just read how biographers and historians work and you have a better idea how to deal with Jesus. And it's basically, just don't call them that. Call them something else, but do what historians do.
Constellation Pegasus, thank you for your super chat. Why do some Jews still believe in Lilith today? Is the account of her being Adam's first wife in ancient Israel really taught as being real?
Well, I mean, of course, most Jews don't believe a thing about it, and so there are probably Jews who think I'm sure there are things I don't know what many conservative Jews think, or Jews who are mainly influenced by later legend. There are many Christians who believe all sorts of things about Jesus or things about the Bible that are true. I know Christians who believe in Lilith, actually. And so, I mean, so yes, is it actually, is it taught in ancient Israel? I've never heard any actual, Jewish teacher teach it, but I don't know. I mean, it may be that in some Jewish circles it is. Other people know more about that, but, the fact that people could teach it as true is no more ridiculous than people teaching anything else. It's, that is ridiculous is true. It's like what people say about Jesus sometimes.
Hi, Fish and Thank you for your super chat. Referring to my comment about Ariston, there is an ossuary with the name Ariston and Yehuda the proselyte. If this can be matched to Ariston the priest, could this give credence to earlier claim?
Well, how are you going to match it to the priest? And how are you going to date it? So I'm just saying, look up the scholarship in Ariston, and you'll see. And I mean, ossuaries are very tricky. It's very difficult to date inscriptions. Inscriptions are usually just scratched onto a bone box, an ossuary, and sometimes on investigation you can show that an inscription is a modern forgery. Sometimes people cover their tracks well, But, an ossuary, if an ossuary was inscribed in the 5th century versus the 1st century, how are you going to know that? And so I would just say, look at the scholarship and see what you think. But the key is, don't just look up internet sources by people who aren't experts. Look up people who actually are experts in ancient Judaism, for example, experts on ossuaries, experts who are real archaeologists, and see what they have to say.
C. Kenneth Bauer, thank you for your super chat. Revelation 21, 1-9, the same place as Revelation 21, 10 to Revelation 22, 5.
I have to look it up because I haven't memorized the book of Revelation, even though I just recently read a book on it. So I need to see what this person is talking about. 21:10 says that the Spirit carried me away to a great high mountain and showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God. And is it the same? Oh, is that the same as talked about in chapter 21, 1-9? Then I saw the new heaven, the new earth, verse. Oh, I see what they're asking. It's saying, okay, yeah, it's making a good point. In 21 verses 1-9, John, the person allegedly having these visions, sees that God has created a new heaven and a new earth, and that he sees the holy Jerusalem coming down from heaven. And then in chapter 21 verses 9-22:7, he describes this new Jerusalem, and he says that he's taken up to a high mountain and shown it. I think what happens is he sees the new Jerusalem descending from heaven in the first 9 verses, but then he's actually taken to it to investigate it. And this is that second half of the chapter then is where you get the description of it, including the gates of pearl, and the streets of gold and that kind of thing. That comes from the description. But I think it's the same New Jerusalem. There aren't two. I think there's one New Jerusalem being described.
So we'll close with this super chat question. Bible Theory, thank you for your super chat. What are your thoughts on Paul's letters, Paul in Acts, quoting Plato, other philosophers, Abacai? Why use previous writings as their own?
Paul never quotes Plato in his writings, and he doesn't quote the Bacchae. The Bacchae is a play by Euripides. The only place that Paul actually quotes a philosopher, to my knowledge, is in the book of Acts, in his speech on the Areopagus, in Acts chapter 17. And let me just quickly make sure I get the quotation right, because I don't want to misquote it. So this is when Paul is speaking, and he says he's trying to show that the author is he's trying to show the Stoic and Epicurean philosophers on the Areopagus, Mars Hill, that God does not dwell in any physical facade, that God, in fact, is everywhere. He's not served by, that he doesn't live in shrines, but that he's in us. And then he says, for in him we live and move and have our being, as some of your poets say. And that's a quoting from a book by an author named Aratus, Aratus. It's not by Plato. Some people have thought that you can detect some Platonic themes in Paul. More people suspect you can find some Stoic themes in Paul, especially in his moral philosophy and his ethics. I don't think that Paul read Plato. I don't think he read Stoic philosophers. I think that there were lines floating around in the common world, common sayings, and Paul may have heard about these philosophers and heard some kind of summaries of what they taught, but I don't think there's any evidence that he actually read these things, let alone mastered them. I think that was very rare for people to do. And among Jewish authors at the time, apart from Philo, not much, not much at all.
Well, thank you for joining me today, Bart.
Okay, thank you for having me. We had a lot of really good questions, and I think we covered my book pretty well. So if people want to know more about it, read the book, and if you want more about it, read the big book. And the other thing I'd like to say is that some of these topics I deal with on my own podcast, the Misquoting Jesus podcast, that people should check out, but also my blog. I blog 5 times a week, have done for over 12 and a half years now, and you have access to the archives, and I talk about this kind of stuff all the time on my blog, and people can ask questions, and I actually answer them. So you check out those things as alternatives.
And also check out the History Valley Amazon affiliate link in the description below to go get his book, Forged.
Hello viewers, thanks for watching this video from the History Valley YouTube channel. Please don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if any of you wish to further support this channel, please consider checking out this channel's Patreon page and becoming a patron, and or donate through PayPal or through Super Chat during your live stream. Thank you.